No. I have told you here. The American society, they have powerful institutions that will checkmate Donald Trump.
Which Donald Trump has been allegedly been breaking down.
No.
He's basically waged war on the education system. He's waged war on the health sector, where he has banned lots of vaccines. He's practically waged war in almost all the institutions. Some have said he stretched the institution to its limits.
Where there is corruption, Donald Trump is fighting, like you said.
So Donald Trump is now the incorruptible person. No, he's not corrupt. Every other person
America would have brought it out now. Limbo, he has a judgment waiting for him when he finishes his term of office. Fine. But as the president of America, he said America first, and he's doing it. All he's doing is to protect America and to protect American economy. Is he not doing it so well? Hold on. Do you know how many trillions of dollars he has brought into American coffers since he came into office? That is a man that meant business. Yes. In your own case, what are you doing as a country? What are you doing? What are you doing that terrorists have practically taken over Nigeria?
Okay, let's go to another topic for discussion.
If he can come here, let him come here after this man. There are people that they need to leave us before Nigeria can move forward. Solomon, there are people that Donald Trump has to take away from Nigeria so that we can move forward. That's what I'm saying.
Well, be careful what you wish for. The Rapid Support Forces RSF accused the Sudanese Armed Forces SAF of launching an attack with an Akanju drone. Now, it looks like this issue with Sudan, with the RSF and this is not letting down anytime soon. If anything, it's getting worse. What's your take on it?
It's the same thing. If you cannot control yourself or manage yourself, why don't you allow somebody to do it for you? This war in Sudan, what is it for? That country is the latest independent nation in Africa. Is that not true? Not up to 2 years after they deployed themselves into war. And what's all about? Ego war. Who will be in charge? Who will be this? Who will be that? Is that not foolishness of the two leaders, president and vice, fighting? And you don't get the independence just yesterday, and you couldn't even manage your independence. What does that tell you? I said somebody need to bring sanity into this nonsense, especially in Africa. The other day, one woman was holding an election in Tanzania. And the only way to win election is to carry all the opposition members and put them into detention until after the election. Solomon, what does that tell you? Is that democracy? We are talking of evil. The latest now in Africa is that whenever anybody enter into government, he entrench himself there and remain there forever. Is that democracy? Will a Donald Trump try that? No, tell me. The man is trying to bring sanity into your head since you don't know what to do as African leader. And you are blaming him. Blaming him for what? Why not do the right thing? Then do the right thing. Do the right thing. And let's see how Donald Trump will come here. Do the right thing. If you are not ready to do it, then wait for Donald Trump. I thank God for his kind of person who don't tolerate rubbish. I'm not joking. If I have his power, I will do this. If I will do more, I will tell you, I will write a letter and give you. Say, wait for me, I'm coming on this, and I will come that day. What will you do? If you don't want to behave yourself, look at how they have turned Africa into a battleground, into something else, all because of what you say you are sovereignty. What sovereignty? You went outside your country. Solomon, somebody who claimed to love Nigeria, went outside here to bring terrorists into Nigeria. And you could not even arrest him and prosecute him for what he did. And you call yourself a country. You are even afraid of the terrorists. And you call yourself a country. So when Donald Trump says you are a disgraced country, yes, the man is right. No country in the world will tolerate this type of nonsense. No country. You go and have meeting with terrorists. Discuss, and they will tell you what they want, and you comply.
Well, the bombing in Sokoto have not exactly calmed things down. If anything, the insecurity has escalated.
It's the beginning. He said he's coming back. Didn't he say so? He will come back. He will come back.
Okay, let's go to Botswana, where plans to open an embassy in Moscow. As soon as it was invited Russian investors to cooperate on rare earths and diamonds. What do you think of, we've talked about China's influence in Africa there's also a Russian influence in Africa, and the influence is growing. And the latest country at which there is a memorandum of understanding is Botswana. What's your thoughts?
So that they will entrench them in power. Is that not true? One of the reasons why they are selling the resources of Africa to this foreign power is because they will help them to consolidate in power. No other reason. Solomon, no other reason. So that the man in power who concession these resources will now remain there. While their resources is being plundered. You can imagine. Why can't Africa go to China or Russia? Why can't they go there and do? Let me see whether they will even allow them to come in, not to talk of coming to take over. These are issues, serious issues. Donald Trump is telling you to wake up. Yes.
It looks like Donald Trump is your answer for everything in the world.
Look, as at today, the way he's making inroad, yes. Since you have refused to do the needful, somebody had to wake you up. What are you telling me? All of a sudden, nothing, you can't say anything good about Africa. All their leaders. This one in Cameroon has been there for over 40-something years, yet he's still there. On which year? As if it's not as if he's even bringing anything to the table. And the people of Cameroon are suffering for it. The one in Uganda is still going towards that direction. Why? Did you see any American president behaving in such a manner? No, tell me, did you see, no matter how powerful, did you see or hear of any American president that have said more than 2 times in office on his own and start doing all this rubbish? You can't try it there, it's not possible. So the man is like a messiah. So
right now in Africa, there seem to be 3 major powers, trying to strengthen footholds in Africa.
Yes.
We're talking about the US, China, and then Russia. These, some will think Africa becomes a battleground for proxy war.
It is okay. Yes, it is okay if they are trying to recolonize Africa.
With the issues we have in Africa, you now add proxy war to it. How is that okay?
In that of America, America is trying to police Africa. That's why they have a military base like AFRICOM and all that all over the place. America have the highest military base in Africa because they want to checkmate the inroad of these terrorists. Ask yourself, why would another country come and checkmate insecurity in your country? Please tell me. Just tell me what one single reason. You are blaming them, but you don't know that they want to save you from yourself.
Isn't that another form of neo-colonialism?
You allowed it now, you call them. Because they don't want what happened in the Second World War to happen again.
Well, Africa didn't start this. The First World and the Second World War started in Europe.
They don't want them to start the Third World War. That is it. With these terrorists now having camps all over the place. With these terrorists now being sponsored by other evil men into Africa. Is it not time you checkmate them, or you want when the thing escalate into a full-blown Third World War that will cost them more? If there's any Third World War, who will fight? Whose resources will go in more? Is it not the Western world, especially America? It cost the whole world 64 million lives to stop Hitler in the Second World War. If you want such a thing again, that is why they are doing this thing, to save you from yourself. That's the issue here.
Okay.
So if you don't want America, then do the right thing in your country. They will not come and trouble you. After all, America is not troubling the whole world. It is where there are centers of what? Trouble, centers of terrorism. That is where they go to.
Okay, Barrister Agomo, thank you very much for your time. It was a pleasure talking to you.
It's my pleasure too.
That was Darlington Agomo, a legal practitioner and a public affairs commentator. You're still on to African News on Voice of the People TV. We'll be right back with more stories. Stay with us.
In a world where power shapes with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Mr. Familoni, and here's to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
Arara, my name is Made Kuti, and you're watching BOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
We are still on to Voice of the People Television, and the program is African News. And now to Algeria, where the country has sacked Central Bank Governor Salah Eddin Taleb and named Deputy Governor Muatasem Boudiaf as acting governor, state media said on Sunday, citing the presidential decree. No reason was given for the dismissal. Taleb had served as Central Bank Governor since May 2022. Elsewhere, Kenya's Salaries and Remuneration Commission, SRC, has increased salaries and allowances for civil servants in the 2025-2026 financial year. The review was announced by Jane Mbunya, the Principal Secretary in the Ministry of Public Service and Human Capital Development. Mbunya's announcement came after the SRC approved the review in its 691st meeting held in December. The salary increment will cost the government 2.07 billion Kenyan shillings. Several families in Kenya has been thrown into mourning following the grisly accident along the Nairobi-Nakuru highway. The Monday morning accident involved a Green Line bus and a Nanyuki Express cabs shuttle. A preliminary report indicates the Nairobi-bound Green Line bus and a Nakuru-bound Nanyuki cabs shuttle at Karai area in Naikasha at 2 a.m. According to the police report, a saloon car joining the highway from Eagle Petrol Station caused the bus to swerve, leading to the crash. Nakuru County Police Commander Emmanuel Epuru confirmed the tragic incident, disclosing that 10 people died in the crash. The accident comes a few hours after 5 people died in a horrific accident in the Kikope area along the Nakuru-Nairobi highway. Still on stories coming from Kenya, a Kenyan elephant believed to have been one of Africa's largest male tuskers has died of old age. The pachyderm, fondly known as Craig, died of natural causes over the weekend at Amboseli National Park in southern Kenya, conservationists confirmed. Craig has just turned 54 years old. He led a long life and no doubt fathered many calves, said the Amboseli Trust for Elephants in its farewell message. Famed for his long tusks, Craig the elephant was a major attraction at the park near the Tanzanian border. In 2021, he was named an ambassador for the popular Kenyan Leger brand Tusker, a name also used for the adult male elephants with tusks. And from Kenya, we move over to Zimbabwe, where 4 ZESA employees based at the Nairobi depot in Zimbabwe have been arrested in connection with the alleged theft of electrical materials valued at more than $28,000. Police confirmed. The suspects are Christian Mutabvure, Chief Security Officer, Emma Kamba, former customer care clerk, a beloved Medua, stores clerk, and Blessing Guramantungu, lead artisan. According to investigations, the arrest follows a series of incidents in which electrical cables booked at ZESA Central Stores and Shinhoye stores allegedly failed to reach the Kare depot between November and December 2025. We'll go for another quick break, and the African news continues with business and sports stories. Stay tuned.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice.
Thanks for staying tuned. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. The South African rand was steadily in early trade on Monday as investors considered the implications of U.S. military action in Venezuela, escalating geopolitical tension and lifting safe haven demand. At 6:59 GMT, the rand traded at 16.5050 against the dollar, a whisker away from Friday's closing level at 16.5075. The United States captured Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro over the weekend to face drug trafficking charges, while President Donald Trump announced that he was putting Venezuela under temporary American control. Trump said as part of the takeover, major U.S. oil companies would move into Venezuela, which has the world's largest oil reserves, and refurbish badly degraded oil infrastructure, a process experts said could take years. Egypt and Qatar signed a memorandum of understanding to boost cooperation in liquefied natural gas sales and imports, including terms for supplying Qatari shipments to Egypt's Ain Sokan and Damietta port, Egypt's petroleum ministry said on Sunday. Qatar Energy said in a statement that the agreements include supplying Cairo with up to 24 liquefied natural gas cargoes for the upcoming summer. Egypt, the Arab world's most populous nation, has been trying to increase its own gas production and diversify import sources to meet its growing energy needs. And in sports news, Tunisia head coach Sami Trabelsi has left his role. The country's soccer federation announced on Sunday after they were knocked out of the Africa Cup of Nations AFCON in the last 16. The federation said on Facebook it had decided to terminate the contractual relationship by mutual consent with the entire technical staff of the senior national team. The decision came after Tunisia lost a penalty shootout 3-2 to 10-man Mali on Saturday after the match finished 1-1 after extra time. 57-year-old Trabelsi took the helm last February for a second term, having led the national team from 2011 to 2013. Still on AFCON stories, Cameroon beat South Africa 2-1 in the last 16 of the Africa Cup of Nations finals on Sunday and set up a quarterfinal clash with host Morocco. Five-time winners Cameroon proved too strong at the Stade El Barida as they kept on course for Cup of Nations success to make up for their failure to qualify for this year's World Cup in North America. Goals from Junior Chamedo and teenage striker Christian Kofane ensured a significant victory for the indomitable Lions, although they had to fight off a late comeback as South Africa pulled one back through substitutes Evidence Makpupa with 2 minutes to play. Earlier on Sunday, Morocco booked their berth in the last 8 with a 1-0 win over Tanzania, also in Rabat. And that's all on African News. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel at Voice of the People TV and on other social media platforms at VOP TV Live. If you witness news happening near you, we want to hear from you. Send your eyewitness reports, event coverage, requests, photos, or video directly via WhatsApp to 0814 606 4057. You can also reach our newsroom by email at news@vop.ng. I am Solomon of FEM. Good afternoon and thank you for watching.
For the extraordinary. Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Ovisha Nelson One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyosite is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging, picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV. Live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Voice of the people. You can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Suibifa Dokobo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikenda Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka, Amayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
Odumegu Ojukwu, born November 4th, 1933 in Zugero, Nigeria, died November 26, 2011 in London, England. The Nigerian military leader and politician who was
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
My name is Esther. They call me the Oga of them are the general overseer of them all. Every man, every woman has got a voice where integrity is the volume. So this is Voice of the People's TV. Voice of the People's TV. So this is the people's voice. And the people's voice is the voice of God. That's the voice populi in Latin. The people's voice is the voice of God. So keep watching Voice of the People. In fact, my name is Voice of the People. Keep watching MC Ado Pikin. Hi
guys, my name is Kagan. I am Nigeria's biggest tech content creator, and I just wanted to give a quick shout out to Voice of the People TV. Keep watching, enjoy, and you're welcome.
My name is MC Alamano. They say call me Enjoy Med Landlord. It's VOP TV. Keep watching VOP TV. Don't touch it down. Even if you want to touch it down, increase the volume. If you don't increase the volume, why to me?
My name is Collins Agawabe, popularly known as No Mide, but last, more than No Mide, or more. Not be all so the cook right at the fry plantain. We keep on watching VOP TV. The voice of the people, the voice of Edo. If you want to get the authentic news for Edo, the way it be, that's why they show and all they cut anything come on. VOP TV.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Hello there, my name is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chike Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello peeps, my name is Yomi E. Adejumo.
Hi everyone, I'm Paul Utomi.
Hi everyone, my name is Stacey Benjamin and this is Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked to VOP TV. See, I'm looking for good entertainment. You want to get good movies, good music, politics, talk shows, sports and entertainment. You really want a channel that gives you everything you need without you having to run around. VOP is where you are. That's Voice of the People.
If you're not listening to this, you're not one of us. And you deserve to be killed. Scrap charge. Don't be killed, but watch it. Or I'll find you. And I want you.
And you are locked on VOP TV. Don't go nowhere. This is where the juice is. This is where all you need for entertainment, politics, movies, and whatnot.
And keep watching VOP TV.
So keep it locked because I'm locked already, man, and it's money back guarantee. So you're gonna have a good time because I do.
And please keep watching VOP TV.
I want something to actually, I beg you, subscribe, watch it. If not, whatever you see.
You better not touch that die because VOP is the plot.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before. To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV, Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Ampelon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not going to the talk, please discuss.
My name is Tao Familoni, and here's to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
My name is Made Kuti, and you're watching VOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Ovisha Nelson One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyi Osarite is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging, picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV. Live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Hello and welcome to Health Check, compliments of the season. This is a program where we examine the issues that shape our health, our choices, and our quality of life right here on Voice of the People Television. I'm Praise Peters, and we're glad to have you join us on this week's episode of Health Check. Well, please remember to join us live on SLTV channel 264 and on YouTube at VOP TV Live. And of course, follow us across all social media channels as well. Well, today's really an interesting conversation. We're going to be having a very interesting conversation. This episode is full of festivities, right? And as the year draws to a close, many of us are reflecting on achievements, lessons learned, and plans for the year ahead. But one thing and one important area that we often overlook during this period is our health. And that's why we are here to shed light on that. So the end of the year presents a perfect opportunity to pause, to assess our wellness, to adopt our healthy lifestyles, and make informed adjustments that can significantly improve our long-term wealth, health, and healthy outcomes as well. So at the same time, this season is filled with celebrations, Christmas gatherings, end of the year parties, New Year festivities, all of which comes with lifestyle choices and can either support or undermine our well-being. On today's episode of Health Check, we're focusing on year-end wellness checks, practical healthy living advice, and how to enjoy the festive season responsibly and in moderation. Emphasis on that, in moderation, without compromising your health, of course. And it's going to be quite a flexible conversation today, so sit back and watch and listen and learn, of course. So to guide us through today's important conversation, I'm joined by Dr. Charles Adiogo, a wellness physician and public health advocate. You're welcome, doctor.
Good afternoon.
Thank you for joining Health Check.
Thanks for having me.
Compliments of the season.
Wish you the same.
Doctor, how has it been? Okay, so this season is the season of holidays, right? Do you take breaks?
Well,
with your profession?
We try to, but there's a lot of pressure, you know. We don't typically have breaks, because emergencies can happen anytime. But we have to have a healthy work-life balance all the same.
That's a big one. I must say that's a really huge sacrifice, because on New Year Day, I want to go and eat my rice to just be with my family. Just imagine I don't have an emergency. Hello, please, you're needed at the hospital. I wonder how that must feel.
That happens all the time, but that's what we signed up for.
That's what we signed up for. Okay. Yeah. All right, so doctor, today we're going to be talking about, December festivities, everything that we are to, do as to live a healthy life, even with, all of the celebrations and holidays, of course. So, you would agree with me that December has a way of making everyone feel very relaxed. Let me put it that way. I saw a very funny tweet that says, okay, the company has not closed for the year, but my brain has shut down for the year. When I saw that tweet, I was like, you people should allow the year end first now, So everyone tends to be very relaxed. We just want to sleep less, eat more, omble. This is the season, party after party. Yeah. And we'll just tell ourselves that let's eat. This is the season and we'll fix it in January. Well, that's where you come in. So, all right, from your experience, does the human body actually agree with December mindset?
Well, the human body does not have any actual clock to know that this is January or March or June or December. But the truth is that, we always talk about it on this show, and we always advocate that whatever you do to your body responds, appropriately to whatever you put in. So garbage in, garbage out, and that tells you that whatever your lifestyle decisions, your choices, they overall, play a huge role when it comes to your wellness. So in the spirit of the season and in the festive celebrations, we have to be moderate in everything we do. Moderation is key. You don't overeat, you don't overdrink, you don't forget your exercises, you don't party and forget to get enough rest, and then you don't just keep binging.
Mama calls.
Exactly. You don't keep binging on energy drinks to stay alert and all that. You don't do that, because your body requires, the needed rest. In as much as this is the time where you have all sorts of gatherings, like you said, all sorts of parties, concerts, never ending, dirty December.
Yes, make December dirty.
Activities, you still want to make sure that you are in control of everything you are doing and making sure that you put your health as priority. Because while you are eating, you don't just eat for the sake of eating, you are eating intentionally. Everything you are drinking, you're able to be accountable for what you do, because whatever you do to your body responds to it. So if you feed your body right, your body will give the right response. And if you overeat, you overindulge, or you take things that you're not supposed to take, your body also reacts. It is during this season you have a lot of people coming down with all sorts of enteritis, diarrhea.
Exactly.
Because they keep eating from party to party. They
not
leave
minding how those foods are cooked.
Just keep downing everything from one party
I like the word downing.
to another place, and then they keep eating all sorts of things that normally they would not eat. And a lot of people, in the name of trying to get new experiences, they try out new foods that they are not used to. And this can also pose some challenges.
Allergies
food allergies and all that. And then people who also have food intolerances. Certain people have certain food sensitivities that, they're supposed to stay off certain classes of foods. But because, no, this is dirty December, I let down your guards, feel free, eat anything. We'll fix it in January. Like,
exactly.
but even before January comes, you may end up as an emergency case if you're not careful. So it's very necessary that you eat intentionally and that you stay within the bounds of moderation and self-awareness. Anything that you know is not appropriate for you. If you know you are lactose intolerant, you stay off those kind of foods. If you know you have gluten sensitivity, you stay off those kinds of food. If you know, everybody, of course, moderation with alcohol, that there is no brainer. That's what applies to everybody. You can't overindulge in alcohol, because if you do, you're going to have the detrimental consequences of that. And you make sure that you get enough sleep. We can't overemphasize that. Getting enough sleep, so you're not living from one all-night concert to another all-night concert to another Christmas Eve or New Year's Eve activity, and you're not giving yourself the needed rest. It's very essential that we all pay attention to this so we don't have complicated cases during this period.
There's something I actually like that you said, being in control of your activities. So your peers or people around you don't get to choose how
they don't need to influence you.
Yes, don't have to influence your decisions as to what you eat, where you go and everything. If you're not comfortable with anything, it's okay to say no.
Yeah, it's okay to say no. You must have your boundaries, you must have your limits. The fact that you are within a gathering and they are all doing a particular thing that you know in your own health or well-being is detrimental to you, you don't have to join the crowd because your health is on you. Your decisions are on you. So, and if you do something wrong, you pay the price for it. The people that pushed you into it will go scot-free.
Exactly.
They're not going to lie on that hospital bed
with you.
So you have to make the right choices and the right decisions and be able to say no and be able to draw up your boundaries and stick to those boundaries.
Wow, this is already getting very interesting. So our people hear wellness checks and think it's something that only rich people do or very sick people do. So in simple terms, we're still talking about wellness check here, even while we are paying attention to, festive season and what we do around this period. So what is a wellness check, and really, who truly needs one?
Well, as the year is wrapping up and you're looking into the new year, and I know a lot of people are looking into the new year with high hopes, aspirations, objectives, and goals to meet up with. But you can only do that when you're healthy. Yeah. So this is a good time to actually reflect on how your health has been this year. And if you have not gone for any wellness check, this is the time to go for a wellness check. Have a doctor assess you, from head to toe, do all your blood work, do all your possible investigations that are appropriate for your age, and take the recommendations of your doctor, because those wellness checks are not just done for the sake of doing them. You are doing them to pick up a thing or two that you can nip in the bud early enough, so that any findings, that requires you doing something about it, you are able to do something about it quickly. Because a lot of people neglect those early subtle symptoms that come.
What I know does not kill me. What I don't know does not kill me.
Well, it can actually kill you. It can actually,
in this context, it will kill you.
And even if it doesn't kill, it can maim you or incapacitate you.
Yes.
Because people have strokes because it wasn't that they needed to have that stroke, it was preventable. If they had picked up some things earlier, started some lifestyle changes earlier, some dietary changes earlier, started some medications earlier, things would have been under control. So it's very necessary that those wellness checks, you go for them as the year wraps up, so that you can start the new year, on a clean slate with a bang.
You don't
ready
want to
take
spill
on,
over.
exactly ready to take on your dreams and focus on everything you need to do, and your energy and everything is optimal.
And there is something about knowing that you are healthy. It gives you, this refreshing feeling to forge
and
ahead.
confidence, yes, because you have all it takes. You are fortified, and you have taken all the lifestyle changes that you need to push yourself forward and propel you towards your dream. But a lot of people think it's only for the wealthy, like you said. But the truth is, when it comes to health, you need to budget for health. So don't wait till you say, until I have money. Because a health challenge or a health emergency will not write you a letter when it's going to come. It just happens.
And when it comes, the money will come out one way or the other.
Thank you. The money will come out one way or the other. So why do you want to wait till that time and put your life at risk? Because when it comes to health, we should realize that it has to do with our life. It's a life and death issue. You get it right, you live. You get it wrong, something goes wrong, and it may be potentially fatal. So it's very important that you budget for your health. You don't wait for an emergency. We need to inculcate that habit as a people, that we don't wait for an emergency to happen before. Budget for your health. Always a fraction of your income must be allotted to health, must be designated to health. You don't wait till an emergency happens. And I tell people, you don't become a candidate for a hospital only through sickness. A person crossing a road and an accident happens, becomes a patient immediately. A person at a construction site that falls from a height becomes a patient immediately. That's not being ill, because they woke up early, they were normal till that accident happened. So an accident can really, make you an emergency case, and God help you if you're not prepared. So it's very important that you have, some amount of money saved up somewhere, budgeted towards health. And if you're not sick or you're not on admission, then this is the time to use that money for a wellness check. And you do a test that is appropriate for your age bracket. There are some tests that are mandatory for people of a certain age group. So you run those tests, go for all your screening tests. And based on your family history, any prevalent illness in your family, you are screened for it early to know if you also are developing it or it's already on the way, so that you can tackle it while it's still simple and things are not complicated yet. So we encourage everybody in this season, while you are celebrating, also pay attention to your health, so that in the new year, you will have fewer hospital visits, you will have fewer complications, regarding your health. And then you would actually know the kind of things you need to change, the dietary and lifestyle changes you need to adjust to in the new year. This is the time to make those preparations, And during this celebration, you want to make sure that what you eat, you are intentional. Only what nourishes your body.
Yes.
Only what nourishes your body and does your body good, not just because people are eating it, not just because it looks nice, not just because it tastes nice, but it is a factor of the nourishment you get from it and the quality it brings to your life. So that is what we mean by being intentional when it comes to your diet. So it's not just about following the crowd. It's about you doing what you need to do to nourish your body.
Wow, that's a big one right there. You talked about starting the year on a clean slate. And most people don't actually pay attention to this. We just, focus on New Year resolution. So I'm starting this year. Oh my God. No.
I won't fight people again.
I won't fight people again. I'll be a good girl.
My best behavior.
I'll be of my best behavior. And all of that. And we do not pay attention to the fact that your health also needs to start the year on a clean slate.
Yeah.
So starting the year on a clean slate also involves going for wellness checks. And that's what you're emphasizing on, right?
Correct.
Yes. And you talked about intentionality. We should not just look at, this food is sumptuous, it is scrumptious. We should make sure that what we are eating, we are very intentional about it.
Very intentional
That's
about
amazing.
it.
Well, let's talk about people that have gone a full year without visiting the clinic. And they're like, the Lord has done it. This year, we are going again next year, and they do not, take out time to even go to the clinic and everything. Like everything just feels fine. So what would you say to this set of people? Should they just relax, like feel slightly concerned, or should they do something about it? Like, is it fine to just relax when you're not noticing anything? What would you say to such?
Well, from experience, having a clean bill of health doesn't mean that it will always be that way. People who had a clean bill of health last year does not guarantee that this year it will be the same. Because the truth is, you're getting older every day and new things crop up every day. So for people who, anyway, let me give a practical example. I've seen people who, will come to the hospital and they're diagnosed of a very serious illness, but they will tell you that 3 years ago, they still did a comprehensive check and there was nothing. They were given a clean bill of health. There was no test they did not do. They even went for the scans. They did everything. Everything was intact. And since 3 years, have you visited the hospital for anything? No. But now, 3 years later, something serious is cropping up. And they are wondering, how can this be? The truth is, because you had a clean bill of health the last time, doesn't mean it will always be like that. This is a constant, periodic check, a constant monitoring. It's like a surveillance. You're always looking out for something, because that's the only way to be on top of your health. Because if you don't always check, you may not know. It is not every illness that presents early with symptoms that are easily recognizable. Unfortunately, even some of the very potentially fatal conditions only first show up when things are already advanced. So nobody prays for that. And the last thing anybody wants to hear is if only we picked this thing up just like 3 months ago or 6 months ago, the outcome would have been different. But that's just living a life of regrets because you cannot turn back the hands of time. So you don't want to be found in that situation. The best thing that you can do, though it sounds expensive now, but you would know that on the long run, it's actually the best decision. When you are asked to go and pay X amount of money for your wellness check, you ask yourself, well, I'm not sick now. Why am I going to pay that kind of money? For what now? And they'll end up not finding anything like they did the last time. You never can be sure. You know. But mind you, if you use that money for something else, you buy Ashwebi, you go to party, you do anything you want to do, or you change your phone, and you're feeling happy in the new year to start with a new phone in the new year. The truth is, God forbid, if something comes up and it's already a complicated case, managing the complication of an illness that would have been nipped in the bud early is far more expensive than managing the condition itself. So if you have found out early, before things escalated and got more complicated, it would have been, easier for you to manage. You will go through less stress and you will pay less than for it to get complicated.
We need to also emphasize on the fact that money spent on taking care of your health
never a waste.
Is never a waste.
It's never a waste.
Really, because some people can actually, take a test and see that, nothing is wrong with them, and they start having regrets like, if I had known, I wouldn't have even bothered.
I tell my patients that if you come out with a clean bill of health, just know you bought yourself peace of mind. And knowing that you've done...
And that's worth more than...
Yes, and knowing that you've done the needful and that you're doing your due diligence when it comes to your health, because that is part of self-responsibility. Because you can't expect your health to be neglected and you pray for a good quality of life. It's not going to happen. So it's very important that you do your part. If you get a clean bill of health, thank God, it means you're doing something right, which you should continue. So it is not that, some other people, because it gave them a clean bill of health, they now misinterpret that to mean I am free, I have the license to do as I want, to eat as I want. They told me, the doctor said nothing is wrong with my sugar, nothing is wrong with my cholesterol, I'm free to eat anything. You don't do that. Getting a clean bill of health simply tells you that you are doing something right and you need to continue that for you to maintain that stable state of health.
Yes.
So it's essential to know that.
Yeah. So you mentioned eating recklessly and all that. Are there any sicknesses or any health conditions that could be underlying in certain foods that we eat in the festive season that we should pay cognizance of? Because some people don't actually pay attention to things like that. So are there certain foods that we should pay attention to and not eat during these festive seasons that could pose a health condition in the future?
During the festivities, a lot of people exchange gifts, cakes, sweets, and all that. A lot of sweet stuff, sugary stuff, high carbohydrates laden foods, are relatively common in this part of the world during this period. And you find out a lot of people let down their guards. They say, I don't take ice cream normally, but this is Christmas,
Let's enjoy ourselves.
Yeah, so they overdo things. They overdo the sugars. They overdo the processed foods. They overdo, things that are not really, really natural, just because they just want to have a feel that this is holiday time. Let's do what we don't normally do. And they overdo it in the process. And especially for those who have not been on regular wellness checks, they may have been on the verge of being pre-diabetic, for instance, maybe during the year, or high cholesterol. Yes, it could actually just tip you in the wrong direction, because if you are actually eating, out of control, because now there's also the potential risk of overeating. Portion control becomes a problem for a lot of people, because people would say, is that all you're eating? Eat more now. Can't you see how many wraps of fufu the other person is eating? Why will you eat just 2 and you say you're good? And you're pressured to eat a lot, or you yourself, you now suddenly have a huge appetite for food unusually. At the end of the day, this overeating
sometimes you might not even have huge appetites. You are full, but you're seeing that food. You cannot waste.
And this
And
is
you
not,
keep
and this
taking
is
it
not
in.
the normal period. This is the festive season.
Exactly.
Where it's all about party and eating. So
There's
lot of
always
people,
food, so you
there's
really have to control
so the
yourself.
discipline level goes down, the
Mm.
self-restraint goes down. A lot of people let down their guards, and portion control becomes a big issue. So not many people can say no. At the end of the day, you find that a lot of people become overweight. You find that a lot of people with diabetic issues previously may have poor glucose control, blood glucose level control. Even people who are hypertensive, you may find them pounding up more on their cholesterol intake, and all those things can have detrimental effects on their health, basically. And people are likely to exercise less because they are always in the midst of friends, in one gathering or the other. Then, of course, alcohol, a lot of beer, a lot of hot drinks, a lot of whiskey flying around, and you find that a lot of people just binging on these things, and ultimately they either damage their liver or they worsen an already pre-existing condition that they had that they probably didn't know about.
Talking about pre-existing conditions, we're talking about things like high cholesterol, diabetes, and all of that. So December can feel like temptation. Can feel like a temptation marathon and all of that. So how do they actually enjoy the season? Because we've been talking about how that they should have self-control and all of that, but some of them still really want to enjoy themselves. So really, from your professional point of view, how do they enjoy the season without underdoing or overdoing the whole year of discipline and all that?
So we just have to wake up to the reality that December is really not different from any other month.
Surely.
So that's the first. That's the first thing to consider.
Yes.
Then you should also know that whatever you've been doing right must also apply in December. So your portion control still applies. Your regular sleep and exercises still applies.
And they shouldn't feel bad about it.
You shouldn't feel bad or feel guilty about it. Then, of course, taking your medication, if you're on any medication, this is not the time to say, because this is Christmas, please, we've been doing this from January to November, let's relax.
Like you said,
now.
the body doesn't have a clock.
There's no clock, so the
Yes.
body is just the same anytime. So you make sure that you do all that is expected of you, all those healthy lifestyles, you make sure you stay compliant with them. Portion control is important. Make sure you eat a balanced diet. Make sure you drink sufficient water, and then make sure that you eat as natural as possible. We cannot overemphasize this. This is always relevant. Less food with preservatives or additives, less food with artificial colorings, less food with processed meats or processed foods in general. If you want to do your juices, let them be as natural as possible. All this, you can't go wrong with your fruits, with your vegetables. You can play along those lines, and then you make sure that you can have healthy snacks. Healthy snacks that you can eat in between meals. You can have your nuts, your healthy nuts. You have the almond nuts, you have the walnuts, you have the peanuts. For people who are not allergic to nuts,
allergic
people
to
that are not allergic to the nuts, yes. And then basically you can also have some very enriching drinks. You can have some good protein shakes, that are very good and will nourish your body. Yes, smoothies, yes, all those are very, very good, and they will actually help your digestion. Make sure that because you're eating so much, your fruits and veggies are important. You need fiber to help you digest your food well, and so that you don't get constipated in this period. High fiber diet is important for movement of your bowels easily, because a lot of people may end up having serious digestive issues because of overeating. So you make sure that you're drinking enough water, a high fiber diet, you stay physically active. All those are very important, and they are mandatory, and there's no timetable to it. So it's not like it's suitable in June or in December. It's a different thing. It still applies now. So moderation in what you eat, very, very key, and making sure that whatever you eat nourishes your body, not just because you crave it.
Profound. That's very solid. But I'm really, really concerned about medications. All right, so I must say I'm also guilty of this. There is some kind of excitement and this hyper, feeling you just have during the festive season. You're like, the drugs can wait. Let me enjoy first. So I really want you to talk about how dangerous that is, the kind of threat it could pose to our health, and of course how we can stay consistent regardless.
So treatment compliance is very important because there are certain conditions that the treatment is not negotiable. You just have to be on those medications, especially people who are managing chronic illnesses. These are illnesses that are long-term managed illnesses. So you have to be on your routine drugs because they are routine drugs, meaning that you have to take them daily because it becomes a part of you.
That's why they're called routine drugs.
That's why they're called routine drugs. So those routine drugs, they are mandatory. Like, there's nothing you can do about it if you want to stay healthy. If you don't want things to get complicated, if you don't want to have an emergency, you just need to make it a part of you. So whether it is the festive period or it is the non-festive period, it doesn't really matter. Routine is routine. So every day you are meant to be on these medications, then you should be on your medications, like the antihypertensives, like the oral hypoglycemics for diabetic control. And for other people who have other long-term illnesses that they require routine medications, they need to be on these medications and they need to be compliant. Because the truth is, being human, at some point, you may feel, I'm tired of these medications. I've been taking them for a long time. Do I have to keep taking this?
Just take a break for now.
Yeah, but the truth of the matter is when you remind yourself of the complications and the things that can potentially go wrong when you stay off those medications,
just have to keep going.
That will be a motivation for you to do the needful. Because it's always easier for you to manage the disease and manage it well than to try to manage the complications. In fact, most times complications can't even be managed because complications will deteriorate so quickly, can be potentially fatal, very expensive to manage, and nobody wants to find themselves there. When you can actually tackle it when it is not serious yet. So for those on medications for chronic illnesses, the best advice to you is stay compliant with your medication, adhere to your doctor's prescription, and make sure that you don't get tired of those meds. Even when you do, try to encourage yourself. And this also goes to the loved ones and the relatives and friends of such people, to encourage them, to make them, see the silver lining that, look, you can manage your condition well and still have a good quality of life. So we all need that support around us to keep us going.
Really. Let's all help one another. So it's been a really interesting conversation. Right about now, we're going to take a short break. And when we return, we'll talk more about this topic of discussion. Please stay with us. Welcome back. This is still Health Check on Voice of the People Television. I'm still Praise Peters, and I'm still joined with Dr. Charles Adeogo. And we've been talking about how you can manage your health adequately in this festive season. We've talked about making sure that you're in control of your health, making sure that you stay put to the nutritional things you need in your body. Be intentional about what you eat, be intentional about your sleep, and all of that. So, Doctor, we start talking about lifestyle realities in this festive season and all of that. So I must confess that sleep suffers in December from traffic. People travel, traffic, parties, end of year deadlines. People are running on vibes, coffee, taking caffeines and all of that. So we really need to know how dangerous this is. So what does poor sleep actually do to the body? Because when we know what we are up against, we better manage things.
So sleep deprivation, like you rightly said, is a very key problem that happens during the festivities. A lot of people are going for the endless concerts, like you said, travels and trips. But we need to also know that you need a healthy balance. You need to maintain a healthy balance when it comes to your sleep. If you don't get the needed hours of sleep, your body pays for it in different ways. You may find out that you're having low energy levels, you're feeling lethargic, you're having headaches you can't explain, you're having muscular aches and pains, yes, irritability, yes, cranky, and easily angered, you have very short temper, and then you also notice...
Funny how some people don't know that it is sleep that is causing
exactly,
this.
That happens.
I don't know why, I just feel angry.
Why is your body peppering you like this? Exactly, yeah, because it's a form of stress.
Really
and then most importantly, your body interprets it as stress. Because when your body can't regulates itself to put itself to sleep, get refreshed, because that's the natural mechanism by which your body replenishes itself, rejuvenates itself, and then revitalizes itself. So if you're not getting that sleep, what will happen is that your immune system would even pay for it, because you become more vulnerable to illnesses. You're able to pick up infections. Your body cannot actually defend itself like it should. So you find out that you fall ill more frequently when you are sleep deprived. And then we now talk of the emotional and psychological effects, and even the mental health effects of insomnia or sleep deprivation. A lot of people, when they don't get to sleep well, they notice that they are at risk of having elevated blood pressure, and they are also prone to having anxiety disorders, because when you're not sleeping, your head is firing. You're always thinking of your next deadline, what to do next, all the things you have undone, and this, worsens your stress levels ultimately. And for a lot of people that also have an existing mental health disorder, it may actually give them a crisis, tip them into a crisis and make things worse for them. So it's very essential that we have a healthy balance between our level of activity and rest. Rest is mandatory. It is not something that you can say, okay, when it comes, it comes. It's not negotiable. For your body to perform optimally, you need to get the needed rest. Yes, that's the only way you can actually do well and be a healthy person. And a lot of people don't know where to draw the lines. You must have boundaries when it comes to your level of activities. You must have your normal working hours and you have your rest hours. So when it gets into your rest hours, you should shut down. Shut down physically, shut down mentally, shut down emotionally, so that you can, get your body the needed rest it needs for it to function well. You can't expect so much from your body that you're not nourishing, in terms of food and in terms of enough rest, because all this ultimately play out, when it comes to your general well-being.
Yeah. So let's talk about exercise now. So some people might not have all the time to hit the gym and all of that. So could things like dancing in parties serve as exercise? It's movement now. I mean, not emotion.
Yeah, dancing is a form of exercise.
So
yes.
how can we,
Absolutely,
and then
that works.
That as well as emotional stress. So how can we manage emotional stress, and how does it quietly show up in our bodies? Please just answer those two in one.
Okay, so when you dance, yes, it's good exercise. That helps you circulation and all that, and the endorphins, the feel-good hormones. Your mood is brightened, and you cheer up, and you just let go, and you're happy. You enjoy the moments. That's fine, and it's healthy. But all the same, emotional stress or emotional distress, like you suggested from your question, is something that comes to everybody, but it's how you manage it that counts. A lot of people are less expressive. Even when they're going through a lot of distress, you may not even notice anything on them. They are bottling in so much, they've sucked in so much, and you would absolutely not sense it around them. But for other people, you find them lethargic, you find them, uninterested in things, and then it shows that, they're showing maybe mild signs of depression. And for some other people, you may actually find them having sleep disturbances. And ultimately, for somebody who is a worker or a professional, it may show up as brain fog, brain fatigue, and then, the clarity of the mind reduces, lower concentration at work, and ultimately the proficiency at the, on the work is affected. There's a decline in the proficiency because the person is not working with a clear mind and a clear head. So emotional distress is something that requires proper management on the part of the individual, knowing that you can only do something about what you can control. The things that you can't control, then you just have to find a way to not bother too much about them.
So I'm so sorry to cut you short there, but mental health often doesn't go on holiday, right? So for some people feeling lonely, they're feeling overwhelmed, feeling burned out, and everyone else seems happy. What would you like them to know?
I'd like them to know that whatever challenge they're going through that is putting them in that state is not peculiar to them. Because even the people you see dancing in the parties, if you actually sit down and ask them,
everybody's going through a lot.
Everybody's going through something, but the coping mechanism differs. So a person can actually be going through something worse than you are and may not be expressing it, or it may not be detectable around the person because the person is coping well with it, and the person can draw a boundary between the problem and their normal self. They're not letting it eat them up. They're not letting it get them non-functional. But there are some people, because of how they were raised, or their childhood experiences, or their personalities, they may not be able to withstand certain kinds of stress. And it shows all over them, even if a little thing goes wrong. But for those kind of people, we need to encourage them to, you know, it would be wrong to say grow tough skin, because it's not appropriate to say that.
Yeah.
But it is appropriate that you find a coping mechanism that works for you. If you know you are stressed out about something, then go to the things that relaxes you. If you know you enjoy music, when you're stressed out, take some time off, go for that relaxing music.
Yeah.
If you know you can do exercise, go for the exercise. You can do your meditation, you can do your prayers, you can do your reading, you can even go for a walk. All these things help. And then if you need to talk to someone, then you should. Because when it comes to mental health, you know, communication is key. You may need to see a professional, you may need to go for therapy. You know, it doesn't mean that you're a psychiatric patient. It just means that you're a human.
Thankfully, you all don't go on break, so.
So it's very essential that you get the needed expert help as at when things are not escalating yet. So it's very important that we know that emotional stress is real. Everybody goes through one thing or the other. There's nobody who is alive who is not dealing with one thing or the other, but the ability to cope with it and the ability to stay functional in spite of what you're experiencing is what makes the difference.
Absolutely. So let's talk about the very interesting part that I am interested in. So let's talk about food, drinks, and all of that. So is the problem the jollof rice or the portion? And what do you think drinking responsibly is? And are there people that should not even drink responsibly at all? Like, are there people that should not even drink at all? You shouldn't think about drinking responsibly. And talking about the sugar intakes, you know, how does all of these things now, how do they sum up to be a health challenge by January or when the festive season is over?
Well, the problem is not only the jollof rice. The problem may be in the jollof rice. The problem may be in the portion. Because the truth is, when it comes to condiments and what people use as seasonings in food, you'll be shocked what people add to food just to make it taste nice. And there are some of these condiments that are added in terrible amounts just because people crave a certain taste sensation. And when that happens, they're putting their health at risk. You can't be putting MSGs, excess salt in your food just for it to taste nice. And people who are potentially hypertensive or are hypertensive are eating that food. People are eating fries, eating all sorts of things that you are not even sure the kind of oil it was made from and all that, because you're eating from one party to the other. So you can't be inspecting how they cooked or what commodities they used in cooking. So basically, portion control, you know, can be a problem. The components of the food, the seasonings and the additives to the food can also be a problem. Then for drinking responsibly, I think every adult, I don't expect a child to drink, but at least every adult that is drinking knows that alcohol is not water. They know that at the back of their minds. So whatever craving you have, whatever festivities, whatever partying is happening, you should know that this has an effect on your health. This is a substance that is potentially dangerous to your health, even for a young person. And you know that whatever you take, it is more of what volume of this, what quantity of it am I consuming? So you don't get carried away in the moment. You don't get carried away with the loud music, the excitement, the celebration, and you just keep opening bottles and bottles and not actually taking into consideration what you're taking into your body and the potential effect it's going to have on you. So drinking responsibly has to do with you having a self-awareness, prioritizing your health, knowing that even though you are taking alcohol, which research has shown has, you know, little to no benefits to your body, you know, even in small amounts, if you can do without it, the better for you. But you know, it is what it is. People would always drink alcohol, but drinking responsibly entails you being responsible for your health and being self-aware and having a consciousness that you're not going to destroy your body with your own hands. So it comes from that knowledge and from that mindset that whatever you take, you know, your body responds to it one way or the other. So you're going to just have boundaries, safe boundaries, and after which you are going to say no to whatever influence is coming after that boundary has been, or the limit has been reached. And for other people who should not even drink alcohol at all, a lot of people fall into that category. You cannot be a patient or an individual with an existing liver condition
and you're thinking
and
of
you're
drinking.
thinking or considering drinking alcohol, because you only fast forward your life. That's the truth.
I love that phrase.
That is just the truth. You only just
you
press
push
the
your life
fast
for
forward.
times.
Yeah, so you just press the fast forward button and everything just goes very quickly, very fast.
My goodness.
And you just see yourself at the end.
Mm.
So you don't want to do that.
Yes.
And then there are a lot of people also that, you know, you have an existing gastritis, you have chronic peptic ulcer disease, you have some digestive issues, and you're bombarding yourself. Or you have a cardiovascular ailment that you're dealing with. You have hypertension that is difficult to control, or you are diabetic, or you are obese, and you're still binging on alcohol. It is not going to help you.
Absolutely.
So this is not about drinking responsibly. This is about alcohol cessation completely. Yeah. So for such people, the advice is find alternatives. And the important thing is, for you to stay alive, you need to make the right choices. So if you're making a choice for something that will fast forward your life, you know where that ends eventually, and nobody prays for that.
Yes, absolutely. So while we wrap this up, I'd just love to ask this one question. So if someone wants to start their new year, you know, healthy, without pressure, without guilt, what small habits should they focus on first? Because people tend to see wellness check and all that as a Herculean task. So what small habits should they focus on first to, you know, at least help them take one step closer and closer into living a healthy life? And as we wrap up the year, what is your one message to viewers who want to enjoy life yet stay healthy?
Okay, so the little steps that you can take, first and foremost, you are what you eat. So nutrition, it can't be wrong, because whatever you take into your body has an effect on your health. So first and foremost, emphasis on balanced diet, emphasis on your fruits and vegetables, emphasis on adequate hydration, stress management, especially for people in urban settings like Lagos. You don't want to be held in traffic. If you have no business going out, stay in your house.
Stay in your house, and there's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, and there's nothing wrong with, you can have fun in your house as well than for you to stay long hours in traffic. And then also you want to be safe during the holidays. You don't want to go to potentially dangerous place, you know, like the beaches and all that. Make sure safety first. Everywhere you go, whether you're going swimming or whatever, always be safe, safety conscious. It's very essential that whatever you do in this festive period, you have a sense of awareness. And then also exercising. A lot of people may forget to exercise. Please exercise. It doesn't need to be going to the gym all the time. It could be your walks, it could be your brisk walking, it could be jogging, it could be using the staircase. All that, you know, they all add up. And then ultimately your own mental health too. Avoid stress. Things that have happened in the past that are negative or not desirable outcomes.
Let them go.
Just let them go with the outgoing year. Let them just go. Let go of things, let go of grudges, let go of disagreements, you know, and start the new year on a clean slate so that your mental health and your emotional health, you know, is freed, so that you can bring in new ideas. Your mind will be innovative and creative and all that. You'll be able to function better than for you to get into a new year, you know, carrying grudges from previous years, and then, you know, all the things that didn't go well in your workplace, you're letting it spill over into the new year. It's very necessary you let go of all that, because those are the little steps that you can take to free yourself. You can free your body, free your mind, free your emotions. That's how you can stay healthy. So these are all the healthy lifestyle decisions that everybody must take, because it pertains to everybody regardless of their age groups, because it will still work for them equally.
Oh, wow. I must say that this has been a very, very enlightening episode. Thank you so much, Dr. Adiogo.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you very much for your time, for your insights, and your commitments to public health, really.
Thanks.
All right, so our viewers, remember, we've heard a lot today. Remember that your health is your greatest asset. Protect it, nurture it, and prioritize it. You can enjoy the festivities, and please do so responsibly. Balance celebration with care and moderation. We really emphasize on that today. moderation with mindfulness. This has been Health Check, and I'm Praise Peters. Until next time, stay healthy, stay informed, and live well. Happy holidays.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Sowore, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to VOP TV, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from the Real Housewives of Lagos and the Real Housewives Ultimate Girls Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
All right, hello, everyone. It's about that shaking the man fine back with Melanie Poppy Black Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know what you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weight.
Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi guys, you already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers boy ever live. Keep watching VOP TV. Thank you.
Hi people, Jenny Albano here. Guys, please keep watching Voice of the People.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Hello there, my name is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chiki Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello peeps, my name is Yomi E. Adejimo.
Hi everyone, I'm Paul Utomi.
Hi everyone, my name is Stacey Benjamin, and this is Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked to VOP TV. See, are you looking for good entertainment? You want to get good movies, good music, politics, talk shows, sports and entertainment. You really want a channel that gives you everything you need without you having to run around. VOP is where you are. That's Voice of the People.
If you're not listening to this, you're not one of us, and you deserve to be killed. Scrap chat. Don't be killed, but watch it, or I'll find you, and I want you. And you are locked on VOP TV. Don't go nowhere. This is where the juice is. This is where all you need for entertainment, politics, movies, and whatnot.
And keep watching VOP TV.
So keep it locked, because I'm locked already, man, and it's money back guarantee. So you're gonna have a good time, because I do.
And please keep watching VOP TV.
I won't want you actually. I beg you, subscribe, watch it. If not, whatever you see. You better not touch that dial, because VOP is the plot.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour, as e dey hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before. To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
My name is Tao Familoni, and here's to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
Arararara, my name is Made Kuti and you're watching VOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Lovisha Nelson One, your #1 celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyo Sarate is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging. Picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV. Live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Ampelon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please the sport.
And it's Hakim Ziyech who puts the Atlas.
2564 is coming up on Burning 9 right.
The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Voice of the People, you can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Soibifa Dokobo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikenda Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka. I'm Ayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging, picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV. Live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Voice of the People, you can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Soibifa Dokobo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikenda Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka, Amayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
Uye Osarate is my name. I am a friend of the microphone. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios. Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging, picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I'll be like, well, this TV station will go places. Voice of the People TV.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV. Live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Ovisha Nelson One, your #1 celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Bomakore, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to VOP TV, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from the Real Housewives of Lagos and the Real Housewives Ultimate Girls Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
All right, hello, it's a brother Shaggy, the man fine back with Melanie Poppy Black Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know why you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weight.
Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi guys, you already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers boy ever live. Keep watching VOP TV. Thank you.
Hi people, Ginny Albano here. Guys, please keep watching Voice of the People.
From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger.
To the
A very wonderful welcome to you out there. Welcome on board, and welcome to a new week of blessing, a new week of favor, a new week for us to, hope for a better tomorrow. Welcome on board. It is People's Voice on VOP TV, where season stories shape the narrative, and of course, we'll be dissecting the same conversation we actually, took upon ourselves since last week, Wednesday. We decided to do a retrospect as regards to the 2025, and we really tried our best to wrap it up, on Friday, but unfortunately we couldn't actually, draw and call on Friday, so we decided to extend it to today. So today would be the final, the final slot, the final straw. Today will be the final, situation as regards to us dissecting it, having a slice of the reflections of 2025, and afterwards we'll just tell 2025 it was worth a while, and thank you very much for actually allowing us to see you through, and here we are in 2026. Today we'll be reflecting on 2025, a year of resilience and reform in Nigeria. It happened that the year came in after so much tension in the country, and so much happened at a very fast pace, where we actually thought that some things were meant to actually work out well for us, and not only that, we're thinking that we'd actually have soft landing in the second quarter of the year. But I wouldn't say unfortunately, but as we would have it, as we would see it, some things actually remained, and everybody were just busy talking about politics, giving projections. The only song we heard from everyone or the leaders was just about 2027, at some point it looked like the 2026 was not existing because they were all only talking about 2027. But here we are in 2026, so we just have to take our time to do a retrospect and talk about everything that actually happened. And we took it off from Wednesday, where we, had the conversation from January, February, and March. And on Thursday, we moved ahead, April to June, July, and Friday we moved. But here, presently, we're actually in October. I think we did September, so we're actually in October. So we'll be taking it off from there, and we're sure that we would actually rest the conversation today. And from tomorrow, we'll be back to our Nigerian situation and topic, back to factory reset. Join the conversation with experts in certain season perspective. Share your thoughts with us. I am Savior Udo. And of course, you agree with me that 2025 was a pivotal year for Nigeria, which actually marked a very intense political maneuvering, persistent economic challenges, escalating insecurity, and of course, incremental reform under President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. The nation actually grappled in deepening corruption, scandal, widespread social unrest driven by hardship. And we'll be dissecting all of this particular conversation and more today, just because we're privileged to do that. And not only that, reassessment is also good. And sometimes you just have to, take a step back and actually, do a review as regards to your proof of concept, and also tell yourself the truth. Did I really do well in all of this particular thing, or where do I need to, work on myself? Basically, that's all we're doing for our nation, because here is people's voice, and here we amplify people's voice, and we give people more than just a voice. To join the conversation, kindly call the number 09044732605, 09044732605. Follow us on social media at VOPTV Live, and of course on YouTube. You can actually go straight there. People's Voice on VOPTV. On YouTube, we are Voice of People TV. Kindly hit the subscribe button, and together we can make our voices heard. It is time for us to go on a quick break, but please don't forget that if you have anything you need to also contribute as regards to the retrospect, you can drop your messages, and I would read it via the WhatsApp platform. This is the last edition of the review, and I want you to actually be a part of this particular segment. You don't go nowhere. We would like to go on a quick break. As soon as we return, we'll be dissecting the conversation, reflecting on 2025, a year of resilience and reform in Nigeria. Don't go nowhere. Stay tuned. Welcome back to the program, It is Still People's Voice on Voice of the People Television. Straight to the business of the day, because we don't want to be pressed for time later, okay? We have joining me, which I actually decided, to keep him since Wednesday for this particular, edition of the program. Mr. Ikundayo Lawa, a public affair and of course a political analyst. You're welcome on board, sir.
Thank you.
How was your weekend?
Yeah, not bad.
So we're here again to take our final slice.
Yeah.
Okay, joining us virtually. Fortunately, he planned, joining the review, and but unfortunately, he had so much, to do as regards to moving here and there with friends and family, enjoying himself in the street of Lagos, and of course, everywhere to be precise. But finally, I was able to drag him here today. And he actually said, I know that I'll be part of this particular review before it ends, and today he's here. Joining us virtually, Dr. Kayode, a social political technocrat and of course, aviation safety expert. Good afternoon, Doctor.
Yes. Good afternoon, Savior. I'm glad to be here with you. Happy New Year to you. Happy New Year to the VOP family, and Happy New Year to our viewers. We are hoping that the new year will bring something new to us. However, I've advised Nigerians, we have to transmute our political apathy to political anger in this 2026.
Okay. All right, Doctor, thank you so much for being part of the show and, of course, joining us today. And we also have joining us today, we'll be bringing in a lady joining us virtually, Olajumoke Abimbola, politician, social commentator. Good afternoon, Olajumoke, are you there?
Yeah, good afternoon, Shagun.
You're welcome on board.
Thank you so much.
How was your weekend?
It was fine, thank you.
All right, welcome on board. Quickly, we'd like to just dissect this particular one, and let's go straight into the conversation. Of course, just like I reiterated, we touched January. January was, about economic reforms, where the president actually, assigned different tax reform, but four to be precise, were quite, loud to us. He signed four tax reform bills, into law in January. And of course, we had different issue of corruption, where the U.S. Agreement as regards to $52.88 million being forfeited out of corruption proceeds to Nigeria. Different loots, and I think Malami is still going through part of them, which happens to be a virtual loot. But till now, we're yet to actually get accountability and, of course, how the money was spent and what it was utilized for. But and away from that particular one, insecurity also, which is still ravaging the land, also surfaced in January. And moving to February, security situation also still happened. The Boko Haram became quite serious. And moving to educational system, yes, the ASU strike also came in at some point, and the government also, we're still talking about the 2025 amendment of appropriation bill, and in March, the drama between the predecessor and the successor happened in River State, which they are still going through another loggerheads presently. In March, the state of emergency, and of course, a political crisis happened where the president declared a state of emergency on the 18th of March, 2025. Yes, suspending Governor Siminalayi Fubara. That actually happened, and we had everybody debating as regards to the presidential power, and the GDP also, surfaced at some point, and people started, quarreling as regards to what the government were telling us as regards to our GDP. Telling us that reforms were actually okay. But the end bad governance hashtag, became a trend where Nigerians were saying the hunger was too much. And in April, health sector also, decided to go on strike because of a low remuneration for them. And economic situation, inflation also, disturbed food prices. And of course, the price, surged to an extent. But the government were actually saying that inflation eased by 24.23%, and moving on, we had aviation situation as well, talking about infrastructure, saying that they will be developing different, parts of the aviation system, which we're yet to see it in 2026. Of course, they would just tell us that they did some renovations. That's what they can actually talk about. But in May, we had, more situation as regards to, anti-government protests because of poverty and inflation, driving the people, the citizens into economic hardship, and away from that particular one, we also have in that same I believe in that same May, yes, in that same May, we had some a group of armed, personnel who surfaced as well, and the government, said they were going to do something about that, and the international community also criticized the government failure to protect the citizen. That particular period, that particular one also happened before the ASU, came in, and economic situation. In June, tax reforms also happened. I'm just bringing everyone up to speed because the only person who's aware of all of this is just Mr. Lawal here with me in the studio. And of course, corruption of high-profile trials continued. That's governor of Central Bank, the former governor of Central Bank, Godwin Emefiele, and Yahaya Bello, which the EFCC just released a statement that Yahaya Bello is not guilty until the court says otherwise. So why was he wanted in the first place?
No.
I just saw that particular one today, but we'll be getting into all of this conversation. And yes, in that same, June, the aviation system, they said they aim at improving safety and infrastructure, and to do so many things which we're still waiting for them to do. In July, they told us that our inflation, eased at 22.97%, but food prices were not showing what they told us that was going on as regards to their statistics. And in August, nationwide strike, happened, and bad governance, and of course, we had hunger, skyrocket to a point where we were begging that a minimum wage be increased. The minimum wage, to an extent, was increased, but implementation became another problem for some governors, and I went on the street to do a vox pop, and that was when I heard that some Loma officials were not even seeing, their own, minimum wage as at between July and August, when the president actually, was telling them to go ahead with it. But here we are in September, where a strike and power outage happened as well. And I remember the president said that ASU strike will become a thing of the past, but of course it's still the present. And we were asking, it was in September, we were asking on Friday that, why is it that our national grid is always falling sick and every time it's always collapsing and fainting? What's really going on? It's epileptic, and till now we're still waiting to get a particular, reply, which the SERAP actually reached out to, they wrote to the president to actually probe that particular ministry as regards to, some funds, that has not been accounted, for. And in October, pardons and infrastructure, a situation happened where the president, granted clemency to 175 people. And of course, a posthumous pardon also happened, the about Matkoli and the Ogoni 9 also happened. So, gentlemen of the press, I've actually taken you up to speed till, October. But let me just add here for November, where pension protests also happened, food inflation also happened in November, and pensioners, of course, had issues, and they planned a nationwide strike, and of course, they called it a naked protest over economic hardship, in the land. And resident doctors also threatened, strikes as regards to November. So I'll be resting it here in November before we'll take December for a close. So let me start with Dr. Kayode. Doctor, you heard all of, the synopsis I took just to give you clarity as regards to what the retrospect of 2025 has been so far. So I'd like you to, dive into this conversation now.
Yes. Thank you very much for even calling me first to dive into this conversation. I will first of all start with the falling of our national grid. The falling of our national grid. I've always been saying it, and I continue to say it. Our national grid, that is GREED, will never allow our national grid to work. Our national grid, that is the grid of our people, the grid of those people that are in charge, the grid of our leaders, will never allow our national grid to work. And I will quote one of my mentors, Mahatma Gandhi. Mahatma Gandhi said, and I quote, "Our resources are just enough for our needs and not for our greed." Our resources are good enough for our needs and not for our greed. And to that extent, when our leaders are portraying more than serving the people, their hedonistic tendencies, there is no way we can be able to shore up our infrastructural deficits. I will give you an example. Lagos, Calabar highway, coastal highway. How was that contract allocated? Who was the contract allocated to? And did it pass through the normal process it should pass through? And who are gaining from it? Let's move forward. Look at the petroleum industry. Dangote mentioned that the cost of selling out his product from his tank is just 350 something naira or thereabouts. But see how much they are selling fuel now. I bought fuel today at 732 naira per liter at one MRS. So tell me, that differential is going to who? The same hedonistic tendencies of our leaders. So as a service, their profligacy attitude, whereby the son of a political office holder will be going in retinue of convoys and security apparatus. Remember what Wole Soyinka said? Wole Soyinka said in his hotel he saw a young man with a lot of security people behind him, and he was asking, "Who is this?" And they now told him. And he now advised the president, Tinubu, that you need not to be pushing all the security people around. Now tell your son that the security is having alone is enough to fight terrorism. You can imagine that. Let us go to the political scene. Let's go to the political scene. How will somebody be bribing governors to defect from their party with 500 billion naira? 500 billion naira. Where is that money coming from? That means we are cutting the nose to spite the eye. Cutting the nose to spite the eye. That is being claimed to have gained from fuel subsidy removal are now being used frivolously for things that are mere mundane, things that do not add up to economic development and growth. Look at PDP. What is happening in PDP? Are you telling me it's normal? Are you telling me it's normal? Where Wike is being charged by his SY collaborator within PDP that is trying to hold on to PDP for Bola Ahmed Tinubu, and Wike now replying what's his name again? Sheyi Tinubu. Through
Sheyi Makinde, to be precise. Sheyi Makinde, not Sheyi Tinubu.
That if you account for the 50 billion naira intervention fund given to him, even though Sheyi Tinubu,
Sheyi Makinde, and that's from Ayo Fayose to Sheyi Makinde.
It's 30 billion. So the issue is this: when all these things are not put in place. In fact, we haven't seen nothing yet. Because all it did. Okay, let us also go to the issue of taxation. Let us go to the issue of taxation. In truth, is it what was passed by the National Assembly that was gazetted? Was there any case of forgery? And where my simple reply to that forgery issue of the tax reform has to do with there is no amount of rainfall. No matter the intensity of that rainfall, it can never change or remove the spot on the leopard skin. No matter the position you are handling, what you are is what you will always be. Forgery.
Okay, doctor.
Forgery.
Okay, doctor.
Can we also go back to even take a cursory look about series of forgery incidents that has happened in our nation, especially from the last election up till now? Certificate forgery, background forgery, name forgery, that forgery, even INEC result forgery. Then what are we expecting? Even immediately, you now see even puppies, SSS puppies, forging their results. Why? Because they are looking at the leadership. The leadership of any nation is the aggregation of the behavioral pattern of the society. So what are you talking about?
All right,
That's
doctor.
why I say, and I continue to say, 2026 is a decisive year where Nigerians must turn their political apathy to political anger.
Okay,
Alright?
thank you so much,
Alright.
doctor.
2027 will turn out to be a mirage.
Thank you so much, doctor, for that a wonderful submission. Sincerely, it shows that you have different issues as regards to the 2025 reforms and everything that was projected, in as much as the government actually said that they've done so much for the people. But let me go to Olajumoke. Are you there? Okay, let me come back to the studio now. Mr. Lawal, what do you think as regards to everything that doctor has said? But not only that, yes, I talked about November, but let me quickly bring December in. So when we are answering, we just do everything in closing together. December, of course, U.S. strikes and the end of the year reflection as regards to insecurity. USS strikes as regards to the ISIS in Sokoto sparked different reactions. Some were saying it was really wrong for the presidency or for the government to allow the US to come do their job, and some were saying this serves them right, and they even wanted more. That's on the 25th of December, which actually killed militants around that Sokoto axis that was mapped. And of course, we also had a mosque bombings, an abduction, which marks a very violent close, of the year. And we also have, the situation of the central bank projecting a 3.89% growth for 2025. And while that is going on, the grid also, collapsed again. The grid also collapsed again. And looking at December, different situation, happened, of course. And tax laws, was finally set, and the government said we're not going back. 2026, it would actually continue. So, what can you say as regards to this particular 2025 retrospect?
Yeah, thank you very much. Now, like a doctor said, corruption is another, is something that is really, really bothering us in this country. Each time we go to the polling booth to elect officers, we ended up electing many of them corrupt leaders. Without integrity. That's why I said that two businesses are the most lucrative business in Nigeria here. They don't suffer. They don't face hardship. No matter what you do, they strive very well. The first one is terrorism. The second one is corruption. In fact, corruption is number one. Corruption always strive very well in Nigeria. No matter the hardship, no matter the inflation, no matter what, it helps corruption. So corruption is is the biggest industry in Nigeria as of now. followed by terrorism. You kidnap, government come and negotiate with you.
Banditry.
Terrorism. I don't call it banditry, called terrorism. They negotiate with you, and then you are settled. You kidnap, you get paid in ransom. You abduct. You are persevered and get paid for that, and then the government continue monitoring you.
For us to have, a report that revealed that 1.38 trillion naira allegedly stolen in high-profile cases. How?
You are saying 1.3 trillion. It's even more than that. Even the coastal road, when Rufai was calculating on his program, he picked his calculator and started calculating before the minister. And so how much is a kilo? 1 kilo.
One kilometer.
Kilometer.
How much is? Yes.
How much? The man told him, and he calculated with his calculator and came back to a figure far lower than what they budgeted. And you get it. You can see. Look at the one they said NNPC. They said that the government write off NNPC debt. You are right. It's money that NNPC is supposed to allocate. Is supposed to. It's money that NNPC is supposed to give the government from its proceedings. That okay, this is what we made you. We are remitting this money.
Remittance, yes.
And then they couldn't remit the money.
And now they are writing it.
The government is now right. The question is, why would the government write?
Are not holding anybody accountable. And the fact that even if you wanted to write anything off, it was meant to be what we call concession, where you say, okay, out of 100%, give the government 70% back, or 80% back, or even 65%, and okay, whatsoever it is. But it is not even right.
Concessions. There's nothing like concessions. This thing is.
I say concession, yes.
No, concession. No. There's nothing like
financial institutions.
It's not acceptable. This case is not acceptable. You know why? Because it is on record that you are supposed to remit this money. It's already on record. You have made the money. Are you getting me?
And some of them had even logged it in that they've remitted the money.
So when you now calculated what they gave you, that they made, it was short. And the question that's supposed to come is that, why have you not remitted the Because what you told me you remit on paper is not what I received on my account. How can you now say you want to sit down and negotiate? That's not a negotiation. That is stealing. You stole that because the money is supposed to go to that account officially. It didn't go. On paper, it was already there. And then the question is, what happened to this money? The money must have gone into somebody else's private pocket. And you are now telling me you are writing it off. That means you forget it. To let them know that, okay, don't worry, next year you can do another one. There's not you will even not remit anything.
Who are the people behind NNPC?
Okay, who is the Minister for Petroleum? We should start with that now, because NNPC is under the Ministry of Petroleum. Abi? So who is the Minister for Petroleum? Are we not supposed to pick the minister first for questioning? That under your watch, so much corruption is happening. So who is the Minister for Petroleum? Wait. Let's say, who is the Minister for Petroleum?
What I
is the president. So if it is another ministry now, like you remember Ministry of Humanitarian? She was immediately relieved of her job. Do you remember? 2 of them.
Of course.
So many. There was a time they called Keyamo, Minister for Aviation, to come and explain what is that. They called me. Then the Minister for Petroleum is the president, nobody.
Mr. Lawa.
And you are telling me we are operating democracy. So where is that democracy defined?
Mr. Lawa, this is it. I'm not against who and who is not the Minister of Petroleum. Of course, we know we have a standing order in this country as regards to that sector. But what I'm coming. But my major question is this: who are the people behind NNPC? I was not mentioning who is, because you can actually be, and I'll give you an instance. You can actually be, just like the way Buhari of blessed memories, the former president, was the president of this nation, and he had one of the most corrupt cabinets in this country. And guess what? And guess what? Don't forget that some of these revelations actually surfaced, some at the tail end of his administration, some after he left office. Do you understand? So it means that you can actually be in charge of the house And some things might still be happening without your consent. That's what I want to presume or I want to assume.
And if you let it go,
but
you are not in charge.
But now that's another angle that you should now talk about. But my main concern here is, if Dangote, that has actually thrived in the cement industry, it thrived as regards to, a food condiment industry, now it moved to the eye of petroleum. And he used the statement. He said the cabal in petroleum industry is the strongest and the biggest. I never knew it would be like this. Meaning, as big as Dangote is, in this nation or in Africa, those cabal are also suffocating him or fighting him as regards to the oil sector. And this is the reason why I am asking, who are the people that first, they cannot be mentioned. Their names have never been mentioned. But if you look at the trajectory as regards to NNPC, there are so many things that just come and go as regards to NNPC. And nobody's really looking at, the eye of these people.
Because the person in charge, if you put somebody in charge or somebody is in charge, and he cannot control the area is in charge, or he lets so many things that are abnormal to pass under him. Even some he knows, he even let it go. Like this one, they are telling us the federal government write off the debt. Then you should ask the person, are you sure you are not the cabal or you are not the head of the cabals? Because if you are in charge and some things like this are happening and some people like cabals are the one in charge, can't you bring these cabals to book? And if you refuse to bring them to book, then definitely you are part of the cabal. That is it. That's the fight, the major fight between Trump and Maduro of Venezuela. That the drugs are always coming into my country. Your country is always saying, I can't continue like this, be spending resources every now and then, trying to prevent these drug cartels from bringing drugs over. We have to take you out. So when people blame Trump or begin to criticize him for taking out Maduro from Venezuela, they should also look in depth into do you know what Mawa, the former governor of Lagos State, who is now the DG of NDLEA, do you know how many drugs cartel he has handled in this country? Do you know? He even said that, he even went as far as trying to get a law that anybody, any institution, if you are getting admission, you must undergo drug test.
Drug test.
To let him know how serious this thing is.
And when I read when I read that particular news here on national TV, I also mentioned that I would also want that same drug test to be conducted in the National Assembly.
And now?
Yeah. So please go ahead.
So you can see, if you now say that you are ahead, or this under your watch, things like this are happening and people are crying. Even this one and you refuse to. Let me say this one of NNPC we didn't know about is a different case. But this one and you are writing it off. Then you are not mentioning cabal. Then definitely you are part of the cabal or you are head of the cabal.
No, I mentioned cabal by
reiterating
what
said. Yes, that's what I'm saying. Because I'm talking to the government now.
Okay.
I'm talking to the government now. That if you are in government, you are in charge. You say you are in charge of the government, of that post. And then things like this are happening. If you didn't hear about it, it's a different case. It didn't surface. It's a different case. This is surfaced. And you are telling us that you are writing it off. Something so enormous. Something which, if you put all the budget, 1 year budget of all the countries in this ECOWAS, that budget will take care of all that country. You get what I'm saying? Yeah. Their budget, the budget of all the countries in West Africa, plus Niger and Mali and Ivory Coast, plus this budget will take care of all this money that you are saying you are writing on will take care of all their budgets. And then such a money that will make a substantial, enormous development in this country. And you are telling us you are writing it off. You get what I'm saying? And you are now telling me that Adagre is now saying there are cabals in oil, where the president is the minister for petroleum, and this thing happened in NNPC, and then the same government that the president is heading is writing it off, such an enormous amount. Then You tell me what exactly is going on. That's why I said corruption is the biggest business industry in Nigeria. Nothing affects it. It's the most thriving business in Nigeria. Go into corruption. Even if you steal 1 billion, just settle with half of it, and then your sins are forgiven. Don't you see it happening all over the place? We have plea bargain. See another story you are telling us about Yaya Bello. With that enormous noise all over the place.
That's what.
And then EFCC is telling us, the same years I took him up, is telling us that
I declared him wanted
until the court.
Yeah, says he's guilty.
Oh, he's guilty. Yeah. That means the evidence, you don't have any evidence to present in court. That's what you are telling. Because why will you pick him in the first place when you are telling that? You should be sure of yourself that no, this man can never get out of it. With the evidence I have,
so are you saying he can never get compromised?
Out. Yes, now for them to be telling us this. The question is, why did you pick him in the first place when if you are not sure? That means you have enough evidence. You have piled up your evidences against him before you can go to court. Is that not it? And you are now coming back to tell us that he has to be pronounced guilty before you're supposed to be telling us that with the load of evidence you have against this man, he can never get out of it. That's what you should be telling us, that you are sure of what you are presenting in court.
And the same man is actually going for senatorial.
Are you so sure that I'm going for
yes. Yeah, in Kogi State, to be precise. He will be going head to head with
Natasha.
All right, let me go back to Dr. Kayode. Hello, doctor.
Yes.
You heard the retrospect I took as regards to December.
When you were talking about cabal, when you were talking about cabal, you see, I've been saying it, that there is nothing that can go wrong within an organization if it's not being corrected as soon as immediately. Then the management must be held responsible. I also give you a quote by Amanpo of CNN that said, any insurgent that can never be quenched within 24 hours, then the leadership must be held responsible. Now, let me apply that one to the issue of cabal within the petroleum industry. If the Minister of Petroleum, who is also the President of Nigeria, cannot solve the problems being inflicted on Nigerians by them, then he is the head of the cabal. He is the head of the cabal. Because there is no way a judge who is a thief will ever jail a co-thief. So what are you talking about? We knew what Dangote faced because before he could start rolling out his petroleum products. Who is supposed to be in charge? Who is supposed to be in charge? Is it not the same president? So tell me, which cabal are we talking about?
Okay, doctor.
Yes.
All right. I totally understand that both you and Mr. Lawa, both of you are really venting, as regards to, this situation of corruption, because, if we want to take our time to do just a rough estimation of corruption, in this country from January last year till December last year, I think the book will be full, and I don't think Excel sheets can take everything. It's that bad, But let us also, in just a few minutes, talk about the tax law. For the government to actually say they're not going back as regards to the tax law, and 2026 has started already. So, what's your take as regards to that, Doctor? I'd like you to take this in 1 minute. Of course, I will need to round off now before I come back to the studio.
Well, you see, there is nothing difficult in governance if truly you are well prepared for it.
Okay.
If government is telling you they cannot handle something, is the thing bigger than them? Is it bigger than them? How can you say you cannot handle the issue of cabals? Is it possible?
Doctor, we're talking about tax laws now. We're talking about the tax law.
I'm coming.
Okay.
I'm coming. Well, is it possible? Now translate that one to the issue of tax laws. Number one, the National Assembly passed a law. After gazetting, a member of National Assembly said that thing had been tampered with. Another person within the National Assembly corroborated it. And then you are now saying probably it's typographical error. Just as the Supreme Court also said, or maybe appeal court, during the presidential election tribunal. So who is fooling who? Yoruba will say,
okay, doctor.
Don't feed me. I can feed myself.
Okay, doctor. Thank you so much.
I'm aware of all this. Okay, if you had changed some things there, when I say, okay, let us go to the drawing board and repeat it. And do this thing again. Now you are saying by all means, you must enforce it.
Okay.
Like I always tell you, Savior, I always tell you, one day, monkey go market, you know go come back.
Okay.
It is when you pursue the goat to the wall that you know that goat has teeth.
All right, thank you.
And I can assure you, the clouds are gathering.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dr. Dayo Kayode, for that final, thoughts. Of course, your
clouds are
submission.
gathering.
Thank you so much, sir. All right, let me bring it to the studio, Mr. Lawa. In just 1 minute, we need to, round off now. I want you to just, give reply as regards to the tax law that the government actually said they were not going back as regards to the tax law. But not only that, they said the tax law would favor the poor. So I want you to give your reaction.
That's what I'm wondering. How is it going to favor the poor? Just like a subsidy will favor you, it brought greater hardship on us. Worse, our life became worse. They said floating of the naira will favor us. It brought hardship, on us. So everything they tell us will favor us or don't always favor us. So that is the rhetoric. But one thing is this: you can't tax poverty. You can only tax wealth. A nation in which the people are struggling, they are struggling with the little they have, can't be enough, and you want to tax that nation. Directly and indirectly, you will tax the poor. Because you say you are taxing the rich, you are increasing minimum wage. That minimum wage will cross that threshold of 800,000, and then they will start paying the tax. So how do you help them? Second, when you tax the rich will put it on the goods that the poor will buy, and the goods will increase. So how do you help the poor? Because they will simply transfer it to the poor.
So
the third one is that they said there's a disparity between the two documents. This document is the one we say you should go and work on.
Yeah.
The one you did is having changes.
Not tallying, yes.
Yes, with the one. Are you not supposed to look at it and say, sorry, let's put it on hold, pending when we resolve this
But my
issue.
question, doctor, was our situation always, meant to be that way? And why should we always have, different results or, situations like this where documents must always be different? Can't we just pass something and let this particular thing move from this table to this table to this office and it is still the same? Must somebody always tamper with something? But I think I would have to leave us with that particular question. Must somebody, almost people always
with budget, they do it with budget too.
Must there be always tampering? Can we just take our hands off tampering in this country so that a common man can actually have a life? That's how far we can actually go on the show, this wonderful evening. Don't forget that the views and opinion expressed by our analysts, of course, are solely their own and do not reflect that of VOP Media. Coming up next is Locker Room. If you love the world of sports, I'd like you to stay put. Of course, I believe the Super Eagles will be playing, shortly, and they've been promised about 14 million naira for each goals, and I believe that would actually, boost their confidence as regards to them going on the pitch with a good spirit. This is how far I can actually go. Don't give up because it is not over Tough time doesn't last, but tough people do last. Whatsoever you face, soon be over, and you will definitely smile again. My name remains Xavier Udo. Have a good evening. Rest.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Ovisha Nelson One, your #1 celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyi Osarate is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging, picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV. Live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Voice of the people. You can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Sowore. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikenda Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka, Amayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
Odumegwu Ojukwu, born November 4th, 1933 in Zugero, Nigeria, died November 26, 2011 in London, England. The Nigerian military leader and politician who was head of the secessionist state of Biafra during the Nigerian Civil War. Ojukwu was the son of a successful Igbo businessman. After graduating from the University of Oxford in 1955, he returned to Nigeria to serve as an administrative officer. After 2 years, however, he joined the army
and was rapidly promoted thereafter. In January 1966, a group of largely Igbo junior army officers overthrew Nigeria's civil government, but they were forced to hand power to the highest ranking military officer, Major General T.U. Johnson Aguiyi Ronson, also an Igbo. He appointed Lieutenant Colonel Ojukwu as military governor of the mostly Igbo Eastern region. However, Hausa and Yoruba army officers from the northern and western regions feared a government dominated by the Igbo, and in July 1966, northern officers staged a successful counter-coup in which Lieutenant Colonel, later General Yakubu Gowon, was installed as the new head of state. Under Gowon's rule, Ojukwu retained his command of the eastern region. Meanwhile, the rising tide of feeling against the Igbo and the northern region led to a large-scale massacre of Igbos by northerners in May to September 1966. Ojukwu responded in March to April 1967 by separating the Eastern Regional Government administration and revenues from those of the federal government. Mounting secessionist pressures from his fellow Igbo finally compelled Ojukwu on May 30th, 1967 to declare the Eastern region an independent sovereign state as the Republic of Biafra. Federal troops soon afterward invaded Biafra. The Civil War broke out in July 1967. Ojukwu led Biafra's unsuccessful struggle to survive as an independent state throughout the Civil War, and on the eve of Biafra's surrender in 1970, he fled to Cote d'Ivoire, where he was granted asylum. Ojukwu remained in exile until 1982, when he was pardoned and returned to Nigeria. He joined the National Party of Nigeria (NPN) in January 1983 and subsequently attempted to re-enter politics. His bid for the Senate representing the state of Anambra was unsuccessful. He was detained for 10 months following a coup that brought Muhammadu Buhari to power at the end of 1983. In 1993, he once again joined a political party, this time the Social Democratic Party, but he was disqualified from running for president. A member of constitutional conferences in 1993 and again in 1994 and 1995, he, along with other former Nigerian leaders, was consulted in 1998 by Abdulsalam Abubakar, the military head of state, as Nigeria once again began the process of converting from military to civilian rule. In 2003, Ojukwu, representing a new political party that he helped form, the All Progressive Grand Alliance, unsuccessfully ran for president. He ran again in 2007 but was defeated by the ruling party's candidate, Umaru Yar'Adua, in an election that was strongly criticized by international observers as being marred by voting irregularities. Ojukwu had several honors and titles bestowed upon him during his life, including the honorary chieftaincy title Ikemba of Nnewi.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV. Live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
All right, so now beautiful time to talk of football on the locker room of Voice of the People television. I am Jerry Apeliohai, and all attention is on Morocco. Talking about the Northern African country because the biggest football competition as far as the continent of Africa is concerned is currently going on. The round of 16 has started since Saturday, and so far so good. We've seen blockbuster fixtures for those who have been enjoying the AFCON. Talking about the best of African football going on in Morocco. The Super Eagles have a date with Mozambique later this evening. We'll be taking a look at that and more on the program this lovely afternoon. And of course, so much went down in the Premier League, talking about some coaches are getting sacked. It started off with Chelsea. It looks like it has spread to Old Trafford. What can you say? So much to look forward to. I am Jerry Apeliohai saying welcome once again to the show. And of course, it promises to be exciting. It's a full house. Ikechukwu makes a return. And of course, Mayowa will also be a part of it as we take a look at the round of 16 clashes. So much to look forward to. And don't forget to hit that subscribe button for those who are watching us on YouTube. You can also join the conversation. And of course, drop your comments on the comment section. We'll be able to take them as the show progresses as well. And of course, Ikechukwu, the AFCON so far so good. I must say there was a big surprise at the AFCON just because a one-man down team went ahead to win via penalties. So much for what we see in Europe happening at the African Cup of Nations.
Well, I mean, it's busy to talk football here, Jerry. It's a brand new week. Football happened over the weekend. Lots of conversations to actually look into. Coach being, leaving their job. Maiwa pretty happy now. Ruben Amorim finally left him at Old Trafford. Chelsea, on Friday, the news of Chelsea actually happened. And of course, yes, the AFCON, the biggest showpiece right now when it talks about football across the world, I must say. The big guns are actually, taking the lesser team out. We expect to actually see the teams that have qualified make it round to the quarterfinals so far. And of course, I think it's going to continue that same way until we get to the quarterfinals. Maybe then it's going to be difficult to actually predict who will be going through to the next round. But all around, it's an amazing time to talk football again here in the locker room, Jerry. It's good to have you.
All right, so much to look forward to. And of course, Mayowa, I guess, to join us eventually. Mayowa, it's great to have you join us on the locker room. Okay, Mayowa is not yet in. Definitely, I would like to ask him and also tell him about my prophecy about his team and talking about it coming to pass in the year 2026. Maybe I should apply to become a prophet this time. Maybe I'll make some good bucks and acquire some members in my own, talking about own parish. But let's take a look at the AFCON so far so good. Papa Gaye scored twice as much fancied Senegal came from behind to beat Sudan 3-1 on Saturday and seal a place in the quarterfinals of the African Cup of Nations, while 10-man Mali edged Tunisia in a dramatic penalty shootout. And of course, the champions in 2022, Senegal are seen as the biggest threat to host Morocco's dreams of winning a first AFCON title in half a century. And of course, it would have been a huge shock had the Lions of Teranga lost in Tangiers to a Sudan side almost 100 places beneath them in the FIFA rankings. Sudan reached the knockout stage for just the second time since lifting the trophy in 1970, despite the country being ravaged by civil war for almost the last 3 years. This same team did not score a goal in the group stages. The only goal they scored to win a game was actually an own goal. And of course, what a beauty it was. They scored against Senegal. That means their first real goal was a beauty, and it was against Senegal. And it was looking like they might stop the Teranga Lions. But of course, the Malians gave fantastic talent. I remember him fondly this season for having a fight with his fellow teammate at Everton in that game against the Manchester United. That goal actually won the game. It looks like that guy knows how to score in games that his team eventually wins. And he scores twice. Gay is not a small player. He has played with Paris Saint-Germain, a top player. And of course, Senegal star-studded. I expect them to beat Sudan. Eventually, they did.
Yeah, of course. A lot of persons actually fancied that to be a walkover. And of course, looking at the scoreline, 3 goals is a walkover. Just that, Sudan managed to actually get a consolation goal in that particular one. But then it's actually, highly predictable that Senegal would definitely score at least 3 goals in that particular game. And looking at the arrays of players they actually have in their ranks, Sadio Mane, I mean, leader through and through. Papi Gueye, these guys a Trojan, an old horse when it comes to the midfield. And of course, he understands African football as well. If you look at the Senegalese team, one thing you not take away from them is that they do not lack any department of their team. They've got strength across board, and of course, a perfect blend of experience and youth. So it's going to be a very, very difficult one for any team to actually take them out of this particular tournament. And of course, Sudan really didn't stand a chance when they actually paired against the Teranga Lions. I mean, they've really been showing they're a team to be reckoned. Of course, they started this journey pretty much in 2002, where we started seeing crop of players, Yala Diop and co, stepped up, and then ever since, Senegal has always been a team that's always shown promise to actually lift the championship. Of course, until they got to the World Cup, they were the very first team to actually in Africa to go to the quarterfinals. They've shown that they've got quality. I mean, this is exactly what we expect to actually see. And I mean, kudos to them. I mean, we'll get to see how they definitely be turning out in the quarterfinals of this particular tournament.
All right, of course, they will now take on Mali. They will be taking on Mali in Tangiers, where they actually play their own game after beating Sudan to face their West African neighbors, Mali. Mali in the last 8 next Friday, after the Eagles prevailed 3-2 on penalties against Tunisia, following a 1-1 draw at the end of 90 minutes and extra time. Mali, who had never won the Cup of Nations, looked to be in trouble when fullback Woyo Coulibaly was sent off in the 26th minute at the Mohamed V Stadium in Casablanca for a nasty challenge in Hannibal Mejbri. Mali, they're used to some very, very interesting names. Sometimes you get confused who they're actually talking about. When I checked on the scores, I saw Coulibaly. I said, I hope it's not the Coulibaly I know. But Woyo Coulibaly, I think everybody has a chance of bearing Coulibaly in Mali anyway, except those who escaped it. Talking about maybe the day of the naming, they decided not to give him Coulibaly. But I did not see that coming. But anytime Mali and Tunisia plays, the last time there was a controversy. That was it the last AFCON when their game ended abruptly in the 85th minute. The referee forgot the time and decided to end the game in the 85th minute. This game always brings a lot of side attraction. This time around, the officiating was not the issue. But one man down, going on to beat them via penalties. Even Bissouma, of all people, missed a penalty. I don't know whether he was training for rugby or American football.
Of course, I mean, it's always going to be a very big game. The Tunisians actually, showed that they were actually a good team until they met the Super Eagles in the group stage. And of course, the Malians, ever since, you look at the Malian team, they are just one of those teams that whenever they are in AFCON, you just want to, be very careful with them. They always appear in the AFCON at the dark horse of every tournament. And this is no different. We saw them in last AFCON when Eritrea actually took them, to the last AFCON, and they gave a very good account of themselves. I mean, it was a very, very late, strike from, the Ivorians to actually turn the game on its head. I mean, they were all coasting home to victory until that, very sad incident happened. Now, of course, they're actually in this particular one. Like you said, this game always brings, lots of drama, and today is definitely not different. But it is football, and we've seen that, these guys can actually, decide, game in under split seconds. But it's just one of those very close games, and penalty shootout will always, like they always say, penalties is a no man's game, and of course, a game of chance. It's unfortunate, but of course, the team that actually won will definitely go home smiling, knowing that the quarterfinals beckons.
All right, of course, it has been just like Saturday was filled with so much fireworks. Sunday was also a blockbuster Sunday as far as the AFCON last 16 is concerned. Former Tanzania national team head coach now, because he got fired after they lost the game, so he's now former. Talking about Ade Amrouchi. For those who know African football very well, Amrouchi is a big name when it comes to coaching on the continent of Africa. And of course, he has been handed an 8-match suspension following controversial comments he made regarding the Confederation of African Football and Morocco's alleged influence within the continental body. Amrouchi, who was sanctioned after publicly accusing Morocco of exerting undue control over CAF affairs, including claims that the North African nation was involved in the selection of referees for competitions. CAF's disciplinary authorities deemed the remarks inappropriate and damaging to the integrity of African football governance The fallout from the comments extended beyond the suspension, as Amoruchi was also relieved of his duties as Tanzania coach shortly after the incident. The Tanzania Football Federation moved swiftly to distance itself from the controversy, citing the need to protect its relationship with CAF and uphold the principles of professionalism. CAF has maintained that match officials are appointed through established and transparent procedures, reiterating its commitment to fairness and neutrality in all competitions. Now, yes, the spotlight is going to be on Morocco, because it looks like CAF is even making it look obvious that they are doing everything to favor Morocco. Yeah, he who pays the piper, they takes the tune, but that doesn't mean that you have to sell your birthright, because CAF has the birthright of controlling how the competition is supposed to be done professionally. But when you are making it look obvious that you're trying to make the host nation get all the favoritism, it takes away professionalism from the game, and this is going to make people have a lot of question marks on this competition. In Cote d'Ivoire was not like this. Yeah. We didn't see Cote d'Ivoire having undue advantage. Even though they won the AFCON, everybody knew that fair and square, because this is a team that struggled. They barely came out from the dust and went on to win the AFCON, meaning that they fought for it. They are deserved champions. Beating Nigeria in that game, they actually worked out for it. But why should Morocco be given everything so that they will win? Because they are the ones buttering the bread of CAF.
A lot of persons even said that the last AFCON was actually one of the best AFCON in terms of officiating. Of course, it speaks to the integrity of the Ivorians, how they actually kept distance from whatever it is that CAF was actually doing. But then again, will you blame Morocco? You won't actually. They've come out to actually bail CAF on several occasions, so you expect them to actually have certain level of leverage. I mean, it is one of those things, right? If you know you don't want to be in a relationship with someone, why do you keep collecting something from them? And that's exactly the case here with CAF and Morocco. I wouldn't really blame Morocco, and of course, CAF at this point is definitely helpless. If something happens tomorrow in a mini tournament in Africa, Morocco is definitely the first home to call, and that's exactly why whatever it is you have seen today. But the question again is Morocco that team that should be revered and respected, as much as we always thought? Because I mean, coming up against a team like Tanzania, I don't think they should need any sort of favoritism to actually go away. This is not me saying that Amoruchi should actually have a case when he was actually pointing this out. But then if you look at the way the competition has been going, if you look at things that have been happening, you want to start asking questions that it seems like there seems to be some level of undue advantage handed over to Morocco. But then Tanzania is out. This is not going to make a major news, because everybody wants to believe that yes, it is Tanzania. Even if it's going to be played outside the shores of Morocco, Morocco should definitely fancy their chance of going through. But it's quite unfortunate. But for Amoruchi, I know he's definitely going to land another job within Africa. But it's also very good and timely that Tanzania, if he actually step in to actually distance himself from this, it's actually not a good thing for African football. I mean, if we're having this sort of comments about African biggest showpiece, then definitely it's going to actually kill the branding and of course the marketing of the whole continent. So it is good that they step aside. But I mean, kudos to Morocco. Let's get to see what they're definitely going to be doing in the quarterfinals.
All right, Morocco not really proving that they are the big team, because how do you struggle against Tanzania and only get a goal to win that game? Some would have expected them to blow Tanzania away, but that did not happen. And that's why Amoruchi was not pleased with the way they lost, believing that they should have won against Morocco, because he believes that the officiating actually favored the Moroccans. I think I'll get to see more of that game to really want to know whether there's any truth in what Abdel Amoruchi is actually pointing at. But one man is saying it, but another is saying it. That means when two people are bearing witness to a set situation, that means there's no smoke without fire. This time around, Fecafoot President Samuel Eto'o has raised concerns over refereeing standards at the ongoing 2025 African Cup of Nations, accusing match officials of favoring certain teams ahead of Cameroon's quarterfinal clash with host Morocco. That means he's worried already, because they are going to be facing Morocco this time around. The Indomitable Lions are set to face the Atlas Lions on Friday in a high-stakes encounter with a place in the semi-finals at stake. And of course, however, Eto'o, a former Cameroon captain and Barcelona striker, has publicly questioned the neutrality of officiating at the tournament. Speaking ahead of the crucial tie, the president of Cameroon Football Federation called on the Confederation of African Football to ensure fairness and transparency in refereeing decisions. He further alleged that some teams have benefited unduly from officiating decisions during the tournament. Let's talk about Cameroon, the way they dispatched the South Africans. I didn't see that coming. I knew it was going to be a difficult game, but Cameroon proved that once you have it, that means about class is permanent, form is temporary. Cameroon proved that class is permanent. They're a classic team. They can beat anybody on the continent of Africa on their day, and they did that in style against a South African side who was dubbed the favorites.
Yes, a team with class will always be, favorable when it comes to this sort of ties. I mean, Cameroon's got a team. They might not have all of the big names at the moment. Of course, we know that they actually went through a lot coming into this particular championship. The likes of Mbeumo and co are actually the ones leading the lines. But this Cameroon, if you look at them, you know that they really have a team, what looks like a proper team. And of course, coming into this particular game against South Africa, that also look like a proper team. One thing is definitely going to, play, one, his history, and two, his pedigree when it comes to championship like this. And that's exactly why, it gets to certain stakes, certain stage, and definitely certain kind of games, even in Europe and of course in UEFA Champions League, you see certain teams, they might not be at their best. Take for example, Real Madrid. Stepping into a particular game against Liverpool, you know there is definitely going to be, one winner coming out in a very high-stake game, and that's exactly what happened between, Cameroon and of course South Africa. This is exactly one of those things where you look at, you say, okay, well, history will definitely want to, come and favor this particular team, and Cameroon actually did that and did that in style. For South Africans, I think they've made it to the World Cup, so I think that should be a consolation for them. They should start preparing for the World Cup a few months from now, and of course, let's get to see them give a very good showing and represent Africa very well. But for Cameroon, this is another opportunity to actually, keep pushing. Of course, they also made it to the World Cup. Perhaps they might actually get to, the final in Morocco after about about 50 years. The last time Morocco actually hosted this particular championship, it was it was Cameroon and Nigeria that played the final. So perhaps they might just make it all the way to the finals again, and who knows, they can just pick up this trophy. But then it's a good one for Cameroon, of course, for Samuel Eto'o. The whole drama that happened in Fecafoot before he actually before this particular championship showed that the quality of player he actually chose for Cameroon now is actually paying dividends. So who cares? Whatever happens, if Cameroon win the trophy, Samuel Eto'o's decision is definitely going to be the right one, and everyone is going to rally around it.
All right, so still talking about Cameroon, this time around, the players of the Cameroon national team have been rewarded handsomely following their hard-fought victory over South Africa at the ongoing 2025 African Cup of Nations. The Indomitable Lions secured a 2-1 win against Bafana to book their place at the quarterfinals of the competition, continuing their quest for a sixth continental title. Following the qualification, each Cameroon player is said to receive a total of 18 million CFA francs as a combination of winning and qualification bonuses. And the amount is estimated at approximately $32,550 per player, underlining the significance placed on success by the Cameroonian football authorities. And of course, for the Baleba and the boys, what a way to go. Cameroon is proving that they'll be the team to beat, but I would like to see them against Morocco first before I will put my money on them to win this one.
Well, I mean, if you're giving them $35,000 for beating Cameroon, I wonder what you'd be giving them if they beat Morocco, the host. I don't know, but this is where I kind of find it very, not too cool, with African football, especially for African countries that are really, really struggling. Cameroon's got a lot to actually, put their money into in terms of, the country development and all. But then I also understand that the players have actually, given the country a lot of joy, more than, the politicians have actually done in last couple of months and years in Cameroon. So maybe you want to look at that as, as something they're well deserving. But then defeating South Africa and getting $35,000, it's a lot of money for me. But hey, let's see if that's going to spur them on against Morocco. Hopefully, I really want to see Morocco out, because when it comes to championship like that, particularly in Africa, I think the host nations seem to be very, very difficult. Particularly again when it is a North African team, most times it's difficult to actually take them out. They most likely go all the way to actually pick it. But if Cameroon find a way to edge them, it's going to be a neutral tournament, open tournament for everyone to actually get the chance to actually win it. So my vote, my support is definitely to my West African brothers, Cameroon.
All right, of course, Carlos Baleba was the man of the match for the Cameroonians. He plays for Brighton. He's much talked about by a lot of club sides who are looking for his services. With that man of the match performance against South Africa, I think it's going to be the conversation in the transfer window, if not January, in the summer, with that mouth-watering, interesting performance from the young lad. And of course, Cameroon is filled with a lot of young players who are ready to blaze the trail. But let's talk about today's fixtures. And of course, the Egyptians, talking about the North Africans will be all out to ninth. At any moment from now, that game should have started. They've already started that game. And of course, the Egyptian national team are fully focused on claiming their 8th African Cup of Nations title. Yes, you heard it. Egypt is the most decorated country as far as the AFCON is concerned. And of course, they take on Benin Republic in the round of 16 currently at the Stade Adra in Agadir. And of course, Egypt qualified for the round of 16 by topping Group B, 1 point ahead of second place South Africa. The Pharaohs were unbeaten during the initial phase of the tournament as they recorded wins over Zimbabwe and South Africa before jotting down a goalless draw against Angola in match day 3. Benin, however, made their way out of Group D as one of the best third-place sides at the showpiece, placed alongside Senegal, DR Congo, and Botswana. Benin's only win at the AFCON came on the form of a 1-0 result against Botswana in match day 2. Definitely, you know, it's going to be difficult anytime you look at Benin Republic alongside Senegal, DR Congo. These are heavyweight, and of course, Botswana, definitely their size, they were able to beat that one and make it through. But now they have a high tussle against the Egyptians. It's going to be a difficult one. Mohamed Salah looks like he left all his scoring prowess for the AFCON, and it looks like he has come to deliver for the Egyptians. But against Benin Republic, you should fancy the chances.
Yeah, they should be able to fancy their chance. But if there's anything to be, careful about this Beninoans is the fact that they are a side that really have a lot of belief in themselves. And Coach Gennaro Traore has really helped this team. I mean, this is the very first time they're actually making it out of their group stage, in any CAF Nations Cup. So, I mean, they're out of the group stage now. And the very first Nations Cup, they actually won a game. Again, I mean, it's history already for them. So, it's going to be, we've done one, let's see if we can actually do two. I mean, defeating the most decorated side in Africa is going to be a huge one for them. Of course, if we are looking at, the size of it, we're talking about, the Beninoans climbing the mountain, Everest. But they look at the Egyptian side today. Truth be told, yes, they have the history, they have the pedigree, but they do not really have the character that should be feared. Aside Mo Salah and Omar Mamouche, there's nothing really special about this Egyptian side, and that's exactly where if these guys can actually put themselves together, I want to believe that they will definitely want to play a low block and then hit on the transition. If they do that successfully and find 1 or 2 goals early in the game or perhaps late in the game, then definitely it's going to be difficult for the Egyptian side. So far so good, I must say. The Egyptian side among the North African side have been the least impressive side. So against this Beninoan side, yes, you definitely want to fancy that it's going to be Egypt, making it through the next round, but they have to be very, very careful and take their chances.
They have to be very careful and take their chances. Talking about Egypt up against Benin Republic is still ongoing. And of course, we'll give you updates as far as that game is concerned. And for Benin Republic, they'll fancy their chances of causing an upset, maybe taking it out to penalties. But the Egyptians will definitely want to fight this one out and get the needed result. And of course, look forward to add to their 8th African Cup of Nations titles in that one. But let's talk about another game which will be coming up later today. Talking about the game between the Super Eagles of Nigeria and Eric Chell has already started talking. He says, my dream is to win with 4 or 5 goals and have 80% possession. That is the perfection I dream of. And no one else is talking about this, talking about Eric Chell. He says that his dream is to win by 4 or 5 goals. And of course, I mean that the man is an attack-minded coach. He likes his team to score lots of goals. And so far, so good in this AFCON. I think they've been among the teams that have scored lots of goals as well. The first game, they plundered 2. The second game, 3 goals. And of course, the 4 goals. 3 goals, I beg your pardon. So they have lots of goals to show for their effort. But I think Eric Chell is greedy. He's Oliver Twist. He says he wants more. But against Mozambique, are we going to see lots of goals because the attackers are hungry?
Yeah, I mean, goals for Chelsea hasn't really been the problem. I mean, so far in this particular championship, we've scored about 8 goals. But the problem is, how to defend them. I mean, as much as we've been scoring, we've also been conceding. So we've not actually kept any clean sheet. That should be worrying. For any side that really want to go all the way to win championship, one of the things you really need to put in place is the fact that you must have a very stable defense. As much as you score goals, you need to actually have the defense to actually help you, shut the opposition for actually finding the back of the net. If you look at our games, particularly against the Ugandans, that team that I want to believe that they are the least impressive in our group, you want to know that if a Uganda side can actually get a goal against Super Eagles, then of course it's worrying. It calls for a huge question against Zimbabwe, Mozambique. If our Eric Chell does not actually keep the team together, ensure that we find a way to keep a clean sheet in that particular one. How much of and again, another very interesting thing we really need to look at is that so far so good. We've played all of the teams in this particular tournament. We've not really played a team that will come at us, in a low block style. And if these guys had to come on, in a low block style and hit us on transition, then it's going to be a problem if they score before us. But so far so good. If Eritrea is actually aiming to actually get 4 goals, that's a very good aim. That means he's definitely seen his team scoring at least 2 goals in each game. So, but. Mozambique is going to be a very interesting test for the Super Eagles. One thing about Super Eagles that I really fear, or I'll even use the word dread, is the fact that when we are playing against a team with less name and character, the Super Eagles seem to actually play below par, and this can actually really cause us a lot of problems. If I'm playing against a top team, I definitely beat my chest and say the Super Eagles can actually stand to the same way we did against Tunisia until we actually took our foot off the gas. So for this Mozambique, I want the Super Eagles to take this game like we were playing against Brazil. That's the only way we can actually come out with all 3 points without any fear of or anyone actually taking their hypertension kit during the course of the game.
Yeah, and of course, we talk about Victor Osimhen just getting the goal and assist so far in this competition. Should we be expecting more goals from Osimhen? And now that it looks like Wilfred Ndidi is going to be taking back the captain armband because they say you don't change the winning side, but with the game against Uganda, a lot of Nigerians will want to see some of those players for Rafa Yondika maybe get some more playing time and maybe add more goals to their tally. Just playing one game in a game that Osimhen captain, he has scored more goals than the man who has played three games.
Okay, first, they are not playing the same position. So Rafa Yondika and Victor Osimhen. So that's one. So, yes, I want to see some of these players, particularly against a team like Mozambique, but they should not start. The teams that have actually started the first 2 games should actually start the game. And then during the course of the game, after we've actually scored, good number of goals, these guys should actually, come in to get, more minutes in this spot. But again, for Victor Osimhen, I think at this point, he should not put his eyes on scoring goals, because if he does that, it's definitely going to kill the team chemistry. Let him just focus on playing for the team. The goals will definitely come. He's a top scorer. He's a top striker. So definitely, the team will definitely find, a way to actually, service him and definitely put the ball behind. But if he puts his emphasis and focus on getting a goal, he's definitely most likely not get the goal. We saw it against the Ugandans, where he was actually struggling to actually ensuring that he gets a goal, and definitely the goal didn't eventually come up. So I think he should just take his eyes off the ball. He should not be too anxious to actually get a goal. The goal will definitely find a way to him. I think that's one of his biggest problems. Even in last AFCON, it was clear that Victor Osimhen was actually chasing goals. Yes, we know strikers who definitely want to score goals, because that's what shows that you're actually doing your job as a striker. But then at this point, I think he should take it easy. For me, Victor Osimhen really has little to actually prove as regards the quality of a player that he is. He just needs to actually support the team and play as part of the team, and then he's definitely going to find his own goals when the time comes.
What about the defensive pairing? A lot of Nigerians have complained about the conceding of goals. In the 3 games they've played, they've all conceded. And of course, if you concede goals like this, it shows that you're vulnerable at the back. Of course, going into this one, they should try as much as possible to stop the goals from coming. How would they be able to do that?
So that's exactly where the big problem comes. The Super Eagles, if you look at the way we've actually been playing, you know that whenever we score a goal, we go back to sleep, and then we allow the opponents pile pressure. I didn't actually see that against the Tunisians. We scored the 3 goals before we actually went to sleep in that particular one. So that game against Tunisia should actually be the standard. Let's actually go back to that particular, the way we approach the Tunisians. Score our goals, no sleeping. Definitely everybody should be on guard. If you look at, the players, when Eritrea, decides to actually make his changes, to actually make like-for-like changes, except you definitely just want to seal the game or, bring defenders to actually shut the door. But if you just want to make changes because someone is tired, I don't think there's any point actually, changing formation. Alex Iwobi's best game was against Tunisia. Definitely, we need Alex Iwobi to be unlocked in this particular championship if we're fancying a chance to actually go far or score, a lot of goals in this particular championship. So Alex Iwobi should be set loose. He should be set free, which means that he should just play the trial of, Wilfred Ndidi, Rafa Yondika, and Alex Iwobi, or you play Frank Onyeka or any other person, but then let them have that trial, and of course allow our wingers to also have a few days going forward. And that's exactly how we definitely. But for the defense, I think a lot of conversation should be between Shemi Ajayi and Calvin Bassey. They should really talk to the fullbacks, because if you look at the goals that we've considered, it is just most times it is when this our centre back actually help to go cover for the man on the left or on the right. The heart of the defense becomes porous where they launch the ball to that particular position. So I think there should be a lot of conversation of these guys in the heart of the defense calling those guys back to the position when they've lost the ball, or calling someone very close to that particular spot to actually fill in that particular position, and then help them to actually cover the position up front. All of these things should be what Eric Church should actually work on to ensure that Super Eagles don't end up conceding a goal. But aside that, I think Super Eagles have shown that they've got quality. They are a team that should be respected, and of course, this is exactly how you put fear in your position by scoring huge number of goals against teams that are deemed small, or even the likes of Tunisia that are seen as one of the top teams in Africa. I think that with that sort of mentality, if the Super Eagles come out against Mozambique, I think I want to believe that Super Eagles will definitely seal the game in 90 minutes.
Yeah, some have complained about Wilfred Ndidi that he's getting old. He can no longer run like he used to. But normally, there's supposed to be a player playing in the number 4 to help protect the defenders. But if Wilfred Ndidi has been failing his duties in doing that, in making sure that the back line is well covered, who then? Because it looks like Frank Onyeka has the shout. When he left that game against Tunisia, we saw that number 4 position exposed. The defenders were no longer having the cover they're supposed to get from the onslaught of the attack of the opposing team. But if you're asking for Rafa Onyeka, who's going to now help Wilfred Ndidi in that number 4 position?
So the problem wasn't just the removal of Rafa Onyeka. The problem was that Eric Church actually tweaked the formation in that particular team.
Yeah.
He actually made Iwobi sit deep in that particular match against Tunisia when he took out Frank Onyeka.
If you had bringing an attacker instead of a line for like
exactly. If he had the change had been a certain Rafa Onyeka coming in, or Akin Samiro, I wouldn't really have seen any difference, because Wilfred Ndidi would just be tasked to do his job. But when he left the pitch, then Wilfred Ndidi was actually forced to actually sit deep. There was actually no one to actually push these guys back, because the dynamics of football is about defense and attack. When you're not defending, you're definitely attacking. And when Frank Onyeka left the pitch, the Super Eagles stopped attacking, which means that we've actually swapped position with Tunisians. We started defending, and that's exactly what really hurt us. So it's not really the case of Wilfred Ndidi being old at this point. It's actually the case of Eric Church, what he actually did in that particular game that cost us that particular game. So if he had to actually make changes of taking out Frank Onyeka, Rafa Onyeka should come in, or Tom Dele Bashiru should come into that particular game to ensure that there are three man trial, and of course this guy continues to do his job, Alex Iwobi, and of course Wilfred Ndidi sit deep to actually protect the defense. That's exactly what we need to do, and of course I don't think there's
Mario White is now with us, better late than never. I know he has gone ahead to console Ruben Amorim, though I hope that he took your consolation in good faith. But let's come to Africa now. Mario White, it's great to have you join us. It's unfortunate you joined us late. I know you've been making effort to try and see who is going to take up the Man U situation. I heard your legend Darren Fletcher will be doing that. But let's take care of African football first before we take care of what's happening out in England. We talked about officiating in this AFCON. The last AFCON, I was so impressed with the officiating, but big coaches are already talking about Abdel Marouchi has complained about the officiating, favoring Morocco, saying that Morocco has bought CAF over just to make sure that they win this one. Let's not forget, we talked about this at the WAFCON, where the Super Falcons beat the Moroccans, talking about wanting things to go their way. Maybe, I don't know, maybe CAF has sold their birthright with the pot of porridge considered in this one.
Well, I mean, you see, the thing is, there's no way Bayern not coming. They've saved, Africa's behind over 5 times. Even World Championship is being hosted there. How many African countries, have a viable stadium or are host ready? How many of them? You can count on your fingers. Remove, maybe South Africa. Remove maybe a Nigeria. The next person is Morocco, and even other countries that are viable are not interested. They've been saving us, and we've said it consistently. There is no way Bayern should not come in. The officiating this period has been very terrible, and it is what it is. Since CAF, since other African countries are not stepping up, definitely there is no way Morocco will not, will not be wrong. The officiating has been very poor. And it's going to reflect purely, on the African referees going for the World Cup.
All right. Very, very interesting. Even the likes of Samuel Eto'o, the legend, and the current FECAFOOT president has also complained because his team is going to play Morocco in the quarterfinals, and he's already worried that if Morocco is getting all the favoritism, how fair is the officiating going to be between Cameroon and Morocco when they take on each other in quarterfinals?
Well, the thing is this, there is no way it's going to be fair. To be honest, even without saying it, right, the CAF want to favor Morocco, and that's just the honest truth. Remember when we were joking about it, that the next AFCON, the next AFCON, Morocco is going to win it because they are hosting again. This will be 6 times in a row. They are hosting the biggest tournament in Africa. You will not expect them not to be compensated. Even the CAF Awards is Morocco saving everybody. So definitely, referees will play into their hands. So I don't think it's 100% fair. The pressure of favoring Morocco will always be there.
There was also an accusation that Morocco was in the business of selecting the officials for the AFCON. Is the allegation not too big? Because if that's the case, that means even the Nigerian game, Morocco would have selected the referee too, in conjunction with CAF.
So the thing is this, no matter how we look at it, there is no way Morocco will not have influence. Yes, Morocco might not be, the ones in charge of selecting the referees and the rest of that. However, the organizing body itself, which is CAF, Morocco has been saving them about 6-7 times in a row, and no how the urge or the need to compensate them will come in. There is no way conflict of interest will not arise when a particular country has been saving you for over 7 times. Remember the ref that officiated the match against Nigeria at the WAFCON final? They suspended that referee for no reason, and it's just to come back to Morocco. Remember when Hakimi lost the African best to another man? He complained. He said they already told him that he was going to win, and now he's not winning. He started complaining. So I think if we want this bias to go away, at the moment CAF is compromised because they have sold their birthright to Morocco.
All right, and of course, I hope the hot porridge that Patrice Motsepe and his boys are sharing out there in CAF will not affect the credibility of African football if questions are being asked when it comes to officiating. But the Mozambique coach this time around says that he's looking for an upset. Does Mozambique stand a chance of causing an upset against the Super Eagles later tonight?
Any team stand a chance when it comes to upset. Any team. We've seen the Senegalese side, in 2002 World Cup against France in their first game. Of course, they actually won that particular game. So we've seen, the biggest of upset has happened in the world football. Mozambique upsetting the Super Eagles will not even come close to the top 10 upsets we've seen in football. So, but then for him to actually come out to actually say it really means that they've actually been working. They definitely have certain level of plans to actually execute. The onus now lies on the Super Eagles to actually come out as a big dog in this particular fight. To ensure that in the first half the Mozambique have actually considered 1 or 2 goals to know that yes, this is our playing tough. This is where the big boys are separated from the men. So I'm not going to rule the any idea of an upset from Mozambique. Like I said, when the Super Eagles is up against a team that is without character and pedigree, the Super Eagles really are fall below par, and that's where it really worries me. So there's huge chance it cannot really happen.
All right, huge chance of upset. Maiwa, the game between Egypt and Benin Republic is still good. Any upsets against Mozambique? What do you expect in the Eagles game?
Anything can happen. We saw the game Mali Tunisia. Yes, a lot of people might say Tunisia is not the best of example, but 10 man down, they played over 90 minutes with 10 men, and they eventually won that particular game, and they even equalized. So if we are not careful, they might come up to sting us. Morocco yesterday, not until the 82nd minute, particular goal. Tanzania frustrated them, and Tanzania had a couple of chances that they didn't take. If they are taking those chances, maybe Morocco might be out by now. So I think we have to live up to the billing of a big dog. If we don't, Mozambique can come up and surprise us. Just that's the way a 10-man Mali did against the Tunisian side.
All right, of course, we also talk about the coach locking out journalists from having access to the team during their preparation and having closed the training sessions. Some journalists were not happy. Some say the man wants it that way so as not to create any form of distraction or expose the plans of the team.
Yeah, I mean, distraction is one thing that really kills the team. I mean, many of these guys going this particular championship, some of them it's the very first time. Some of them, came into this particular championship with a lot of friends, and they definitely be side attractions, and they're not wanting to actually give the 100% to the team. At this point, it's actually high stake for Eric Shaw. I mean, it was disappointing for him last championship with Mali, so he definitely want to move a step above what he actually did in last particular championship. So trust me, it's one of those games that you come into against a side that you not really besetting what they're actually coming up against. You just want to do your job and get all 3 points and qualify to the next round, and that's exactly what Nigeria needs. Bearing the fact that considering the fact that Nigeria Super Eagles failed to qualify for the World Cup, Eric Shaw and the boys understands that the AFCON final is at least the barest minimum they can actually offer us as a form of I am sorry to the national to the nation. So at this point, I think it comes in handy for me what he actually decided to do. It's not the first time the Super Eagles are actually having this sort of things. The guys, I think there's a documentary the Super Eagles actually did, the Stephen Keshi and co. in the early 90s and late 80s when the Super Eagles went to the Nations Cup. They actually banned journalists from coming to camp. So it comes like that sometimes when the pressure is high. So I think it's one of those things they need to do if that's what's going to guarantee them success against Mozambique. Right. I really I know a lot of journalists have spoken to in Morocco, and they're waiting for the scalp of Eric Shaw if anything happens, because they feel hot and they're going to come hard if anything happens. That Eagles don't get the victory against Mozambique, they will draw him and tear him to pieces. Anyway, there's also that all the barring of the journalist works out for him, because if he doesn't, he will know the meaning of a hot journalist. But anyway, let's talk about Manchester United. What's happening? Looks like there's trouble in paradise. It looks like any team Ikechukwu supports, they're already having their coaches fired. I'm happy that he's not a fan of Liverpool right now. And of course, even Arne Slot, who we thought was going to leave first, it looks like he has survived all of the sack talk. It's now Maresca and now Ruben Amorim. So much for Ruben Amorim. I think he should have been sacked as far back as last season.
I will first start with the play. And it's not like this last sack before the end of the season.
No. If he was going to be sacked, those 6 games, he would have been sacked before now. Those 6 losses, no. Just, anyway, go ahead.
Right now, right? Is that what you're saying?
Liverpool is
don't worry.
Liverpool is not an ambitious
team. If he loses 6 matches and he's still above Man United and Chelsea, I'm good. I'm good. I think he can stay on. Just be above Man United and Chelsea. Anything after that.
That's your trophy
this season. Yes.
That's your trophy
this season. That's the trophy.
Liverpool is not an ambitious side. And Slot spent Jurgen Klopp spent about 10 years in the club. He only won 1 Premier League title and 1 Champions League. So it tells you it's not an ambitious club side. So Man
United 10 years. Man United last 10 years, what did they win?
They've been changing coaches.
FA Cup.
They've been changing coaches.
The coaches was the trophies.
Absolutely.
The trophies was changing coaches.
It's not working. United.
Europa League 8 years ago.
Europa League. Europa League.
Europa League 8 years ago.
8 years ago.
Wow. Quote me wrong.
Coaches changing Europa League and FA Cup.
No top team will leave a manager.
He's talking about somebody who won Champions League.
No top team will leave a manager for 10 years that will only deliver 1 Champions League and 1 Premier League title. Tell me, quote me.
If Man United have a coach like Klopp,
and in those 10 years,
if they have a coach like Klopp, they will not need to change coaches every 5 market days. Don't worry, you soon come to that. The reflector is coming, Nabi. You've forgotten. You've had
Man United keeps
talk to
see for Chelsea won the club World Cup.
Chelsea is a culture.
Chelsea won the club World Cup.
Every coach,
manager,
every coach, imagine you win club
That's to show that it's a glorified World Cup.
No, Jerry.
World Cup. That is why they sacked him.
No,
Because they know he has not won anything.
Jerry, no.
As far as they are concerned,
Chelsea manager will even win Champions League and get sacked. Di Matteo was sacked. Okay. Chelsea manager will win Premier League and get sacked. So it is not about the size of the trophy.
Di Matteo, we all know Di Matteo was a placeholder. That one was not a coach. Let's just don't.
Tuchel, what about Tuchel? Is he also a placeholder? Is he also a placeholder?
They sack coaches.
That's what I'm saying. It's not about being a placeholder. So, it is what Chelsea does. Ambitious side.
Mayo, go ahead.
No, but Jerry, in the last 3 years, we've got into Europe 3 times. Europa League 3 times. We won 1, lost 2. So you could not say it has been that bad. However, I was one of those that called it that Ruben Amorim is not the coach to take Manchester United forward. And I will give you a typical example. The players that left angrily under him went to other clubs and they are flourishing. So it means he's not even sure. Pick a Ruben Amorim team any day, anytime. You are not even sure of what you will get. There is no consistency. He's not even sure of his best 11. And you have been there for over 2 years. How do you explain it? So as far as I'm concerned, so you have been there for over 1 year, rather. As far as I'm concerned, he is not the man to take us forward. There are reports that they are talking to Zinedine Zidane. Fletcher will be a placeholder. They are talking to Xavi and the rest of that. Maybe Fletcher will be a placeholder to the end of the season. Then they need to go for a world-class manager. Ruben Amorim does not have the profile to take Manchester United forward. I was expecting it. I didn't know it would come this soon. I was even expecting it would be sacked before Maresca was sacked. But, the result does not speak for the amount he has spent. The fact is well deserved. We need another coach. We need to go in another direction. And I think maybe Fletcher and his 2 sons will probably take us to the direction we want to go.
It's going to be a family problem very soon. Because before it was a club problem. The revelation will not bring his family problem to you. I wish you all the best though. Because family problem is worse than club community problem. Because now they have the way they will conclude their witchcraft.
From family to village meeting.
It is. I wish you all the best in your family problem.
I wish you the best though.
Anyway, it looks like Amorim questioning.
Thank you.
Amorim questioning the board, and of course, even throwing tantrums at likes of Neville. Actually broke the camel's back for the fine boy looks, and of course, I think the board felt that they've seen enough fine boy looks, and the man being stubborn, sticking to his formation, not wanting to change. If a coach has failed, is when the club will start telling you what to play. It happened to Maresca too. They were telling Maresca, play these boys that we've wasted money in buying so that we can be able to sell them. And they had to let him go. Now they have somebody who they'll be able to tell what to do. Talking about at Chelsea. And of course, Manchester United, the problem days are not over. It just started. And I'm happy. This season is going to be more moves. More moves for you, United. Man City's Premier League title challenge suffered a huge setback as managerless Chelsea salvaged a dramatic 1-1 draw. Chelsea, each time they lose a manager, the next game they somehow know how to do well. It looks like that team should remain without a manager. That's where they win titles. But it's all good. Man City is looking like they're giving the title to Arsenal.
It's still very early. I mean, we have about 18 or 19 games to play. At this point, 6 points is just if Man City defeat Arsenal, for example, and Arsenal find a way to actually lose one of the games before the end of the season, and of course it's very possible. So I think this point, yes, Arsenal's got a huge advantage. Their players are back their feet, but then February is coming. Let's see how Arsenal is going to actually go through the February period. When they actually do that, we'll start looking at what happens come May. But at this point, I think it's too early to actually call. We see Man City trail behind Liverpool 7 points at this stage, sometimes 9 points, but they end up winning the league with even 2-3 points. So I think it's too early to actually call at this point.
That Man City I'm seeing, they're still going to lose more games this season. But Arsenal looks very strong and potent. Players are coming back from injury.
Well, I think, to be honest with you, Arsenal, they are shutting me up. And I will raise my hand to say, they've shut me up so far. The last game they played, Saka did not start that particular game. And, the other players came up and they rallied and they were able to get the results. They struggled in the first half and they were able to come back in the second half against Bournemouth. Mistake from Martinelli, first mistake in 3 years. That's how good the defense of Arsenal, has been. So the first half they struggled, second half they came up and they were able to win. For Man City, they have themselves to blame. They had a couple of chances in the first half, they didn't take it, and Chelsea came back, rallied and scored that very late goal. It's a 2-point loss by Manchester City because of their lackluster performance in front of goal. But I won't take anything away from them. They have the quality to do it.
All right, they have the quality to do it. That's where the cookies crumble on the show this lovely day. And of course, a big thanks to Ikechukwu and Maiwa for being a part of the show. And big thanks to the guys behind the scene talking about likes of Shogun, as well as not leaving out Hassan and Jeremiah, and of course Sam. And of course, Ikechukwu, all the best in the family issues with Darren Fletcher and co. All the best. With the family.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOPTV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOPTV, Voice of the People Television.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Bomakore, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to VOP TV, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from the Real Housewives of Lagos and the Real Housewives Ultimate Girls Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
All right, hello, it's a boy that's shaking the man fine back with Melanie Poppy Black Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know what you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weight.
Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi, guys. You already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers wherever live. Keep watching VOP TV. Thank you.
Hi, people. Jenny Albano here. Guys, please keep watching Voice of the People.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
The Ikogosi Warm Springs is a tourist attraction located at Ikogosi, a town in Ekiti State, southwest Nigeria. Flowing abreast the warm spring is another cold spring which meets the warm spring at a confluence, each maintaining its thermal properties. These attributes make the spring a tourist attraction in Nigeria. Research suggested that the warm spring has a temperature of about 70 degrees Celsius at the source and 37 degrees Celsius at the confluence. In 1952, Southern Baptist missionary Reverend John S. McGee from his mission base in the nearby Ekiti town of Igede went to the source of the hot and cold springs about which he had heard from the Ikogosi people. Initially, he was discouraged from doing this, and the reasons given were based on the tradition of the local residents, which was that nobody should ever visit the source of these two streams because of the idea that to do so would be to invite death from the supernatural forces that were responsible for this strange and most unusual feature of nature. In spite of the warnings, Reverend McGee made his way through the forest, up the hill, to the source of the two side-by-side springs. According to Reverend McGee's brief written account, he's quoted as saying, "After seeing it, I felt that it could be used for a good purpose. I discussed with the people. I discussed the possible use of it with some of the Mission and Nigerian Baptist Convention friends. With the growing interest of Royal Ambassador work and youth work, we felt that it could best be used by building a youth camp. I took it up with the Ekiti Association and we decided to build a camp for our residential areas and government areas. The land was secured through the convention." End quote. Having had the water from both springs tested to ensure its purity, Reverend McGee, with support from the Ekiti Baptist Association of Churches and the Nigerian Baptist Convention, who secured 28 acres of land, which was the original camp, began planning for the building of the camp. By the early to middle 1970s, the Nigerian government took control of the swimming pool and built some guest chalet adjacent to it, with a separate entrance road from that which the McGees had built to the camp entrance. From that time forward, there was also the hope and intention of developing that area for tourist purposes.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Of course, the quality of human beings I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV. Live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP You have more than a voice.
Voice of the people. You can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Sowore. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikena Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka, Amayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
Uyi Osarati is my name. I am a friend of the microphone. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios. Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging, picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I'll be like, well, this TV station will go places. Voice of the People TV.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV. Live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
Hello there, good evening and welcome to Political Lens. This is Voice of the People Television. I am Chukwuma Okoro, and in case you don't know, we are broadcasting on Metro SL TV channel 264 on YouTube and other social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. You can also be a part of this conversation by calling in or sending WhatsApp messages to the number scrolling on your screen. Well, on the show today, ECOWAS won strong over Venezuelan sovereignty. We will follow Wike's direction in 2027 elections. That's coming from Rivers APC leader. And joining APC won't shield anyone from EFCC probe. That is APC National Vice Chairman speaking. Well, let's bring in our guests. We've been joined in the studio here in Lagos, where we are broadcasting from by Barrister Darlington Agomo. He is a lawyer and public affairs analyst. Good evening, Barrister Agomo, and thanks for joining me on Political Lens.
Good evening, Mr. Okoro, and Happy New Year. How are you?
Barrister, Happy New Year to you. This is the first show of Political Lens that you are appearing on this year. Good to have you, sir.
Yeah.
How was your Yule child?
It was okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's okay. Now you look refreshed.
Looks like.
Okay, looks like. You are not very sure. It looks like. Barrister, good to have you on our show. Now let's get into it. ECOWAS has expressed concerns over the unfolding crisis in Venezuela, urging restraint and an inclusive political process to resolve tensions. Well, in a statement, the regional bloc said it has followed with concern recent developments in the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela, while calling on parties to respect international law. While acknowledging the right for states to combat transnational crimes, ECOWAS warned against actions that undermine national sovereignty. It stressed that the obligation to respect the sovereignty and territorial integrity of each other is central to international law, citing Article 2, Subsection 4 of the United Nations Charter, which prohibits the threat or use of force against any state. The bloc aligned itself with the African Union's January 3, 2026 position, which called for restraint and dialogue. Reaffirming its stance, ECOWAS said it fully aligns itself with the statement the African Union issued, which calls for restraint and inclusive dialogue, adding that it stands in solidarity with the Venezuelan people and urges all states to respect Venezuela's independence and territorial integrity. Barrister Agomo, ECOWAS is in West Africa. Venezuela is in South America, Latin America. We also have the Organization of American States, which is a regional bloc just like ECOWAS. We have SADC, we have IGAD, we have ASEAN, we have all these regional organizations. And the first one to condemn this, to the best of my knowledge, is Economic Community of West African States. Where is that coming from?
You know, it is said that the best form of defense is to attack. You don't wait until the battle is close home So you start, attacking the battle from afar so that it will not come close to you. I think that's what ECOWAS is doing. And I know that the only state in ECOWAS that I have in mind here is Nigeria.
No, Barrister, I don't get it. ECOWAS has about 12 states. If you remove the other 3 people. So how do you reduce it to Nigeria?
Good. You see, it's like ECOWAS is speaking for Nigeria here. When Donald Trump entered Nigeria with his bomb, did you hear any noise from ECOWAS? Please tell me, did they make any speech? Did they? The answer is capital no. They never said anything. Now, all the rogue government you have in West Africa, ECOWAS states, all the governments that have been behaving anyhow, behaving rascally, have you heard or seen ECOWAS admonishing them or even giving advice on how things should be done? Did you? The answer is no. So their fear is that Donald Trump may extend what he did in Venezuela to ECOWAS states because of their rascally behavior. That is just the only reason, nothing else. If not, what concerns them with Latin America? If not, So all of a sudden, ECOWAS now recognized international laws, international agreements and all that. Are they obeying any? All the rogue governments in Africa, have you ever had AU or ECOWAS telling them, look, be very careful? In Tanzania, a woman is contesting an election with other opposition members. And what did she do? She headed all of them into detention until after the election. Please, is that democracy in Africa? Anyway, do you know my happiness? I don't even think Donald Trump is listening to them. If Donald Trump are not listening to China, Russia, and the important country, not to talk of, who is that? Where is that country in ECOWAS? Where? Which country in ECOWAS will stand up to Donald Trump? They just made noise. Donald Trump is not even ready to listen to them. And it will not stop him from doing whatever he wants to do in ECOWAS country if he wants to. It will never stop him. Already he has won the 3 other Latin American countries. Cuba, Colombia, Mexico and all that. Is that not true? That will tell you that the man is not afraid of anybody. Mr. Okoro, if you ask me, the world need Donald Trump now. The world need Donald Trump now because a lot of rascality and arrogance, especially with these terrorists. These terrorists and their rascally behavior. Somebody need to bring sanity into this world. It's way too much. When you look at what M23 rebels are doing in DRC, Burundi, when you look at what people are doing in Nigeria, this ISWAP, bandits and all that the government cannot even contain them. So somebody need to come and bring sanity here for God's sake. That is my concern.
Okay, now, Barrister, I would like for us to, because we are relating it within the context of what is going on in West Africa. You have identified rogue states in West Africa, and but you didn't name them. I wouldn't know the states that are rogue in West Africa. The people that left, the Mali, Burkina Faso, and Niger. But if you look at closely to what happened in Venezuela, when Hugo Chavez died and Maduro came in, the economy had tanked and all of that. It was this same Maduro that started fixing the economy gradually. And he was also democratizing until a point that the whole thing turned and it became a hub for drug again. And principally, that is the problem that Donald Trump has with Maduro.
Yeah, exactly.
So if you say rogue states in West Africa, do we have any drug hub here in West Africa?
Do you have to, does it have to be only drug? How about turning democratic tenants and now upside down? How about that? How allowing terrorists to be running riots over your state. No, tell me, how about killing Christians? These are things that Donald Trump is against. And you're a government, you are not doing anything about it. The man had to step in. Yes, there's nothing wrong in that. I didn't see any article in UN Charter that says if you see a crime being committed in another state, as a nation, you should not talk or fight it. There's no such article. So if Donald Trump is trying to stop all this rascality all over the place, what is wrong with it? Just tell me what is wrong with it. You couldn't do it and somebody is doing it.
Okay, all right. Barrister, still trying to relate it with what's going on in West Africa. You know, a couple of people, you know, we saw protests erupt in parts of the north, especially Kano State, where people are protesting that, look, Trump, what you are doing in Venezuela isn't okay, that is not good, it's against international law. But we saw people in Caracas, the capital of Venezuela, rejoicing, jubilating. So how do you contrast that?
That will tell you the society you are in. You have tell you the people that are warning Donald Trump, they are the ones, they are the problem of Nigeria. They want the status quo to remain. In Sowore, they are the problem of Nigeria. They know themselves, they know. They are the ones causing this problem in Nigeria, and they want it to remain like that. You can see the difference. You can see they want it as it is, to be killing Christians, causing problem all over the place, kidnapping people. They want it to remain like that because they are the problem of Nigeria. They know. They know themselves. If they truly love Nigeria, will they be saying they will be begging the man to come and help them clean up this mess? So, are you going to tell me now that because they are against it, therefore the man should stop? They have already conquered Nigeria, so to say, literally. That is why somebody from there will come out and say, if Christians does not convert to Islam, they will kill all of them. Every Christian. That means as we are here now, me and you, Okoro, we are endangered species as Christians. Is that the country you want? Please tell me, is that the type of country you want? Can anybody go to America and tell Americans, if you don't convert to Islam, we are going to kill all of you? Will you even open your mouth and say, before FBI will swoop on you? But the people that said this in the other day, up to today, did you hear anything from federal government? Did you hear anything, any counter statement? That is the country you are in. And personally, Mr. Okoro, personally, if I have the power of Donald Trump, I will do worse than what you do. I'm not joking, no. Because these guys need to be told that, no, they don't have the monopoly of violence. What the hell? A human being will come and he just, claim that he's so powerful, he can threaten your life, tell you what to do and what not to do. Then where is the sovereignty? If they respect the sovereignty of Nigeria, will they come in here and be telling us all this nonsense? Is this swap from Nigeria? ISWAP, are they from Nigeria? They came in here, they violated our space, our life. And they have taken over. These people that went to occupy Benue and Plateau villages, are they from Nigeria? They didn't violate our territorial integrity, Abi. When they sack indigenes and chase them into IDP camp, and they are living in their home. Tell me, what is more provocative than all these things?
All right, now, Barrister, I want us to come closer home, trying to relate what happened. Now, this is not the first time that America is doing this.
Of course.
You remember like 36 years ago when they captured Manuel Noriega?
Yes.
Panama. That was during the Bush one administration.
The same drug, the same drug.
But mind you, Manuel Noriega was a CIA active agent.
Yes, exactly, yes.
But when push came to show, America had to put all of those things aside.
Remember, we have such a case here.
No, I'm coming. We also saw a situation where they had to smoke out Saddam Hussein in Iraq,
of course,
despite the fact that they didn't take him away to the United States.
Because the man was threatening his neighbors.
Okay, and in Libya, they did the same thing. They smoked out Muammar Gaddafi and all of that. So now, if you look at what ECOWAS is saying, look, you have to be mindful of, breaching people's sovereignty and all of that. So let's come back to Nigeria. America has recently come into Nigeria, bombed a camp, terrorist camp and all of that. Do you think that they could have been sending a message about regime change, possible regime change in 2027? I mean, if we have a government that is unable to, in the past 15 years, though not this government in particular, if we have governments that have not been able to stop this carnage, the killing of Nigerians, both Muslims and Christians, could it be a signal that America is somehow interested in regime change anytime soon?
It depends on how Nigerian government react to the issue. Those government that you are talking about, you saw what they did and how they went about it. They overstayed their welcome in office. Is that not true? Those guys, they were like a tyrant in office. They have always overstayed their welcome in office. Okay. And these are the reasons, one of the reasons why America got angry with them. So if anybody is dreaming of such a thing, then America is watching. That is the truth. If you have become so laid back, so docile that you cannot do anything, then America will come and help you to do it. That is the way it should be. Because the world we are in now is full of wickedness. So and somebody needs to counter that wickedness. That is my own take here. At every point in time, God will always send the Moses to deliver his people from Pharaoh. The Pharaoh we have today are the terrorists all over the place. All these Muslim and the Islamic fundamentalists threatening the whole world all over the place. So America is right to be their own nemesis. Yes, it should be so. If not, they will overrun the whole world one day. You wake up and discover that you are no longer Mr. Okoro. You are either Abdullahi or Musa. Like they just told you the other day. And you think it's a joke. Why would somebody be threatening people like that? No, tell me, Okoro. Why would anybody in this age, in 21st century, you don't want to live in peace with your neighbor? Every day they are killing and killing, adopting people, kidnapping people. What kind of human beings are these? Where did they come from? That Nigeria have never had peace in the last 15 years. We have spent over 22 trillion naira fighting these people. Money you and I would have been used, government would have used to better our life. They are spending it in paying ransom, in fighting insecurity. For what? For what? In fact, I thank God for Donald Trump. I thank God for him. America is watching the whole world now. Wherever there is this rascality, they will move in without you calling them. Yes, they will move in.
Now, Barrister, talking about rascality, do you think that the United States might be interested in 2027 general election in Nigeria?
Yes, so it's a signal. Yes, they should enthrone democracy. In fact, Donald Trump, be watching out. Any election in any part of Africa that please insist. Tell that president that you are coming. They must do the right thing. That's what we are saying. You are the bastion of democracy. You cannot watch and you cannot watch why people are destroying a democracy that you brought, a democracy that you created, a democracy that you championed. Okay, look at it this way, Mr. Okoro. With all the powers of Donald Trump, can he behave the way some African leaders are behaving? Don't tell me the truth. With all the powers of Donald Trump, can he be a C-type president like Paul Biya? Will the institution in America accommodate him? Will they tolerate him? The answer is capital no. So that will tell you that they meant well.
But Barrister, when America more like intervened in Nigerian elections,
Colombia and the rest of them. He said, look, I've told you, he's heading to America. And it's affecting his people. You want the man to keep quiet? Eh? That is the reality. So if the man is trying to defend and protect his people, what is wrong with that? Please tell me. What is wrong? He told Maduro, this drug you are producing in your lab, they are heading to America. Is that not a fact?
Barrister, I would like for us to discuss the consequences of this event, and its effect in Nigerian elections in 2027.
Yeah.
Well, we discuss this because we already understand that America has presence and interest in
Of course,
Nigeria. Now, looking at the 2027 election, you recall what panned out in 2023, where in Lagos here, where we are, a certain group of people, were prevented from voting. I don't know if you recall the certain lady who had a bloodied face, bloodied nose, and she said she wanted to vote the Labour Party. They prevented her. After they attacked her, injured her, she went back and still voted for the same Labour Party. And at the end of the day, the Labour Party be the president in the presidential election in Lagos here now. But for everything that happened, we didn't see consequences.
Yes.
The people that ordered the attack,
yes.
the people that perfected it,
yes.
the people that affected it, nobody's career was damaged, nobody was arrested, nobody was prosecuted, and everything died out.
Yes.
So do you think that a repeat of such things, could be tolerated in 2027?
In fact,
especially now that we have the global watchdog, centered, focused on Nigeria.
I told you that evil does not last forever. At a point in time, somebody will bring an end to evil. Two of us.
You've been saying it.
So, America is now ready for you. Especially Nigeria. Mr. Okoro, 2027 will be different. Nobody will try that rascality again. Quote me. Nobody will try that rascality that they did in 2020 again. And so they should go back to the drawing board and contest this election the way it should be done. All those shenanigans, all those rubbish is over. Nigeria should have a clean election for once. That's what we are saying. Let me see.
The people in power, the people that say grab it,
that one was before.
Wrong with it. Does it look like they care? Do you think that they care?
I said that was before. This time around.
Okay, you think it can happen again?
If they don't want a Donald Trump, I am not joking. If they don't want a Donald Trump to interfere, they should do this improperly. Don't say that because you have the power of the federal might and all that, you can do whatever. No, you cannot. Mr. Okoro, look, that one is in the past, so nobody. Personally, I will forward a letter to Donald Trump. If it happens again, thank God everybody have his handle and all that. People are going to send pictures and whatever of all the rubbish they are planning or they will do in this election. So if you say people are not patriotic, why would they call Donald Trump? You that is doing rubbish, you that is doing rubbish, you are the one that is patriotic, Abi. All those grabbing, snatching, is over. If you are popular, let the people elect you in a free and fair election. Please, is that too hard to ask for? Why can't Nigerians elect their leader? Instead of people imposing themselves on you. If you are popular, if you are do it the proper way. But if you think you are going to rig yourself into power, whoever, then be ready for what is to come.
All right, Barrister Darlington, I like your optimism, and I wish I could share in that optimism, because I understand how politics rolls here in Nigeria. But by the way, as we discuss this thing, do you know the whereabouts of the president? Where is he at the moment?
That will tell you what we have on ground. The man have outsourced his responsibility to Donald Trump. The same way he's running Venezuela now. I can tell you that indirectly, Donald Trump is running Nigeria.
Barrister, how so?
How so? You can't you see it? He told you that he's coming back after what he did in Sokoto. That means he's watching over. He's still monitoring the next place to strike. Meanwhile, the president of Nigeria is not at home.
And I like the fact that, well, land on your thought on the president's whereabouts. You don't know, because a lot of people don't know.
Yeah,
they know that he's somewhere in Europe.
All over the place. They said they saw him with Kagame having breakfast somewhere. Okay. Later they said he's Yoweri Museveni in Uganda. I don't know which one is which again. Meanwhile, his home is not even 30 people killed just yesterday, Abi, in somewhere in Niger. Abi, 30 human beings lost in your country, and you are somewhere holidaying. Mr. Okoro, please tell me the truth. Can this happen anywhere in the Western world? Just be sincere to yourself. Can it happen that a president is outside the country and this number of people died in his own country and the man is still there, just on holidays, so not that he went for any serious issue, on holidays? This is the type of thing that you see in Africa, that the man, Donald Trump, is calling you a disgraced nation. Do you have a country? Who is running the country? We are just literally being run by terrorists. They are riding roughshod over us. And you have a president. By the way, Mr. Okoro, is it okay that terrorists entered this country, took away, commandeered the part of Nigeria, sacked the villagers there, occupied their homes for over 10 years now, and nobody has said anything? Meanwhile, the villagers are living in IDP camp. And you call that a country? Be sincere to yourself. If you are here now and you are from Benue or Plateau and you hear that your family members in the village have been chased into IDP camp, how will you feel? Tell me, how will you feel? You can see. Nigerians don't see this thing as a problem because it is not yet on their own turn. Why would such a thing happen? And nobody is making any effort to send these people back to where they come from.
But Barrister, since after the December 25th attack, the terrorist looks like they have doubled down. Because
I'm telling you.
So does it look like they are trying to call Trump's bluff?
Because the Nigerian state is not even helping matters. Didn't they say that heaven help those who help themselves? With the motivation of Donald Trump, this is the time the federal government would have risen up and give these people help.
No, they say they are monitoring the movement.
Yes, that's what they say. Look at the military. They are monitoring. While Donald Trump is striking them, you are monitoring. Is
that not a good thing?
It's a good thing. Yeah, it's a good thing. I told you here that when we had the Nigerian military was in the past. Okay. The Nigerian military we have today are politicized military. They are no longer doing the work of military.
But Barrister, if we hear that our president was cited with Paul Kagame of Rwanda and Yoweri Museveni of Uganda, I mean, these are people who have fought insurrections, for a very long time, and they were able to overcome. Talk about Rwanda. So don't you think that the president might be trying to understudy them? Their tactics, their methods, the methods they used in fighting.
Presently, these are rogue states. Paul Kagame is financing and funding the M23 rebel in DRC and in Burundi.
Okay.
Paul Kagame is now the bad boy of East Africa.
But he's been able to settle Rwanda.
He was part of the problem then.
But Rwanda is settled now.
He was part of the genocide. Forget that. That's what I'm telling that man. He should be really careful. They are going to open the book of remembrance to remind him of what he did.
So practically, you think that there's nothing good to learn from?
What are you going to learn? Is it Museveni, who is now a sit-out president in Uganda?
Okay, so exactly my point. Do you think that the president might be trying to understudy their methods or try?
He has already understudied them. That is why he's trying to replicate it in Nigeria. Okay. But it's not going to work.
Okay.
Look at all the places, all the friends he's made. They say, tell me your friends, I will tell you whom you are. Look at the people he's hobnobbing with. Are they your example of democracy? Tell me.
But he's also hobnobbing with Emmanuel Macron.
Really?
Yes. And Lula da Silva in Brazil. Brazil seems to be doing well. So if he goes there to understand.
How many times have you visited them? And how many times have they visited him?
It doesn't matter.
It matters a lot too. It matters. All the romance with Macron, what did he bring to us? All these days that he's going to France, like he's going to his body long home. Has he brought any benefit to Nigerians? The answer is no. So what is the benefit of the travels all over the world? The worst is that he always go on this trip whenever there's problem at home. What does that tell you?
Okay, now, Barrister, before we move on to the next topic, I would like for you to conclude on this ECOWAS, warning Donald Trump not to breach the sovereignty of Venezuela.
They should shut up.
Okay.
They should shut up.
And
don't cry over somebody's headache. Talk of your own. ECOWAS, put your house in order. ECOWAS, put your house in order. You are your own problem. All of you in ECOWAS state, you are not doing properly, you are not doing well. Caution yourself, especially Nigeria that is the leader of ECOWAS and all that. Why can't you people call them? Do you know what ECOWAS said the other day? That Nigeria is the worst culprit in disobeying ECOWAS court judgment. Is that a compliment? That Nigeria never obey ECOWAS court judgment against it. Mr. Okoro, is that a compliment? So when somebody now wants to enforce those court decisions that you refuse to obey, you now say that sovereignty. ECOWAS should caution themselves and stop all this interference. Let them solve their own problem before talking of other people's own.
All right. Well, Barrister, thank you very much. We'll go for a short break, and when we return, we'll go to River State, where we are still battling with who is in control of the political structures in River State. Join us again, we'll be right back.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Welcome back and thanks for staying with us. This is Political Lens. The River State chapter of the APC in Ahoda West has declared total loyalty to the Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Nyesom Wike, saying it will follow his directives ahead of the 2027 elections. Well, APC chairman in the area, Rejoice Utobo, said, and I quote, "We await instructions from you on the 2027 elections, and wherever you ask us to go, there we shall go." Support for Wike also came from across party lines, with PDP chairman Ikechukwu Obuzo pledging allegiance and assuring electoral support. "Wherever you go, we will go. Be assured, come 2027, Ahoda West will deliver the needed results for you," he said, while local leaders praised Wike as a key political force in the South-South. Well, in his response, Wike said his visit was to appreciate support received in past elections, but stressed the need for political change in River State. Insisting that Governor Sim Fubara should not get a second term, he said, "We need a leader we can trust to drive our dear state to glory and progress," adding that correcting leadership mistakes in 2027 will restore the state's political standing. Barrister Darlington, here we have it. Nantawe Yilwata, APC National Chairman, says, "Oh well, Fubara Siminalaya, the governor of River State, is the leader of the party, going by our constitution. But he should also run an inclusive government." And when you go back to River State, political heavyweight stakeholders are saying, we'll only listen. In APC, by the way, are only saying we will only take instructions from Nyesom Wike. APC stakeholders, bigwigs are saying that. PDP bigwigs are saying the same thing. Barrister, who is in control of River's political structure?
You see, Mr. Okoro, you see these powerful individuals you people are creating in Nigeria. It is going to truncate this democracy. Seriously. All these men who are playing God, by the time Donald Trump will now come for them, you people will start complaining.
But how many people will he come for?
Don't worry. Don't worry. I mean, they are known. Somebody like Sheikh Gumi now, he's not afraid of himself. All the nonsense he had been posting, he had pulled it down because they told him that Donald Trump is looking for him. They told him, and the man has come out to say it. Wike should not include his name in that list. Wike should not include his name in that list.
Why would he include his name? He's just a political actor. He's not known to have killed anybody.
Hold on. These are the troublers of Nigeria. What Wike is doing in River State is not politicking. He's playing God.
But
he's playing God.
How?
This is
How is he doing it?
By deciding who will be what in River State. Are you not playing God? Is it not the people of River State that will decide their leader?
But the people are behind him.
Oh, which people?
The other day he was in Ahuda West.
Did you take
in fact, today he went to Ogubolu.
Look,
he's been to Abua Odua.
The people you are paying to come and sing your praises, they are not the real people of River State. That should be noted.
But sir, who are the real people of River State?
The real Rivers people are the ordinary people who are not happy with what you are doing. And you know that what you are doing is not good. You know. There is a proverb in Europe where they say an evil man knows himself. He's just waiting for somebody to tell him, and he now say you are insulting him.
Wike said the only contention, the only issue in contention is that he doesn't want anybody to take away his political structure from him.
Look, I don't want to
that
hear
he's the one that built that structure.
It's a lie. People were there before him. How many governors passed through River State before Wike? What kind of arrogance is that?
Do you want us to go down history lane?
Which history lane?
From 1999.
The fact remains that people have passed through that place before Wike. Is that not true? So why would it not?
No, I want us to examine the fortunes.
The what?
I want us to examine the politics of Rivers since 1999.
I already know. What
you already know.
This Wike is an exception. Is an exception. Even the
betrayal. How is he an exception? That is exactly what I want to find out.
Oh my God! Please.
Did he work with Amechi's structure to become governor?
Listen.
Barrister, did he work with Amechi's structure to become governor? That's my question.
The fact remains that somebody left office for him. Is that not true?
But he built his own structure.
Which structure? Structure. What is structure here?
That is his problem. He says, look, I don't want anybody to take my structure from me.
What is that structure? Mention that structure.
Barrister, you need to be calming down because I'm telling you.
Me to what you say? You be talking about structure. What is structure?
That is,
structure is human being.
It is
human being. The people that voted in the election.
Exactly the point. Now he has people that worked for him right from his time as local government chairman, his time as minister of state for education, his time as chief of staff.
Somebody appointed him.
And in all of those places, Amechi walked away with his own structure. So Wike had to do this, which he doesn't want another person to take away from him.
Amechi collected all the people in River State and walked away.
His own Amechi
structure.
He moved them to APC.
What structure are you talking? I don't understand. What structure?
But I'm lining out the structures.
Which structure? That mention it. When you say structure. What is that structure? Mention it.
Local government chairman, House of Assembly chairman, fellow governors that he built up and all of that.
Is this the structure that voted in the election?
But these are the people that voted were controlled by the structure. Barrister, look, we don't have to.
I said I disagree with you people.
Barrister, hold
on. You people created.
Barrister, I'm not creating. I don't even have an opinion. I'm just telling you what Wike has been saying.
What he's saying is not true.
Okay, what he's saying is not true.
Don't validate it. It's not true.
Okay, it's not true.
Wike is just overfed baby.
Okay.
There is nothing like structure. The structure is the people. They are the ones who went to go and vote in an election.
Okay, now the people are behind him now.
Who told you?
He went to Ahoda West.
Where is the opinion poll, Mr. Okoro?
Okay, so who do you think that the people are behind?
Where is the opinion
I'm asking
poll?
you. Okay, if they are not behind him.
Look, Wike is making fool of himself in River State.
Okay.
When the things are done, you discover what I'm saying. You mean the people of River State will still welcome Wike after what he did, Abi? After what he did to them in River State. that caused a state of emergency. They still
now the governor is praising the state of emergency. He said, if not for that state of emergency, I would have been former governor.
Well, leave all those things.
And he's very thankful to the president.
Yes.
Mr. President, thank you for the state of emergency that saved me, that saved my political life.
Oh, you want him to start going back?
No, but you said Wike cost it. And the governor is grateful, thankful to the president.
You want the governor to go back after he had joined the APC.
Okay.
What I'm saying here is that Wike should be very careful.
Okay.
Quote me. Wike should be very careful. His fall is imminent.
Okay.
All this thing is doing river.
Barrister, what do you see happening in 2027 between Wike and Fubara? What do you think the president will say?
Fubara will take charge. He's going for second term, and Wike cannot stop him.
Okay.
Because he's not the owner of River State.
Okay.
He cannot decide what.
Was he the owner of River State when he installed Fubara as governor of River State?
When he did what?
When he installed Fubara as governor of
River
State. Was he the owner?
Hold on. Look, Fubara did more favor to Wike than to himself.
Okay.
Than Wike did for him. Fubara.
Okay, so you now admit.
Hold on.
You admit that he made Fubara governor.
Hold on.
No, Barrister, do you admit that he made Fubara governor?
He didn't make anybody.
So which favor are you talking about?
It was people that made him.
Which favor?
Fubara was the accountant general of River State.
And in exchange for protecting him. Barrister, in exchange for protecting him, what did Wike do for him?
So if you now say
Barrister, in exchange for protecting Wike, what did Wike do?
Somebody should have been governor for God's sake now.
Okay, and now he became Fubara.
He didn't do him any favor.
He didn't do him
any favor.
Favor
is when this thing belongs to me and I say, you take. That is favor.
So apparently what you are saying is that Fubara helped Wike.
More than Wike helped Fubara.
So what did he do for him?
What did Fubara do for him?
No, what did Fubara do for Wike?
I said as the accountant general.
So as accountant general, it was a normal civil service job. What in particular did you do for him?
All the money that Wike stole.
All the money that Wike stole. So we have a governor who helped a former governor steal money and now become governor.
So what is the...
Who made him the governor?
Oh, God Almighty. What are you talking about?
Barrister, the APC National Vice Chairman, Northeast, Mustafa Salisu, has dismissed claims that politicians defecting to the ruling party are shielded from corruption investigation. When speaking in Yola, he said the narrative was meant to blackmail the administration of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, insisting the government has zero tolerance for corruption. Well, Salihu urged Nigerians with evidence against any APC member to petition anti-graft agencies, stressing that party affiliation offers no protection. Anyone that stole money will be prosecuted, even if you join the APC, he said, adding that several party chieftains had already returned funds through plea bargains. He also described opposition parties as unstoppable power-seeking coalitions, as unstable power-seeking coalitions, predicting that the African Democratic Congress, ADC, will not survive beyond 2027. Well, one possible defection, Salihu said, APC will become new members. Noting it is criminal and undemocratic to stop anyone from joining any group of in their interest. Now, Barrister, we have a situation where the National Vice Chairman, Northeast of the APC, said, look, if you think that you steal money and move over to APC, we are not going to shield you. Do you believe him?
In fact, believe. The man is just talking to himself. He knows the truth. Mention one person that entered APC with clean hands. Just let him mention all the people that are jumping into APC. Let him show me one person, just one, that have a clean hand. If not that they are running inside that place to get protection.
But a couple of them have been undergoing trial.
Undergoing waiting.
Yes.
That, where did the trial get to? Where is the outcome of the trial?
Okay, so you think it's a smoke screen or what?
I am telling you, it's obvious. Look at Yahya Bello. Look at Yahya Bello. A glaring example, an APC member. Look at what he's doing and what he's saying. With all the obvious, his case is just an open and closed case. But the man is talking bold that he's even going to contest election. With all the humongous allegations on his head. Mention any APC chieftain that is going into full trial for corruption. Mention. Mr. Okoro, the 210 trillion naira that we are looking for from NNPC, somebody is with it. You mean EFCC, they cannot go through the books and find out who took what up to today. No, tell me, 210 trillion naira of our money that is missing from NNPC.
But sir, people in NNPC are not politicians. They are
is
civil
that
servants.
what?
People in NNPC are not politicians.
I said that money.
I understand what you're saying. Now, the national vice chairman of the APC in Northeast is saying, if you steal money and run to APC, we are not going to shield you. So
that is a lie.
I understand what you're talking about, NNPC.
But
we are focused on politicians.
They share that money. Yes, the politicians, their hands are in that money.
Okay.
Let them investigate it and bring out a report. That money is too big to disappear like that.
That money wasn't. They said it was in 10 years.
It is under APC.
Okay.
When you want to look, you are not even good in protecting and defending these people.
Yes, I'm not protecting anybody. I'm just asking you questions.
The question you're asking me here is old school now.
Which one is old school? You that is new school. Barrister, you that is new school. I'm telling you that.
It happened under APC.
Okay, beautiful. So under whose watch? Under which politicians' watch?
That even the people that were not in government, their hands are in part of
Barrister, can you name them?
When they say it, that means it's straight from one regime to the other. Is that not true?
And now I understand APC. So can you name the politicians that were involved?
How can they when they have not named them?
No, I mean you name them.
They have not named
I'm telling you that the people that work in APC are not politicians. Except you want to talk about the Minister of Petroleum. Are you talking about the Minister of Petroleum?
They appointed their members into that institution. You cannot work there if you are not an APC member.
Okay.
Are you telling me
so we have politicians working in NPC?
All of them. If you are not a member, they can't give you just that juicy position. It's not possible. It can never happen. So what are you telling me here? They are all members of APC. That's the truth. So let them bring that money. Let them bring that money. So all the people that share that money, is it not corruption? They don't know themselves, Abi. Look at how they are giving them soft landing. The one you even discovered, the man who paid $5 million for his children's school fee, what happened to him? Mr. Okoro, have you seen him in any court?
Has he joined APC?
Have you seen him?
No, I'm asking you because I mean we are having a discussion about people that joined APC.
Will you come and tell you that he's a member? He's one of them.
No, but do you think that he's a member?
Do I think? Let a Labour Party member try that. Let a PDP member try that. You see what will happen to him. Okay. Since they gave him
but Barrister, you once told me that they were removed because they were no longer important to the president.
But they are members who are taking money.
Okay, so if they were members, why would the president just shove them aside like that?
Because the scandal is so loud. Yes, somebody wrote about it, and it becomes so. The best thing to save their face is to ask him to resign.
So apparently, what the president did to ask them to resign,
they wrote off the money he's owing from the up.
So it validates what this man said, that look, if you steal money and run into APC, there's no hiding place for you.
Well, it's a lie. It's a lie. It's a lie.
Barrister,
collect the money.
Barrister, you are contradicting your position.
The man that when I say go with your loot, what is the what is better here? Is it to prosecute you or to return the money you stole? If they give me that kind of money, what do I need with your office?
Barrister, in 30 seconds, you are concluding thoughts. We are out of time.
My concluding thought is that Nigeria should be very careful. Ojutila, like they say in Yoruba, I don't open now. The whole world is watching on Nigeria. So all those grab it, snatch it and run with it can never happen again with our election. No.
All right then.
So don't create problem and start looking for somebody to blame. Okay. If you want things to be done right, do the right thing. And Donald Trump will stay in his country home. If not, he's coming back here. He's coming back here.
Thank you very much, Barrister Darlington. This is where we have to draw the curtain. We appreciate your presence, and I hope that we can do this some other time. On behalf of the backroom staff, I am Chukwuma Okoro. Up next is Issues with Nena Ndimbuto. Join us again on top of the hour of 7 o'clock. I'll see you tomorrow, 8 o'clock on the morning show. Bye for now and enjoy the rest of your evening.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
My name is Esther. They call me the Oga of them are the general overseer of them all. Every man, every woman has got a voice where integrity is the volume. So this is Voice of the People's TV. Voice of the People's TV. So this is the people's voice. And the people's voice is the voice of God. That's the voice populi in Latin. The people's voice is the voice of God. So keep watching Voice of the People. In fact, my name is Voice of the People. Keep watching MC Adobe King.
Hi guys, my name is Kegan. I am Nigeria's biggest tech content creator, and I just wanted to give a quick shout out to Voice of the People TV. Keep watching, enjoy, and you're welcome.
My name is MC Alamano. They call me Enjoyment Landlord. It's VOP TV. Keep watching VOP TV. Don't touch it down. Even if you want to touch it down, increase the volume. If you don't increase the volume, I told me.
My name is Collins Agawabe, popularly known as No Maiden, but last, more than No Maiden, or more. Not be all so the cook right at the fry plantain. We keep on watching VOP TV. The voice of the people, the voice of Edo. If you want to get the authentic news for Edo, the way it be, that's why they show and all they cut anything come on. At VOP TV.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Hello there, my name is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chiki Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello peeps, my name is Yomi E. Adejimo.
Hi everyone, I'm Paul Utomi.
Hi everyone, my name is Stacey Benjamin and this is Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked to VOP TV. See, are you looking for good entertainment? You want to get good movies, good music, politics, talk shows, sports and entertainment. You really want a channel that gives you everything you need without you having to run around. VOP is where you are. That's Voice of the People.
If you're not listening to this, you're not one of us. And you deserve to be killed. Scrap chat. Don't be killed, but watch it. Or I'll find you. And I want you.
And you are locked on VOP TV. Don't go nowhere. This is where the juice is. This is where all you need for entertainment, politics, movies, and whatnot.
And keep watching VOP TV.
So keep it locked because I'm locked already, man. And it's money back guarantee. So you're going to have a good time because I do.
And please keep watching VOP TV.
I won't want to actually, I beg you, subscribe, watch it. If not, whatever you see.
You better not touch that die because VOP is the plot.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before. To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, with the sport.
My name is Tao Familoni, and here's to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
Arararara, my name is Made Kuti, and you're watching VOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Ovisha Nelson One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyi Osarate is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging, picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV. Live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
The nation's security landscape in the year 2025. Join us as we break down the facts and provide context to help you stay informed. We'll take a break, and when we return, we'll dig deeper into these topics. Don't go away. Glad to have you back. Let's dive straight into today's discussion. The year 2025 was indeed a challenging year for Nigerians. And one of the major issues that dominated Nigeria's national conversation more than any other was security. From banditry and kidnappings to insurgency and communal clashes, 2025 reinforced a troubling reality. Nigeria's security crisis remained widespread, complex, and unreserved. Tonight, we'll take a look at the major security stories that defined the year. Despite repeated military operations by the Nigerian Armed Forces, insecurity persisted across the country. In the northwest and parts of the north-central, banditry and mass kidnappings continued, targeting rural communities, highways and farmlands, disrupting agriculture and deepening food insecurity. In the northeast, insurgent groups Boko Haram and Islamic State West Africa Province remained active, attacking military formations and civilians, proving that the insurgency is far from over. Schools were once again prime targets. On November 17, gunmen abducted 25 female students and killed a staff member from the Government Girls Comprehensive Secondary School in Maga, Kebbi State, reviving national trauma around the safety of children and education. Also, on November 21, gunmen stormed St. Mary's Catholic Primary and Secondary Schools in Papiri, Niger State, abducting hundreds of students and teachers in one of the largest school kidnappings in recent years. Places of worship were not spared. In Kwara State, attackers struck during the church service in Iruko, killing worshippers and abducting the pastor and others. In Katsina State, a mosque came under attack, leaving scores dead and dozens abducted, underscoring how religious spaces became new front lines of insecurity. Entire communities also came under siege. In Niger and Benue State, villages were raided at night, homes set ablaze, and residents killed or taken away. In Yewata, Benue State, one of the deadliest attacks of the year claimed over 100 lives, displacing thousands, and overwhelming humanitarian support systems. On the backdrop of these unabated attacks, the Global Terrorism Index ranks Nigeria 6th worldwide in 2025, up from 8th in the previous year. These incessant killings also revived the narrative of Christian genocide, which attracted the attention of the United States Congress and the United States President Donald Trump, which led to Nigeria being designated as a country of particular concern, and also series of meetings by leaders of the two countries. On December 25, weeks after threatening military action in Nigeria, the United States launched airstrikes that targeted Islamic State-affiliated terrorists in Sokoto. The operation was publicly confirmed by President Trump and acknowledged by the federal government. In 2025, we saw the removal of service chiefs and new military heads were appointed. General Christopher Musa was removed as Chief of Defense Staff and General Oluyede was put in his place. However, just barely a month after his removal as CDS, Christopher Musa was appointed as Minister of Defense after the resignation of the former Minister of Defense. As a result of the heightened insecurity, the President declared a state of emergency on security and also ordered the withdrawal of police officers from VIP escort duties. Yet 2025 also saw a resurgence of the calls for state policing, and the different regions held meetings so as to find a lasting solution to the insecurity ravaging the nation. The killing of Brigadier General Musa Uba was a major blow to the military in 2025. Another major event that occurred in 2025 was the conclusion of the terrorism charge against Nnamdi Kanu. Kanu was sentenced to life imprisonment. Despite all the occurrences in 2025, the President, in his 2026 New Year message, said security and intelligence agencies will deepen cooperation with regional and global partners to eliminate all threats to national security. Meanwhile, the new year started with attacks on Plateau on crossover nights and another attack on January 4 in Niger State, which left at least 30 persons dead. Today, I'm delighted to be joined here in the studio, Dr. Peter Anosike. Dr. Anosike is a philosopher, development economist, and best-selling author. He's also an erudite commentator on economy, finance, politics, and power. He's also the author of the most talked about book titled Abuse of Power: How Democracy Turned into Tyranny of the Few. Thank you for joining us, sir.
Thank you for having me.
We also have joining us virtually Clem, who is a political analyst. Thank you very much for joining us, sir.
Thank you for having me. Good evening.
Yeah, good evening. Good evening. Glad to have you join, and Happy New Year to you.
And Happy New Year to you.
Yes, I think
too.
this is my first time of
Happy New
seeing
Year
you
to
this
you.
year, of hearing from you rather this year. Okay, let me start with you. Looking back at 2025, would you really say that Nigeria, how would you describe Nigeria's security situation? Would you say it improved? Would you say it worsened? Or would you say it simply changed form?
Thank you for the question. Security issue in Nigeria has been very topical and has been on the forefront, and everybody can feel the impact. The year 2025 was a year that was marked by insecurity in Nigeria. It did not decline in many spheres, because even new terrorists like the Lakoro one got introduced in the Nigerian insecurity phase. When you compare 2024 and 2025, you will find out that insurgency, banditry in 2025 actually increased. And when you look at maybe insecurity as a result of the separatist movement in Nigeria, in the south, you find out that a little bit of decline in 2025 when you compare that to 2024. But that does not mean that the insecurities there are not significant. They remain quite significant in places like Anambra, Imo State, and Abia State. Insecurity as a result of the separatist movement remain quite significant. And when you come to the issue of banditry, kidnapping, it remains stubbornly high in 2025. It is so high that the United States has to designate Nigeria as a country of particular concern. Like you said in your prayer, like the
Okay, we seem to have connection issues with him. Would sort it out, but let's come back to our guest in the studio. Dr. Anosike, what would you say? What are those stories? What are those events that actually for you, or that you would say shaped our security in 2025?
Well, insecurity is progressing in the country, not declining. That's from the data that you showed, that we moved from number 8 in 2014, in 2024 to number 6. So I can describe 2025 as what Thomas Hobbes concept of state, where life is brutish and short. So what we see in Nigeria is that thousands of children are now growing up as orphans. Thousands of children are now growing up as orphans, and the number of out-of-school children in Nigeria is also on the increase, because anytime school children are abducted, over 50% of the children will refuse to go back there. Even if they want to go, their parents will tell them, don't go. Because what happened before could happen again. So in all the phase, it shows that our government is failing. Understand? Because in 2023, Tinubu swore to protect lives and property of Nigerians, which is the primary goal that's of any government, which is not happening that's in the country to the extent that United States have to even intervene. So that shows you that we are not, that government, I cannot say we, because I'm paying my tax for government that to protect me. Understand? If they cannot protect me, the money I'm using for my tax, I can use it and buy things to protect myself and stop paying tax. So government is failing woefully, that's in the area of security in the country. And when government fails in the area of security, the government has failed in any other field, because security is the foundation. Where there's no security, you cannot add any other thing there. There can never be development where there's insecurity.
Okay, what do you think? What would you say is the reason? We know that we have so many. We've had repeated operations of the military, but still they don't get to yield as much result as we would like it to yield. Why would you think that this happens? Why has the military failed to deliver lasting peace and a lasting end to this insecurity?
Number one is corruption. Understand? Number one is corruption, that in the sense that what is meant for the prosecution of this war is not really getting to those that's on the field. An instance, the 2026 budget for insecurity should be about either 5 trillion. Understand? Or
yeah, 5.8.
5.8 trillion. You can see that over 50% of that money will go into private pockets. Understand? So those that's on the field are literally fighting with their bare hands. So when you see the kind of weapons that terrorists that came for negotiation in Castina and Sokoto are carrying, I've never seen any Nigerian army carrying such a weapon. So you can see, and you can see that these people are not being motivated enough or even prepared enough to fight these insurgents. And again, there's also this issue of sentiment. Understand? That this issue of sentiment, that's where the soldiers are not allowed to go and deal decisively with the insurgents. Understand? Because as the way they are being perceived in the north is not the way they are being perceived in the south or outside the country. In the north, they are not being seen as terrorists. Rather, they are being seen as miscreants or wayward children. That's why somebody like Sheikh Gumi is saying that they should build houses for them, understand, give them scholarship, put them in our national budget. Understand me? So, and again, when Donald Trump tweeted of coming back to Nigeria, there were even protests that those that Donald Trump is coming to kill are their brothers, their fathers, and therefore they shouldn't be killed. Which means some enemies in the north are not seeing them as really bad people. So that's the reason why it has festered up till now.
Okay, one of the things that happened in 2025 was the removal of the service chiefs. Would you say that this has in any way helped helped in fighting insecurity? Have there been any wins since the removal of these service chiefs?
Well, I was on a radio program this afternoon, and when the presenter was talking about what happened in Niger State, he said that President Tinubu has ordered for a manhunt. So I say, so these people, they have gotten tired of using marching order, because marching order was not working. Maybe manhunt may work. Understand? So for me, when you send somebody on a mission and you did not prepare that person will fail. So changing service chiefs without adequate preparation. This adequate preparation include one, making sure that the soldiers on the field have the latest both technological and weaponry. Understand me? If they are not well prepared, if they are not well motivated, motivation includes taking care of their families at home. Understand? Because somebody cannot be that in the war front and be thinking, I'm not sure if my children have eaten or not. And that he cannot give his best. So these people need to be physically and mentally prepared for this insurgence, which is not happening because of a lot of reasons. So the problem is not in changing of service chiefs. Even if Tinubu decides to be changing service chiefs every two months, the same thing will be happening until they begin to do the right thing.
Okay, I'll come back to you, but let's go back to our virtual guest. Clem Agui is online to talk to us. Okay, thank you very much for joining us again. So let me go. Banditry and kidnapping, like I read, has become normalized. We know that it has become normalized in some regions in the country. For you, what would you say has allowed this to really, to become? I don't want to use the word a norm, but what makes you think, or why do you think this has become a regular occurrence in our country?
It's quite unfortunate that insecurity in Nigeria has become a kind of industry whereby people see what is happening in Nigeria and the budget being allocated as a way of enriching themselves. I think it was Femi Falana that said recently that a particular service chief that looted 22.1 billion was let go by the court. I've seen similar cases like that, whereby we have people who have been accused of either looting the treasury or security funds, and they're letting go by the system or by the courts. We've seen that happen a lot of times, and that's not good. So it makes insecurity, kidnapping, banditry, terrorism seem like a norm. Just like Nosike said in the studio, that we have seen it. We're now in a situation whereby the issue of banditry, terrorism, insecurity has been either politicized or ethnicized or religionized. Because you see people telling you, oh, you cannot touch these people because they are own people. And this got across the country. And you see people telling you, no, they are not terrorists. It was the Minister of Defense State, Minister of Defense State that said that people who, not all terrorists, not all bandits are criminals. If not all bandits are criminals, who are the criminals then? So this is like normalizing terrorism. And you see people like Sheikh Gumi saying this is our people. That if you're attacking them, you're attacking Islam. You're talking about religious people. Bishop Kuka saying they are our children. Of course, he's their father, and they're not my children. And I don't accept that kind of characterization. The only way we can actually deal with this situation is to bring the full weight of the state against them and degrade them and take this people out our life, because we cannot sustain this security the way it is going in Nigeria. It is growing very, very rapidly. And the fortunate thing is that with even the American intervention, if not sustained and contained, you find that they are spreading towards the south in a very big way. That before you know it, in less than 2 or 3 years, they will take over some states. They will taken over and very active in places like Niger and Kogi. And before you know it, they are taking over Enugu State, and they will taking over Anambra State, and they are growing very rapidly. And we are acting as if this is normal. It's not normal anymore. It's scary. It's nothing, like Nosike said, nothing will thrive in a state of insecurity. We cannot make Nigeria look like Somalia and Afghanistan, and we expect our economy to grow. It doesn't grow like that. We cannot be spending 5.3 trillion on security alone, and yet we don't see the result. It's like half of the budget being put on insecurity, on defense, and yet we don't see the result. So these things should not be allowed to continue. And I think it is high time the government of the day begin to recover all the looted funds that have been budgeted for insecurity that are in private hands. And if those money can be recovered, we have enough money to actually combat insecurity in Nigeria. The fact that it's looking like a normal to be doing what they're doing is no longer good for the image of the country. It's not good that Nigerians are being barred from going to other countries like Europe and America because they're worried that some of the people that are coming from Nigeria may be security threat to their own country. Everybody seems to be suffering the consequence of insecurity in Nigeria. And normalizing insecurity is not healthy. It's not good for the country. The only reason why me and you donated our power, our rights to the government is to protect us. And the government has also been allowed the latitude to control the instrument of coercion. And whereby the government is no longer able to do that, then that government cannot claim sovereign. That means the sovereignty of Nigeria has been surrendered to bandits and terrorists. It means that banditry are normalized. It means that insecurity is normalized. It means that there's no more government in Nigeria. And this is the more reason. And it's
okay, we seem to have lost him. We seem to have lost him again. We'll regain connection with him during the show. Let me come back to you, Dr. Anosike. What would you say is the single biggest driver of insecurity?
The single biggest...
If you feel like there are many things that are drivers of insecurity in Nigeria, you could go ahead and mention them.
One, just unemployment is one. Understand? When you hear that a country has 80 million unemployed youths, understand? There's certainly any country in Europe that has a population of 80 million. So imagine where Nigeria has 80 million youths. Maybe these people, maybe half of them has gone to the university, come out, no job to do. Understand? Come out, no job to do. And you expect them that to fold their hands. They cannot. That's why it is said that an idle mind is a devil's workshop. They must always look for ways to survive, whether rightly or wrongly. Then some politicians, understand, train these people or equip them to use them during elections. And it is not easy to recover gun from anybody. It is not easy to, if you go and buy 20 AKM rifles and give that to people, come and fight for my election, you can hardly get those guns back from them. So this is also that's part of it. Then the jihad of Othman Danfodio, that Nigeria belongs to the Fulanese. Understand? That's exactly what is happening in the North Central as we speak. Understand? That during the Ottoman Danfodio jihad, that up to Benue State that was conquered. Therefore, anywhere that their feet touch belongs to them. So that's exactly what is going on in Benue. That's what is going on in both in Ndatu, Benue, which has also entered Kogi, because during that time Kogi was part of Benue. Understand? So that jihad has not really ended. So why people are being killed in those areas, North Central, it's not really that they are Christians. Assuming that they are atheists, understand, they will have still be killing them. Because what is happening there is land grabbing. This land belongs to us. We must take it back. So these are the three factors that is fueling insecurity in the country. And the government knows about it. Understand? But they don't have what it takes that to stop it.
Okay, one of the things that occurred in the threat, one of the things that occurred in 2025 was a threat by Donald Trump, of course, saying he was going to come to Nigeria, gonna blazing and all of that. And then we also saw that on December 25, what some people would term as a Christmas gift to Nigeria. But would you actually say that that particular attack in Sokoto by the United States was a good one for Nigeria? The reason I'm asking this is, okay, some of these attacks that have happened recently, some persons have said it is those persons or those bandits or those terrorists who were running away from the attack, from the US attack, that now went to do this, that now went to carry out the same attack. So as some persons have said it. So is it like, okay, and some persons also said, okay, why is it that if US had done this attack, had carried out this attack, it is now our military, it's now in their own, it's now in their hands or in their place to ensure that they actually stage or ensure that these people don't go out of Sokoto and then stage military officers and ensure that they capture these people. And when you now see them still now carry out more attacks, it now looks like they're now even carrying out more attacks than what even occurred. So would you say that the US attack was actually a very good one?
It was a very, very good one, and it has not stopped. It has not stopped. And when you say that Donald Trump don't issue the threat, Donald Trump doesn't issue a threat. Donald Trump tells you what he will do. Understand me? Trump tells you what he will do. So it is a good one. Understand? And since 25th of December till now, we've not heard any attack in Sokoto. We've not heard any attack in Sokoto. Even this suburb in Sokoto ordered for the opening of their schools today, because they now have relative peace. So what Donald Trump did, or what the United States did, is like a teacher. A teacher would just show students the way. Understand? Then the students will now carry on from where all the teacher stopped. So what Donald Trump did, this is what you are supposed to do. Because the former defense minister, Badaru, said that where these terrorists are, their bombs cannot get to them. But Donald Trump has shown that bombs can get to them. So Nigerian army should have taken over from where American airstrike stopped. But yet they have not done it. The people that struck in Niger and in Kwara are different people. Understand me? They are or different people, and those terrorists have been resident there, even though the governor of Niger State is living in denial. The same thing with the governor of Kwara State. Understand? So that's the thing. Nigeria should have continued from where these people stopped, but because of sentiment, understand? So they are not doing what they are supposed to do.
Okay. What needs to change in our security, in our approach to security, Charlie, in 2026?
One, what needs to change is that we should put the country first. Understand? Putting the country first means treating everybody the same. Understand? Anybody, there's no difference between a terrorist and a bandit. Understand? Anywhere you see them, shoot aside. Whether he's from your village or from your town. Whether he is worshiping in some mosque or in the same church with you. Understand? We should remove sentiment. Then corruption also needs to end. Understand? Whatever is meant for that's either for the procurement of weapons or meant for the upkeep of the soldiers and their families should also be given to them. They should also be allowed free hand, understand, to deal with these people, because I keep on saying it. Nigeria army is one of the strongest in Africa. The training that they have, these bandits, terrorists, don't have 10% of that. Understand? The training that Nigeria army have, these bandits don't have 10% of it. But their hands are being tied at their back because of political and ethnic interests. So it's now being seen as if ragtag boys are now superior to our Nigerian army. It is wrong. It is very, very wrong. Our soldiers are well trained, but because of tribal and religious interests, they are not being allowed to function. And for me, if they want it to stop, they know what to do. They know what to do, and if they don't want to do it, the consequences could be severe.
Okay, the importance of people in fighting insecurity can actually not be overemphasized. And you know, one of the things that the Chief of Defense Staff said, the former Chief of Defense Staff said, when he was being screened by the Senate for the role of the Minister of Defense, he actually made mention of the importance of people. So how do you think that, how do you think we are fared in engaging people in our security apparatus? And
which people?
As in people, the community, like people, like ensuring that community, there's information from the community members and villagers and all of that.
How are they taking care of those communities? Understand? How is government taking care of those communities? Does Abuja know that those communities exist? Does Abuja know that those communities exist? What infrastructure has government put in those communities? What amenities has government put in those? So I keep on saying it. One of the easiest ways of curbing insecurity is good governance. Once the people know that government cares about them, they will care about government. Understand? Once they know that the man in Aso Rock is thinking about them, they will also think of the man in Aso Rock and think of how to help him. and not there was a picture of Buhari and no of Tinubu in France. When bombs are dropping that's everywhere in the country. So if you have an important information, you give to government. Understand? Why why the head of the government is somewhere having a good time?
But isn't he going to be for the good of the people if they eventually give out this information?
Excuse me. If you care for government, government will care for you. Understand me? Government will help. That people will help government to succeed. But government should first of all do theirs. People are doing their own by paying their taxes. Paying taxes simply means surrendering my life to you. Understand? With this tax I'm paying, provide amenities, provide roads, provide electricity, protect my life and my property. So when you do your own and government refuse to do their own, what will you do? Since 2023 up to today, Nigerians have not benefited anything from this APC government. And all they are doing is taking from us, taking from us, taking from us, seeing us as customers instead of seeing us as citizens. So anywhere there's no good governance, there must be insecurity.
Okay, let me get back to Barrister Clem, who has rejoined us. Okay, Barrister, would you think that dealing with poverty in any way, do you think it will solve the problem of our insecurity?
One of the fertile ground for insecurity is poverty. People are poor and they lack means of survival and livelihood. They are bound to maybe find survival in other means, of which crime is one of them. Most of these young men and women that have been recruited into banditry and terrorism, either as facilitators or foot soldiers, some of them came from very poor background, and some of them because they don't have any future, and some of them because they have become hopeless and they find succor in joining the banditry and insecurity. But again, I would tell you something. You see, the corruption in government is the reason why Nigerian people are actually suffering the way we are suffering and going through what we are going through. The fact is this: the people that are running Nigeria are running Nigeria with fugitive mentality, where they don't care about the citizens. You pay your tax, you don't get value for the tax you're paying. They extract your mineral resources, you don't get value for it. And we give you so much and gets back so little. I don't agree with Dr. Nosike when he said the Nigerian army is the best fighting force in Africa. The Nigerian army, as it is today, is not the best fighting force in Africa, because an army that cannot even suppress, that is so corrupt and so politicized and ethnicized that they cannot even suppress a ragtag militant forces, it cannot be said to be the best fighting force in Africa. An army that is not disciplined cannot be said to be the best fighting force in Africa. An army that is not even fit for purpose. You see most of our soldiers, they're not even physically fit. You just see them, you know that they're not fit. Imagine soldiers with pot belly. Imagine soldiers that can't even press up, 100 press up. You say me is the best fighting force in Africa. The soldiers need to be physically fit, mentally fit. The military has to be disciplined and less corrupt. The system has to refine itself for it to be the best fighting force in Africa. And we should stop playing games with ourselves and with our lives in this country. The government should stop playing games. Because when I look at government policies and government interventions and the kind of excuses they make, I just see it as people that are just playing games with the life of people. Otherwise, we shouldn't be going through what we are going through. There's no reason why Nigeria should be going through what they are going through. During the Buhari government, we're almost told, point blank, you have to learn, insecurity has come. We have to live with it. We have to learn how to live with insecurity. How can government have that kind of attitude that we have to live with insecurity? If Donald Trump of America did not designate Nigeria a place of particular concern, if Donald Trump did not begin to take action to even try to bomb some terrorist hideout in Nigeria. The current government again has left us in a manner that we have to live with insecurity. How can that be so? So there are many things that Nigeria have to deal with, and that is one of them is taking ourselves serious in the things that we are supposed to do as a government and as a people. We are not yet serious. We're playing games, and telling you, oh, it's not only Christians that are being killed, that Muslims are also being killed, as if we are competing in statistics or to know the number of people that are killed more. We are not interested whether it is more Muslims that are being killed. The Christians are complaining that they are being killed. And these are Nigerians. And we are saying we don't want anybody to be killed in Nigeria by these bandits. And we say deal with them. And the moment you want to deal with them, you see they are enablers speaking out, saying you cannot deal with them. You cannot bomb them. You cannot shoot at them. You will see politicians telling you, oh, defense minister, you're not one of us. You're no longer a soldier that dish out orders. We really need to take ourselves serious in this country. And we really need to be willing to be alive and survive this country. Because this country is actually destroying the life of people and their future. And that is why we are having the level of insecurity that we are having. We are having a government that is not fit for purpose, fit to run this country.
Okay.
We have people who seem to have their loyalty elsewhere than having their loyalty to the Constitution and the people of Nigeria. And this is because we are practicing a democracy where somebody is holding the country like a TV remote control. And you feel that whatever remote channel you want, you pray. You see it happening in River State. What else brings security? We are wicked that God is determining who will govern River State.
Because of time, I'll have to cut you there. Okay,
thank you very much.
Yes, thank you. But because we still have another topic, another conversation to go into, which is still a little bit under security. But let me ask you this. What do you think is the single biggest security lesson Nigeria must learn from 2025 before we go into our next conversation tonight?
The single biggest lesson we must learn from 2025 is that enough is enough. We had enough. We must begin to take ourselves serious and try to fix this country. Otherwise, like Donald Trump said, if you cannot fix this situation, then I'll come, because I'm gonna blazing to intervene on your behalf. We don't want what happened in Venezuela to happen in Nigeria, because once you see the world, the president of the most powerful nation in the world, threatening you with warfare, you know that devil is knocking on your door. And I want to tell Nigeria that devil is knocking on your door, and you must do everything to avoid the devil from breaking through and coming through that door, because that is what is going to happen next in Nigeria.
Okay, Barrister, it looks like you just peeped into my script, because Venezuela was the next topic of conversation I wanted us to have. Yes, but I'll still come to you. Let me just read a little bit about it. The Economic Committee of West African States, ECOWAS, has urged the international community to respect the sovereignty of nation states and the principles of international law. The Commission made the appeal in a statement issued in Abuja following the recent arrest and deportation of Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro to the U.S. by operatives of the U.S. force. Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro and his wife are undergoing trial in a court in New York following his abduction by U.S. forces. His capture and his forced transfer to the U.S. for trial poses a significant challenge for international law. U.S. President Donald Trump says Washington will run Venezuela and tap its vast oil reserves without providing details on how to do so. Trump has warned that Vice President Delcy Rodriguez, Venezuela's acting leader, could face a very big price if she did not do what is right. Meanwhile, Brazil, Chile, Colombia, Mexico and Uruguay have denounced U.S. suggestions of running Venezuela, warning against any outside control or appropriation of the country's resources. Let me come to Dr. Anosike before I come to you, Barrister. Anosike, what do you make of this abduction and what does it portend?
Excuse me. Who signed the ECOWAS?
ECOWAS from Abuja.
Who signed it?
When I saw it, I smiled.
So this is just an ant that's trying to back at an elephant.
Why did you use that analogy?
ECOWAS is an ant trying to back up, or that somebody should have signed it. Understand? Somebody should have signed that. My interest is who signed that document, but it's anonymous, and anonymous to me means cowardice. So for me, everybody is condemning, but we are not good history students. We don't research. In 10th of January 2025, Biden-Harris administration declared Maduro wanted dead and alive. Not Donald Trump. Biden-Harris administration declared by this guy Nicolas Maduro. That's wanted dead and alive, and put $25 million for whoever will give information that will lead to his arrest. Donald Trump was sworn in 11 days afterwards. So this thing did not start by Donald Trump. Now even Commander Harris was condemning this action. Why your own government has declared him wanted dead, bring his body, whether he's alive or dead. So what Maduro was not running a government. He was running a criminal gang in Venezuela. Maduro was running a criminal gang in Venezuela. Understand? He is supporting Iran, Hezbollah, and other terrorist organizations. So what Donald Trump did is the right thing. And it also serves as a message to all the corrupt and bad leaders anywhere in the world. Understand me? That your sovereignty means nothing when you are harming your people. So that's the message. That your sovereignty means nothing when you are harming your people. So once every office has its own responsibility, if you take an office, you must live up to that responsibility. And if you don't, let me tell you, now Donald Trump is focusing on the terrorists in Nigeria. A time will come, he will shift from those terrorists to the government. Why is this government allowing these people to be doing this thing? Because he's a businessman. He cannot continue wasting their resources on bandits. Why government is not a time will come, Donald Trump will shift from these terrorists to the government.
Okay, let's quickly hear Barrister's claim. His opinion on this. Barrister, please, we are out of time already. In just 1 minute, please, just give me your take on this abduction. Dr. Anosike is saying he's actually applauding the president. What do you make of this?
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised, just like he was, about the attitude of ECOWAS countries on the extra rendition of Nicolas Maduro by the United States. This is not the first time America has done that. They did it with Noriega. And I'm also surprised that Nigeria government conducted this extraordinary rendition on Nnamdi Kanu and tried him and convicted him and didn't obey international law that is talking about international law. International law doesn't exist. It only exists in the mind of people who want to be watched by it. In international law, might is power. It's a very strong nation, it's power. What you do is immaterial from the law. You can do it now and justify it later. And that is what Donald Trump has done. They have done a extraordinary rendition. They have taken somebody that's wanted dead or alive by America because he's a superpower. And he has brought him to America to try him. And he's going to try him. Is he going to convict him? They're going to find him guilty because they have an indictment. And that is it. The rest of the world can talk and America will rationalize and justify their action.
Okay, thank you very much.
All right.
Thank you. Thank you. Sorry I had to cut you that way. Thank you very much, Barrister Claire Magui, for being a part of this. And thank you, Dr. Anosike, for joining us as always. That's all we have for today's episode of The Issues. We looked at a major event in Nigeria's security landscape in 2025. Thank you so much for being a part of this. Don't forget to tune in next time for more in-depth analysis and discussion. Follow us on social media to stay up to date on the latest news and insight. Until next time, stay informed. Remember that the views and opinions expressed by our analysts are solely their own and do not reflect those of VOP Media. Thank you very much. And once again, I am Nnenna Ndomdioto. This has been The Issues on Voice of the People Television, where the future faces forward.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
My name is Esther. They call me the Oga of them are the general overseer of them all. Every man, every woman has got a voice where integrity is the volume. So this is Voice of the People's TV. Voice of the People's TV. So this is the people's voice. And the people's voice is the voice of God. That's the voice populi in Latin. The people's voice is the voice of God. So keep watching Voice of the People. In fact, my name is Voice of the People. Keep watching MC Adobe King.
Hi guys, my name is Kagan. I am Nigeria's biggest tech content creator, and I just wanted to give a quick shout out to Voice of the People TV. Keep watching, enjoy, and you're welcome.
My name is MC Alamano. They call me Enjoy Medlandlord. It's VOP TV. Keep watching VOP TV. Don't touch it down. Even if you want to touch it down, increase the volume. If you don't increase the volume, I told me. My name is Collins Agawabe, popularly known as No Mind but last, more than No Mind or more. Not be all so the cook right at the fry plantain. We keep on watching VOP TV. The voice of the people, the voice of Edo. If you now want to get the authentic news for Edo the way it be, that's why they show and they want to cut anything come on. At VOP TV.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Hello there, my name is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chiki Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello, peeps. My name is Yomi E. Adejimo.
Hi everyone, I'm Paul Utomi.
Hi everyone, my name is Stacey Benjamin, and this is Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked to VOP TV. See, are you looking for good entertainment? You want to get good movies, good music, politics, talk shows, sports and entertainment. You really want a channel that gives you everything you need without you having to run around. VOP is where you are. That's Voice of the People.
If you're not listening to this, you're not one of us, and you deserve to be killed. Scrap chat. Don't be killed, but watch it, or I'll find you, and I want you.
And you are locked on VOP TV. Don't go nowhere. This is where the juice is. This is where all you need for entertainment, politics, movies, and whatnot.
And keep watching VOP TV.
So keep it locked because I'm locked already, man, and it's money back guarantee. So you're gonna have a good time because I do.
And please keep watching VOP TV.
I won't want to actually, I beg you, subscribe, watch it. If not, whatever you see.
You better not touch that die, because VOP is the plot.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before. To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, with the sport.
My name is Tao Familoni, and here's to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
My name is Made Kuti and you're watching BOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Nelson One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyi Osarate is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging, picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV. Live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Voice of the people. You can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Soibifa Dokobo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikena Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka, Amayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
Uyi Osarate is my name. I am a friend of the microphone. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios. Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging, picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I be like, well, this TV station will go places. Voice of the People TV.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV. Live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Ovisha Nelson One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Bamakore, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to VOP TV, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from The Real Housewives of Lagos and The Real Housewives Ultimate Girls Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
All right, hello, it's a boy that's shaking the man fine back with Melanie Poppy Black Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know why you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weight.
Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi, guys. You already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers boy ever live. Keep watching VO.
Welcome, guys. The show is Hashtags right here on VOP TV. This is where we're going to tell you all things trending and all things topical. This is the first edition of the show for this week, and it promises to be a hot one. I can tell you that. So tighten your seatbelt. It's going to be a roller coaster edition. On that note, if this is your first time, accept a very warm welcome from us. I am Vivian Uguche.
And I'm Ikechukwu Agwagu. We encourage you to subscribe to our YouTube platform. And of course, hit that notification bell to be part of the show. And it will be interesting to see what you've got to say about the conversation that we're having here. So leave us a comment on our YouTube platform and across all social media to be part of it. Without more ado, let's go.
All right. So the first hashtag for today is APC National Secretary. So, you know, last week we brought you one of the hashtags that was trending like mad. It was Wike versus Fubara. And now it is Wike versus the APC. Because it's not just the APC national secretary, it's also the APC national chairman. But hey, for this particular hashtag, it is hashtag APC national secretary. So what's the APC national secretary saying about Wike? He's telling him that, look, if you're so obsessed with your state, Rivers State, and politicking in Rivers State, just resign as the FCT minister. This is actually breaking news right now. So he put it up on social media, X to be precise. So I'm going to take you to X now so you see that particular post. It's all over social media. Senator Jibola Bashiru, a PhD, BL, says, he just put up this picture of himself and Wike side by side. And then he wrote, this is a caption, resign and face Rivers politics. APC National Secretary fires back at Wike. And it's actually trending. So why is he saying firing back at Wike? Because Wike had some stuff to say about the APC National Secretary. You're going to be taking a listen to him in a short while. But can we take a look at the next post now? Yeah. So APC Nigeria says, for the avoidance of doubt, our records indicate that Minister Nyesom Wike is not a member of our party, APC. So he lacks the locus to dabble into the affairs of our party. And this is a quote from Senator Bashir. And then he says, at Dr. SRJ, APC National Secretary. So on the 3rd of January, we had the APC National Chairman, right, come to say that, look, the leader of the APC in Rivers State is Simnalaye Fubara. That takes us to the next post now. So you see how this one is playing out. Let's do it. So the cable is now telling us what Wike had said earlier on. And he said, stay away from Rivers State. Don't take our support from Mr. President for granted. Wike wants APC National Secretary Ajibola Bashiru. Take a listen, guys, to Wike.
Where's the Tono Kocha? This is the chairman of APC. This is the chairman of PDP. Any state that can do it, tell them to come out. Not be to talk, cha. No be whoa, whoa, whoa. Yes, so we can our leader, oh. No be cha. No be we can our leader. No be whoa, whoa, whoa. No be whoa, whoa, whoa. Yes, so we can our leader. No be cha. Yes, so we can our leader. If I don't say this, let me warn those who come to Rivers State because you have heard about 600 billion. You come here, you connect, and you open your mouth, you talk anyhow. I want to say it. You know, when you are doing something for the interest of everybody, some people will come out to make sure those things don't work. I say it here, Victor, I want to say it here. Take this message. Tell your national secretary, leave Rivers State alone. Leave Rivers State alone. Go and ask those who have tried it before. Go and ask those who have tried it before. Kapinta, Birikila, Owa Pondole Dole, Kamanga, Wukandole, Owa Pondole Dole, Kapinta, Birikila, Owa Pondole Dole, Kamanga, Wukandole, Owa Pondole Dole, Kapinta, Birikila, Owa Pondole Dole, Kamanga, Wukandole, Owa Pondole Dole. Don't take our support from Mr. President for granted. You have to be careful the statement you make. You have to be careful. Today, you are enjoying in Osun. You don't know those who did the work. You're opening your mouth to talk about Rivers State. Anything you see, take it. Anything you see, what? Take it. Agreement is agreement, yo. Agreement is agreement, yo. Without reaching for settlement, you can't determine nonsense. Agreement is agreement, yo.
When Mr. President comes back, when I see the Minister of Blue Economy, I will tell them to tell him, go and ask other people what has happened to them before. Putting River State, carry your hand to come to River State. If your hand burns, don't say the people no more. I can challenge anybody. This state is a no-go area. This state is a no-go area. Whether you like it or you don't like it or there. There. So, take the one you have taken.
I just wanted to have a feel of it, yeah. So it was music punctuated with dancing, punctuated with some serious talking. Now, he was talking to the APC National Secretary that he couldn't even win the state for the APC, and he's coming to, you know, bring his matter, bring his mouth into River State matter. That's what he's saying, basically. But it's a lot to wrap your head around, right? But there are more posts I'd like for us to take a look at. I mentioned it earlier on. The APC national chairman as well is jumping on this one to say that, look, Fubara is the leader of the APC, because all of this is stemming from what transpired last week. That Nyesom Wike was saying that Fubara was not the leader of the APC in Rivers State, and Fubara had come out to say he is the 001, number 001, the leader of the APC in Rivers State. So let's take a look at the next post now, shall we? Hashtag APC National Secretariat. So Port Hacker Social says they picked this up from the 3rd of January. Governor Fubara is the leader of the APC in Rivers State. APC National Chairman Professor Nintawe Yilwata. More publications confirming this particular one. Let's take a look at the next one. Also, Channels Television picked this up on the 3rd of January to say APC National Chairman affirms Fubara as a party leader in Rivers State. Bashir Ahmad is also jumping on this particular one. That said, Bashir Ahmad OON says the national chairman of the All Progressives Congress, APC, Nentawe Yilwada, has clarified that the governor of Rivers, Siminalayi Fubara, is the leader of the party in the state. And this is what the national APC national secretary is also talking about. Ikechukwu, you're one of those people that kept saying that even though he is 001 or 001 or whatever you want to call it, that Fubara is not the leader of the state. The APC has come out to clarify that. I want us to start from that before we migrate to what's transpiring between Wike now and the national secretary of the APC.
So the truth is, I mean, in politics, there's always, power behind the power, right? Yes, on paper, Fubara is...
So you're still saying the same thing?
Absolutely.
Well, let's move on now to what's transpiring between Wike and, the APC national secretary.
Well, I mean, national secretary, national chairman, all of them are affirming that Fubara is the leader of the APC on paper. That's exactly what it is.
They didn't say on paper. Look.
Well.
When you are ad-libbing, just make it clear that it is you. We saw everything.
Okay, fine.
They didn't say on paper. They say it's this. That's
we also have to put into context.
So people are saying
how Fubara came into office. We have to put that.
That's not even what we're talking about.
No, you have to put it. We're actually looking at who is the leader.
Is it wise for Wike to take on the leadership of the APC?
Absolutely not at this point. He's not a full member of the APC, right? But then there's a certain level of agreement reached between, the president and Wike. That's exactly why Wike is functioning the way he is actually functioning at this point. And if Rivers State is to be won, the man who actually, have the grassroots support needs to be, carried along, which is Wike. See, before Wike actually became the governor of Rivers State, there was actually a grassroots program I was running. It was called Grassroots Development Initiative, GDI, right? That was... At that point, it was very clear before he became the governor.
Before Wike, was there politicking in Rivers State?
They've always been politicking.
So why are we sounding like Wike is the only politician?
No. At this point, right?
Yeah, but you're digressing because we're not talking about Wike, and his tentacles, which is spread all over Rivers State.
But
we're talking is this hashtag APC National Secretary. It is him versus Wike now, and Wike is saying, look, you better shut up. Don't even come into Rivers State because you're not even that strong in your own state, Osun State. And it's saying, so I'm saying, is it even wise for him to do that?
No, Wike is actually
because
overreaching on that
saying that you're not even a member of the APC
Yes.
for starters, so you don't even have the local standing, you know, to jump on this one.
This is one problem I have with him, right? You know, for me, I don't believe you have to respond to everything. Sometimes, you know, you just have to, you know, sit back. It doesn't diminish you. It doesn't take anything away from the power that you actually have in Rivers State.
Okay.
Right? I mean, the president and, you know, key APC members who can actually decide election know that without Wike, there's going to be a problem, you know, in the camp of the APC assistants.
But it looks like the president is staying silent.
That's exactly what, you know, someone who understands his value does. I mean, they say Fubara is the leader of the APC in Lagos State. Just like saying Sowore is the leader of the APC in Lagos State. It's actually true based on what his position carries as the governor of the state.
Who's the leader of the PDP in Oyo State?
Definitely is Seyi Makinde. He's the governor.
So how come Seyi Makinde is the leader of the PDP in Oyo State and Fubara is not the leader of the APC in Rivers State?
That's what I'm saying. Based off the fact that he's
that equation does not even
nobody says Fubara is not the governor.
Well, that's what you've been saying.
I said on paper, that's exactly what he says.
So on paper too, Seyi Makinde is the leader of the PDP in Oyo State, just on paper.
On paper and without, because now look at
on paper and off paper.
Yeah, obviously.
Why is it not the same with
Because
Fubara?
you have to look at how Seyi Makinde came into power. Who pushed him? Who made him governor?
The same Wike has come to say that if it wasn't for him, Seyi Makinde wouldn't have been governor of Oyo State. You know, head? Hey, maybe we should dig deeper.
No.
The next hashtag is also hashtag Wike, because the former governor of Rivers State, who is also the current FCT minister, is saying that Fubara is not going to come back for the second term. He is saying it categorically. Why? The cable has that one. Let's take a look at it. It is hashtag Wike. So the cable says, Wike says he will be buried politically if Fubara secures a second term. Yeson Wike, Minister of Federal Capital Territory, FCT, says his political career will be ruined if Siminalayi Fubara, governor of Rivers State, secures a second term. Speaking on Saturday during a stakeholders meeting in Okerika, local government area of Rivers State, Wike said a decision has been made on Fubara's second term ambition. Quote, "We have made a decision as far as Tinubu is concerned. The other one, Fubara, no way. Because if we make another mistake, then we will go and bury ourselves politically. I will not allow myself to be buried. I will not allow that mistake again." End of quote. So everybody should know we have made a decision. That's Wike talking now. Netizens are jumping on this one like mad. We have lots of responses to it, and we're going to take a number of them. We'll take a look at a number of them. So let's begin to take a look at the responses now. Equano says he is being delusional. I mean, your guess is as good as mine. Who is the he is referring to? Of course, it is hashtag Wike. Mega Mixter says, I'm sure there are a lot of people warming up to bury him. And then he refers us to this post again from December 2024. I'm thinking that's a mistake. It's not 2025. He said the same thing, Mega Mixer, when it was Wike versus Fubara. And he was referring netizens to what he had posted earlier. Before Nyesom, okay, yeah, actually 2025. Before Nyesom Ezenwa Wike, there was a certain Lamidi Adedibu who wielded more power than Wike can ever imagine. But today, where is he? The higher the monkey climbs, the more he exposes his tail. Even the tallest tree in the forest must eventually become firewood. More reactions. Let's take a look at them speedily. Adebanji says it's shaping up to be a fight to the finish, and I'm not sure Fubara can survive it. I'm patiently watching to see how everything unfolds. The next one. I Occupy Nigeria says this one loud and clear. Man, they talk, say we have made a decision about second term. No be Rivers people, no be Nigerians. Now small cabal where they use public money, hijack power, they decide democracy. This now open confession say elections na selection. But it no matter, reset go come. When it come, now people go decide again. There's more. Safety Cabal said, so shall it be that you took PDP along in a journey of political exile. More reactions? So Read One says, will be a long election movie in Rivers State come 2027, and enough wisdom will be needed to settle that issue. I think we have one more or a couple of them. Let's take a look at it and then we'll wrap this up. So Dr. Umaru AJ says, Rivers State governors don't learn from their experiences. Wike's downfall will be worse than Amechi. And then he referred netizens to May the 6th, 2023. Once beaten, twice shy is not for Rivers State governors or government. Making a deal with APC is like having a contract with the devil. Be ready for what will be coming for you. This is according to Dr. Umaru AJ. And then there's one more. Adewale says, Wike's political end is here. He won't even have any impact in the 2027 elections. Even Tinubu doesn't have his confidence or this confidence. I blame Fubara for this. He allowed Wike to grow wings. A Wike who has beaten all fingers that fed him, especially the orderlies, is claiming ownership of Rivers State. So that's how this one is panning out.
Yeah, I mean, it's actually a lot to actually, take in. But then I understand what Wike is actually saying, because Fubara's coming back in 2027 simply means he's got nothing to lose. Then he can actually go on full throttle. The president also has got nothing to lose if he comes back in 2027. That means definitely going to allow Rivers State to play out anyhow it wants. It's definitely going to be Wike on, no man's land. It's going to be him against the governor of the state. And trust me, what happens, the governor of the state can definitely have the power to, bring in someone who he can really trust, coming 2031. And that's going to be a lot for him to actually, take in. I just can't, wrap my head around it, but it's going to be, a lot of torture. It's got, it's stepped on too much big toes in Rivers State from Wike, from the orderlies that actually gave him, the platform. Then, of course, to him actually talking down on the former president Jonathan when the idea of him running for 2027 came out, when he was telling him to actually go and sit, go and sit this out. Of course, you recall how influential Mama Peace was for him to become the governor of the state at the point. There's also, a Magnus Abe who was actually part of the G4 that actually formed the new Rivers State, like they call it today. Himself, Tony Cole, Rotimi Amechi, and of course Akuku Peterson. All these guys are now people way far from him. So
I think he's together with Magnus Abe now, because we saw him congratulating him today. He just got a federal appointment. We saw.
Okay, but then all of that guys right in the Rivers State that makes Rivers State what it is or what it was are actually watching and hoping that one day he's definitely going to join us, and it's going to be a lot for him to actually.
A number of these people you just mentioned were seen during a banquet. It was a feast that was with Fubara.
So it's going to be a lot of challenge for him, and that's exactly why he's singing, because he wants to continue to control Rivers State even beyond Fubara's term. And of course, that's the only way he can actually remain politically relevant in Rivers State, and that's exactly why you see him. This is a very big cry. And
I'm seeing something. Yeah, I know. I'm thinking there are two options for Wike. A, reconcile with the likes of Sheyi Makinde and come back to be buddies with his colleagues in the PDP, or B, also become an APC member, because you can't just sit on the fence and think, stuff is going to happen for you.
So yeah, the two options also have consequence. If he realigns with the PDP, they will not trust him again. That's exactly what it is, because they've seen how far it can actually go, to actually destroy the party.
Yeah, but you yourself said earlier on, and not just you, it was the former president Olusegun Obasanjo saying, in politics, there are no permanent friends or permanent foes. Hey.
True, so but then as far as it is politicking, there's also this, this guy is not a good party man, and we have to be very careful with him. Now for the APC, him fully declaring as an APC card carrying member, there's definitely going to be a level of power they want to actually give him, because they've seen what he can actually do.
No, I think that will be him taking the fight to Fubara when he becomes fully an APC member. But hey, it's just us, speculating and all. There's also another hashtag. Is hashtag Fubara? Rivers is actually trending today. So today, Fubara, I'm talking about the current governor, the sitting governor of Rivers State, Nyesom Wike's erstwhile godson. He dropped a bombshell today to say that the judiciary in Nigeria is not trustworthy, and they're basically doing the bidding of their paymasters. That's got tongues wagging online, I can tell you. I'm going to take you to X now so you see that particular post and how Nigerians are reacting, or netizens are reacting to that particular one. Hashtag Fubara. Let's do it. Yeah, so Nigeria Story says, breaking, Rivers State Governor Siminalayi Fubara has criticized some of the actions carried out by the Nigerian judges, accusing them of deliberately twisting the law to serve the interests of powerful individuals he described as their pay masters. The Guardian is giving us some more meat to this particular story. So credit goes to the Guardian for this one. Rivers State Governor Siminalayi Fubara has criticized some of the actions carried out by the Nigerian judges, accusing them of deliberately twisting the law to serve the interests of powerful individuals he described as their paymasters. Fubara made the remarks during a public address in Port Harcourt while speaking at a legal year and rededication service attended by judges, lawyers, and senior government officials. In his speech, he warned that judicial officers who abandon integrity for external influence undermine democracy and the rule of law. Quote, some of you say you are legal luminaries. You know the truth, but you will go on air just to pacify your paymasters and return the law and turn the law upside down. End of quote. According to the governor, some judges and legal practitioners knowingly misrepresent legal principles in public pronouncements and court rulings, not out of ignorance, but to satisfy those who wield political or financial influence over them. I mean, can you just make a hazard a guess, as to who he's actually referring to or what has led him to be making this statement?
There's been a lot of talk in the air about, the FCT minister, Wike, building houses for judges and all of that, and how, that has actually helped him get favorable court decisions whenever, the case involves him or he's an interested party in any case. So that's exactly what Siminalayi Fubara is actually alluding.
Yeah, but hey, take a step back before that. Sequel to that, it was a Fubara versus the River State House of Assembly and also a number of lawmakers. And he had a thing about people who were defecting from party to party, and the case went to court. And the Supreme Court ruled against him.
It was clear.
So he's got grouse, right?
It was clear what happened in Rivers. We all saw it. The court now said that's actually does not count as defecting. Well, I'm not a lawyer, so I cannot argue against it. But it's funny, from what we can actually say and from what the law said before that particular incident happened. But that is past now. But that's exactly why he's actually, talking about this. The truth is, when a man starts talking this stuff, a man who is known to be timid or weak or who appears
you should choose your words.
No, I'm not.
You're not describing Fubara.
No, I'm just talking about
a man who happens to count his words, a man who is not vocal.
No, I deliberately use the word because I'm looking at the both of them from this position of power disparity. I'm not talking about Fubara being a weak person, right?
Or
I'm just
person. Yeah, I want us to be
I'm just talking about the disparity in the kind of power they wield nationally, right? Before Fubara actually moved to the APC officially, now that he's been very vocal, knowing that yes, there's level of influence that I can now, if push comes to shove, we can go back to the center and have a conversation.
Let's dissect this statement you just made. Is it that he just decided to be vocal now, or earlier on he was just being respectful to his godfather, who had taken his hand and brought him to the throne? And now that he's seeing the handwriting on the wall and he's saying that, his godfather is not, dancing to his music, he's decided to say some things, not, as much as his godfather is saying. Is that the case?
No. Actually, what happened is, first, before now, right, there's a level of influence that he wields. He knows that he's very well in the opposition. And of course, his godfather is actually between the opposition and still very much within the party that he's in. So, which means he's got influence on both fronts. For him, it's just within the PDP, and of course the PDP is, you can describe it that it's in a state of comatose. Now he's moved to where, everything happens.
So he's got influence.
So now he's got influence. It's a case of, you can't do what you did before I moved here, right? Wike cannot wake up in the morning and say, I want Fubara impeached. It has to be discussed nationally within, APC caucus for that to be moved. Now, Fubara is actually speaking. Now, for Fubara to be speaking this much, it means that there are certain elements within the APC that are saying, okay, right, if anything happens, I think I'll prefer this guy. Yeah. He's cooler head.
Because you see, we talked about it on Friday, that the president specifically sent the National Security Advisor, Nuhu Ribadu, to tell him that President Tinubu said, I should tell you that he's proud of your leadership in Rivers State. That was shortly after the Rivers State House of Assembly members who had defected to the APC came out to say that his leadership style is a no-no, that he's weak and all. The president was saying, no, I'm proud of you, son, sort of, like that. And then we saw Festus Keyamo, who had, come on board severally to say, this is a man. And now the APC, the APC National Secretary and APC National Chairman are saying, Fubara is the leader of the APC in Rivers State. Apparently, he's seen something. He's felt something, and he knows he's safe.
Yes,
so
exactly. I think that's the word. He knows he's safe, and that's why he's talking. But again, if anything I know about politicians, right? If what Wike said about Fubara's fate being decided, for 2027 is true, and that means it's just them allowing him have a few days speak for the last time as a governor.
It's his word against the words of Fubara. I mean, it's just like the governor of Oyo State, Seyi Makinde, who had come out prior to this to say, look, Wike, they were in a meeting in a room with the president himself, Wike and President Tinubu, and Wike said, President Tinubu, I'm going to hold the PDP down for you so that you can come back in 2027. Wike came out shortly afterwards to say, no, I didn't say it.
But he's doing it. So.
Yeah, but he said he's doing it. That's the thing. But right? So who would you believe? It's something you have to choose.
I'll believe the governor. I'll believe the governor because Wike's action, even if he says he didn't say it, even if it's true that he didn't say it there, but his actions clearly shows that what the governor said is true.
All right. So in this case, between Fubara and Wike, who would you lean towards? I think I already know the answer. You seem to think Wike is a stronger man in Rivers State.
I think at this point, yes, I still believe Wike is still the stronger man. Except, the APC I've concluded also behind, because in politics, there's always meeting behind the meeting.
But I think there is more than meets the eye. There is no way Fubara will be flexing muscles the way he's doing. After the hard lesson he learned, he was made to eat the humble pie. Mm-hmm. After that, for him to be saying and doing what... I mean, he said, no do corner if you want to support me or Ashiwaju. He was referring to Wike. Wike responded. And then just last week, we saw him saying, dogs are barking because they don't understand. He was referring to Wike. Wike responded. So definitely, like I said earlier on, he thinks he's got
there's a lot
bragging rights.
True.
Yeah.
There's a lot of person who's got issues, out to grind with the FCT minister. Of course, you remember the case of the former NDDC woman who, when Wike actually went to Port Harcourt to actually, take out, rescue the woman, right? Because I mean, the then Senate President Godswill Akpabio wanted her to be, arrested at some point right there in Rivers State. So there's a lot of big wigs within the APC that would be like, okay, I think this guy, he might have got the politicking, but I think he's doing too much, and they just want him out of the way.
So let's see how this one continues to pan now. Yeah. So we have another hashtag that's trending right now. It is the EFCC. So the anti-graft agency is trending because it came out to say that the former governor of Kogi State, Yahaya Bello, is not guilty. Is innocent until proven guilty by the court. Now, they are not saying they are throwing the case out. They are not saying they are throwing their case against him out, but they are saying he's still an innocent man until proven guilty. So netizens are jumping on that one. Let me take you to X so you see how this one is panning out, shall we? Yes, it is hashtag EFCC. So Nigeria's story says it's actually breaking too. I think it broke around 4:26 p.m. today. The EFCC has said that former Kogi State Governor Yahaya Bello remains innocent until proven guilty by a court of law. So we have reporter, The Guardian. Yes, The Guardian is giving us meat to that one in a short while. So this came up on the 1st of January 2026, come the 30th of December 2025. Where we heard the story that former Kogi State Governor Yahaya Bello, who currently has a case with the EFCC, has declared that he will contest the Kogi Central Senatorial seat in 2027, a seat currently occupied by Senator Natasha. But the Guardian is going to give us clarity as regards this. Yeah, so credit goes to the Guardian for this. Guardian says the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, has dismissed suggestions that Yahaya Bello's renewed political activities within the All Progressives Congress APC could influence the outcome or pace of his ongoing criminal trials. So netizens are responding. Daniel Rega says, if Yahaya Bello was so innocent, why then was he declared wanted at official EFCC? Daniel is asking the EFCC the million-dollar question. And then he goes on to say, and why was the chairman of the EFCC talking big on resigning if the agency fails to prosecute the wanted man? This is the height of embarrassment. We have Shemilore who says they should replace that eagle with a fowl. He's talking about the EFCC logo. Oh my gosh. Alma says EFCC are now defending Yahaya Bello. Wonders shall never end. This same man, their chairman, was saying he would rather resign than allow him not to be prosecuted to a logical conclusion. What happened? Hama is asking. So you have a clear picture of this, right, Ikechukwu, and you're shaking your head. You want to tell me why? But let's put this in context, yeah? That the EFCC is saying he is innocent until proven guilty by the courts of law does not mean his case has been thrown out, like we saw the Guardian report. True. That the case is ongoing. And so that if Yahaya Bello wants to become a senator soon, hey, nothing is stopping him.
So why would the EFCC be saying he's an innocent man?
Yeah, but isn't it what our constitution
But why
says?
did they go after him?
That you are not innocent, you are not guilty until
why did they go after him?
Innocent. Yeah, but
did they go after innocent people?
How many cases do we have where you have the EFCC prosecute a case that they lose?
See, that's the thing, right? It has always been the problem we've been talking about. You don't go after innocent people or people who you think they are innocent in the eyes of the law. You go after people who you know they've committed crime and then allow the courts to prove the case.
But have you had instances where institutions go against people, innocent people who they think are guilty, but after investigation, they are not proven guilty? Have you had instances but have you had instances like that?
It is wrong. You don't go.
Yeah, but
you have to investigate before you go. That's the thing. Investigate before you go after someone.
Okay.
Yes, that's why that person is saying you have to replace the eagle with the fowl. Because trust me, I mean, eagle is a very intelligent animal. You don't even do this level. This is a rookie mistake by any law enforcement agent. You don't do this. And then you come up to start saying this person is still innocent in the eyes of the law. You are not supposed to say it. Even if, see, your lawyer can come out to say it. Right? The judge or a legal luminary can come out to say it. But you, the prosecutor, saying this, no, come on, man.
So, if, for example, he's proven guilty and he serves his term or whatever, he has to do whatever and he does it, will he still be eligible to run for office?
No, in the eyes of the law, I mean, he's already, a convicted.
But juxtapose that to what's playing out in the US now. Donald Trump is a convict twice over.
Okay, so
the laws over and over and over convicted him. And they kept saying, you cannot run, you are a convict, blah, blah, blah. The man said, you, watch me. He's now the president and he's even taking over Venezuela. The US is currently running Venezuela as we speak. And he's saying they're going to run their country. I think that's one of the hashtags we'll discuss tomorrow if we don't have enough time.
Yeah.
So you see, these things happen.
No, see, the thing is, right, for Donald Trump, he was already in power when he was convicted.
After, even in the run-up.
That's what I'm saying.
No. Let's clarify. In the run-up to his second term, he was convicted. So he was out of power then.
Let's look at what the judge said, because the judge actually ruled it as a misdemeanor. Not really, yeah. You know now. That was what the judge ruled it as.
But that's you talking.
But that's what happened.
The courts, there are a number of cases against,
some are yet to be concluded.
Some have been concluded.
But the ones is just misdemeanor.
Can I land? Some have been concluded and he was convicted. Because in the US, it's a confederation of states. You have states. So a number of states had convicted Donald Trump. And these cases are there in the public and all. He's still the president. And now, this is not to say that I'm playing the devil's...
It's at the Supreme Court level.
This is not to say that I'm playing the devil's advocate here. But netizens are concerned that the anti-graft agency must do due diligence. I hear you, though. But let's move on to the next hashtag, which is hashtag FG versus Natasha. So yesterday we woke up to the news that the federal government has withdrawn its case against the embattled senator who was once suspended, like the governor of Rivers State who was once suspended, and then she was welcomed back into the Senate. So this news that broke yesterday came after the Senate president had said he had forgiven his colleague, Senator Natasha Akpoti-Uduaghan. He said he was in church and he heard his sermon and it touched him. He felt the priest was talking to him, so he decided to forgive. But someone like Rufai Oseni, you're going to be seeing the tweet in a short time, is saying, guys, look, the federal government withdrew the continuance for the withdrawal of the case was submitted on the 12th of December before Akpabio withdrew the case, that it wasn't the sermon that touched him. It was him seeing the handwriting on the wall. But hey, it is for you to decide what is what. I'm just going to walk you through this gist for you to make your decision. I think the winner in all of this is Senator Natasha Akpoti-Uduaghan. So I'm just going to take you to X now. So you take a look at this particular hashtag, hashtag federal government FG versus Natasha. Let's do it. So, Oseni Rufai says, I don't talk without facts. As at 12th of December, federal government had already issued a notice to discontinue the case against Senator Natasha. This was the defamation case championed by the Senate leadership. So when they say it was the preaching that made them change their mind, I laugh. Let's take a look at the next post. So this was what happened on the 1st of January. The Senate President, Senator Godswill Akpabio, has directed his lawyers to withdraw suits against Senator Natasha and all other suits. So this is the one Rufai is referring to now. Let's take a look at the next post before I play the audio of the sermon that actually touched the Senate President's heart. All right, take a look at the audio, right? And then you're going to see a picture of the Senate President and the priest side by side.
2, 5. Today, I want to share with you 5 simple principles that you can adopt in the new year to be able to have peace. The first is that the first principle for peace is you have to let go of your painful past. No matter what it is time to move on. So this new year, it is time to move on. Tell somebody it is time to move on. Now, we have to move on. This is what God is telling you this new year. So it is time to leave behind your worries. It is time to leave behind the people that slandered you, the people that persecuted you. And unless you leave.
So the Senate President was sitting right there, himself and his wife, in that same sermon, and he said, gosh, the priest is talking to me and all of that. Ikechukwu, so what do you make of this, though? Is this a case of the cart before the horse or the horse before the cart?
Well, I think it's already in the pipeline before he actually went, to actually do that. I think that was just a perfect, ceremony to announce that he's withdrawing the. But again, on hindsight, there's something that is I think Natasha should really watch it, because now that Yabelo, I think that's the plan now. Since we cannot actually, it's going to be a long road to actually do that legally. Let's now do it via the ballot box. Yabelo is contesting that senatorial seat. He's going to get all the power he needs to actually win, and maybe it's just going to help them take her out of the Senate peacefully.
This woman has taken Yaya Bello on before.
Not as Senate contesting.
So it was even worse then. Yaya Bello was the sitting governor then when they had this fight. Now it is senator versus someone who is aspiring to be.
But
I don't want to go into all of that. But let's go back to the Akpabio saying he had forgiven Senator Natasha and all. Is it possible really that the sermon touched his heart, or he just knew that, hey, since the federal government has dropped the case, that's it? Yeah, but regardless of whatever it is the wisest choice, right?
Wisest.
Like I said earlier on, the Senator Natasha Akpoti-Uduaghan is the better for it.
Very well.
Yeah. So let's quickly move on, because I want us to take a look at this next hashtag. The Punch has this one. It is Harvesters Church. Hashtag Harvesters before we wrap up today. So Harvesters is deciding to pay people who are in between jobs 50,000 for 3 months until they can get new jobs. And the Punch has this one. It's lots of people are applauding and they're saying this is what the church should be, right? So I take you to X now. It is hashtag Harvesters. Let's take a look at that post by the Punch, shall we? Well, we seem to be having difficulties. So the Punch has the story that the pastor, actually the senior pastor of Harvesters Church, which is a very popular church in Nigeria, mega, if you want to call it, like I said earlier on, is going to be giving 50,000 to his church members who are in between jobs and are in need of financial aid. There's a video that I'd love for you to take a look at. I don't know if the technical department has it now. Let's take a look at the video.
Help them till they get all those that serve in church that are in between jobs. Watch what I said. You know, they're in between jobs. You used to have a job, you lost a job. For the next 3 months, we will be giving you 50,000 every month to help them till they get their next job. So all of those leaders that serve in church that I just mentioned, you know, we'll be giving 50,000 just to help them stabilize. One of the things the church should do is to be there for one another. Hallelujah. To help them stabilize. So if you are that kind of person, that category, you want to see your pastor and your church administration and register. You know, we're not going to do too much interview because for you to serve, we trust the fact that you are honest. Amen. Glory to God.
Chiku, does this impress you?
Well, I mean,
Pastor says this is what the church should be.
Absolutely. So sometimes I just, sit down and ask myself, all the contributions that people make in church, where does it go to?
I'm talking about the offering.
Yes, I mean offerings, tithes. I mean these are moments like this where people in needs to. The economy is harsh, and one way to actually encourage people to keep believing that there's a God, that you're calling and you're telling them is actually making it physical. If you give a hungry man, a Bible, he might just think it's a bread and want to eat it. But of course, if you give the person bread and then preach the word of God, the person will listen, right? And that's exactly what they're doing.
Yeah,
so it's beautiful.
I don't know what else to add to that, but hey, I think it's a very beautiful one. We'll keep our fingers crossed to see how this one's. We do hope that these people who have received this level of largesse or who are enjoying this largesse, I'm talking about the beneficiaries, will get what has been promised them. And they're supposed to go through some form of registration.
No, he even said something interesting. He said he wants to believe that because they are a member of the church, he doesn't want to, make the registration process too difficult.
Yeah.
Because he trusts them. He believes that since they've been part of the process, they've served. I mean, he wants to believe that they will be, faithful and they'll be true to whatever process they push. So
maybe the registration will just be like, come write your name, give us your number, your account number, and stuff like that. Let it be easy, Jerry.
Maybe I'll go to that church.
Yeah, you should. Then, so it's just going to be for financial gains?
Well, I mean, maybe if they do like 3 years, I'll just become a member.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, there's hope for you still. But on that note, we wrap it up. Thanks to everyone who contributed to making the show a success. A bigger thanks goes to you guys for watching. Until we come your way again, I am Vivian Uguche, and bye for now.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing.
And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before. To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
My name is Tao Familani, and here's to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
My name is Made Kuti and you're watching BOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Ovisha Nelson One, your #1 celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyi Osarite is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging. Picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV. Live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Welcome to the locker room.
the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpelon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the Locker Room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please sport.
The 2564 is coming up on Barney 9, right? The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People television.
Voice of the People. You can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Soibifa Dokobo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikenna Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka, Amayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
Well, hello and welcome to News Hour on Voice of the People TV. I am Vivian Oguche.
And I am Nenna Ndomdioto. Before we begin, kindly visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. First, the headlines. Tinubu seeks Abe's confirmation as NUPRC chairman.
Also, Obi blames Nigeria's problem on leadership, not resources.
Adedeji insists new policy taxes only profits, not investments.
Ondo magistrates and customary presidents begin strike over autonomy.
Nigeria ranked world's 29th best English-speaking country.
And fire guts Abule Egba community.
On the foreign scene, Maduro pleads not guilty to narco-terrorism charge.
Well, in business news, NGX market capitalization hits 100 trillion naira.
In sport, Maresca artist top Man United's coaching list.
Well, in entertainment news, Akindele's behind the scenes hit 1.77 billion naira at box office. Now the news in detail. President Bola Tinubu has nominated former Rivers Southeast Senator Magnus Abe as chairman of the Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission, NUPRC. Abe, who represented the district for 2 terms, is a former board member of the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited and currently chairs the National Agency for the Great Green Wall. In a separate letter, Tinubu also nominated Adegbite Adeniji as chairman of the Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority, NMDPRA board. A lawyer with over 30 years' experience in the energy sector, Adeniji previously served as technical advisor to the Minister of State for Petroleum and worked with the World Bank on Nigeria's oil and gas reforms. Their nominations was contained in a statement by the Special Advisor to the President on Information and Strategy, Bayo Onanuga. He disclosed that the President has written to the Senate seeking confirmation of 21 nominees for the boards of the NUPRC and the NMDPRA.
Still on governance, former governor of Anambra State, Peter Obi, has blamed Nigeria's persistent economic decline on leadership failure rather than a lack of resources. In a statement following the International Monetary Fund estimates for 2025, which shows India's gross domestic product (GDP) at about $4.187 trillion, warned that the country has fallen far behind peers such as India, which now bids to overtake Japan at $4.186 trillion as the 4th largest economy by nominal GDP. Comparing both countries, Obi recalled that Nigeria once outperformed India on key economic indicators, citing World Bank data, which showed Nigeria's nominal GDP per capita exceeding India's in 2007 and in 2015, before the trend sharply reversed. Against these indices, Obi said Nigeria's challenge is therefore not a lack of resources, but a failure of leadership and priorities. According to him, in spite of the significant subsidy savings, substantial revenue growth, and excessive borrowings, which are higher than all previous governments from 1999 to 2023 combined, Nigeria's performance remains troubling. Highlighting the impact on everyday Nigerians, Obi said the worsening living conditions are evident across the country, with businesses struggling to survive and the cost of living continuing to soar.
Meanwhile, controversies over the gazetted copy of the tax reform laws, the executive chairman of the Nigeria Revenue Service (NIS), Dr. Zak Adedeji, says the focus is about taxing right, not taxing more. He added that the agency will only tax profit, not investment or turnover, as was the case in the past, adding that its only duty is removing all the obstacles on the way of businesses. Adedeji, who spoke during a local television program, said the NIS is not distracted by the controversy, but rather wants to tax right, in fairness and transparency, and then consolidate the whole system in order to simplify and unify the process of revenue administration. He explained that the relationship between tax administrators and the taxpayers is like that of the vine and the vine keeper, because the more prosperous the taxpayer, the better it is for the administrators. According to him, the government wants to stimulate economic growth, as a prosperous economy gives revenue administrators work to do.
Away from that report, judicial activities at the Ondo State Magistrate and Customary Court have been shut down indefinitely as the coalition of magistrates, presidents of Grade A Customary Courts, and legal research officers begin an industrial action to push for judicial autonomy and improved welfare. According to the coalition, the lack of genuine implementation of judicial financial autonomy has severely affected the welfare of judicial officers, operational efficiency, dignity of office, and the institutional support required for an effective justice delivery system. Jointly signed by the Ondo Chairman of the Magistrates Association of Nigeria, Chairman of the Association of Presidents of Grade A Customary Court, and Acting Chairman of the Association of Legal Research Officers. The notice directed all members to commence a strike action indefinitely from January 5, 2026. It added that while the strike lasts, all members are prohibited from performing any official function or acting in the official capacity whatsoever, including but not limited to reporting to the office, sitting in court, issuing, signing, endorsing, or authorizing any order, whether physically or remotely, among others.
Well, still on the judiciary, Bauchi State Commissioner of Finance Yakubu Adamu and his co-defendants have been denied bail by the Federal High Court in Abuja in the alleged $9.7 million terrorism financing case. In his ruling, Justice Emeka Nwite held that the offenses the defendants are charged with threaten national security and public safety, adding that terrorism-related offenses threaten social order, that and pre-trial release could endanger the public. Hence, the bail application cannot be granted. However, the judge made an order for an accelerated hearing of the matter in view of Section 36, subsection 5 of the Constitutional Law, which provides that every person charged with criminal offense shall be presumed innocent until proven guilty. Nevertheless, convinced that the interest of justice will be met by giving the matter accelerated hearing, he refused the bail application and adjourned the matter until the 13th of January for the commencement of trial.
We now move on to politics. The African Democratic Congress, ADC, has chided the President Bola Tinubu administration for not speaking up against the United States invasion and capture of Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro, saying that it exposes the administration's crisis of legitimacy and moral authority. According to the ADC, the development serves as a warning to governments that lack legitimacy and signals that authoritarian leaders and election riggers can no longer rely on national borders to shield stolen mandates from international scrutiny. The party, in a statement by its National Publicity Secretary, Bolaji Abdullahi, said it considers the U.S. arrest of Maduro and his wife as a clear warning and strong message to the Nigerian government and any other that it describes as lacking legitimacy. The ADC added that it strongly supports the principles of sanctity of national sovereignty and non-interference in internal affairs of another country, but that such principles must not be exploited to protect repression or electoral fraud.
Now, the Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, FCT, Nyesom Wike, has warned the National Secretary of the ruling All Progressives Congress, APC, Ajibola Bashiru, to steer clear of Rivers State politics and keep from provocative statements about the state. Speaking during his thank you visit to Igbo Council area of the state, Wike alleged that some political actors had taken advantage of the 600 billion naira reportedly left in the state's coffers and were now speaking recklessly about the state's affairs. The warning followed comments by the APC Vice Chairman South Victor Giadum, who referred to Governor Siminalayi Fubara as the so-called governor during Wike's earlier visit to Kana and Gokana council areas. However, Bashiru described such remarks as unfortunate, insisting that the office of the governor deserved respect regardless of political differences. Responding to Bashiru, Wike warned him that Rivers State is a no-go area for political interference, stating that those who fail to heed the warning could face serious consequences similar to those in the past.
Away from that, an English Proficiency Index, EPI, published by the global leader in culturally immersive education, Education First, EF, has ranked Nigeria 5th in Africa and 29th worldwide in adult English language skills across 123 countries and regions worldwide. EF stated that the index remains the world's most comprehensive assessment of English proficiency, drawing insights from millions of test participants globally. According to the author of the EF, EPI and EF's head of assessment, Kate Bell, in a time of growing global complexity, the role of English as a common bridge between cultures, economies, and ideas is more important than ever. The EF EPI 2025 is based on results from 2.2 million test takers who completed the EF Skills Evaluation Technology, which is the world's largest free standardized English test, available to both individuals and organizations. Globally, South Africa's English language skills ranked 13th and first in Africa, making it the highest ranked country on the continent, closely followed by Zimbabwe, which also ranked 13th globally and second in Africa.
Away from that report, a middle-aged entrepreneur and businessman, Ejike Ogwagbala, has emerged as their new traditional ruler of a very ancient kingdom in Agwata Council area of Anambra State. Ogwagbala was selected by adult males of the community who gathered over the weekend for that sole purpose. Our correspondent, Undo Palise, has details.
As early as 10 o'clock Saturday morning, members of the Oreri Development Union from the 5 villages have started converging on the civic center, venue of decision-making. The search for the renewed traditional ruler was necessitated by the demise of Ezeri the 21st, Emmanuel Nriago, whose last Eguaro was marked 12 months ago. Oreri is a direct descendant of the ancient Uri dynasty and has a well-established pattern of rotational ascendancy to the throne. It has been rotating among the 5 villages, and this time around, it is the turn of Obuno village to ascend to the throne. Only candidates from Obuno village are therefore eligible to present themselves before the entire community to choose one from among them. The President General of the community recited this and other security and protocol arrangements.
Our community have constitutions, and our constitution says when the late one slept off and go to the ancestors, after 1 year, we make it clear that we will do the last wafala. After call one Saturn, after that 1 year, but then we elected another new Loyal Highness. So now is the turn of Obuno village. So Obuno village will give us 3 persons.
With the stage set, 3 candidates presented themselves initially, though one stepped down for the other 2. Before voting, the 2 candidates, Chief Titus Obumba and Chief Ejike Ogwagbala, addressed the community on their manifesto. Voting commenced with accreditation supervised by officials from the Anambra State Ministry of Local Government, Town Union and Community Affairs. At the end of vote casting and collation, Chief Owumba polled 116 votes, while Chief Ogwagbala polled 309 votes. The chairman of Oreri Election Committee, Dr. Emmanuel Ezokafo, thus declared Chief Ejike Ogwagbala as winner.
Ejike Ogwagbala, having scored the highest number of votes, is hereby declared the winner and the return elected. Congratulations.
He was presented before the Nzenozo, Council of Elders, and Indichie, where the Opala Oreri called down blessings upon the new Ezeri. His supplications were in vernacular.
That you bring wisdom, wisdom, wisdom. He wait your
Chief Ogwagbala, in his acceptance speech, promised to rule with truth and justice. He deliberately spoke in both English and Igbo.
Peace. Peace is very, very important because every
The chairman of Voice of the People Media, Ifeanyi Uruak, who is from Oreri community, expressed the hope that the reign of Ezenri Ugwabala will witness the transformation of the community.
It's a wonderful election. There was no violence. He's not a young man. It's because he's over 50, but he looks young. Him becoming Ezenri of Oreri is going to bring a lot of changes, bring a lot of investors into Oreri. So I know that youth are behind him. We are moving forward, and we are proud of him.
The process of making Chief Ejike Ugwabala the 22nd Ezenri Oreri has just begun, as he needs to be presented to the Agwata local government and then the Anambra state government for recognition and certification. Ndu Opaleze, VOP TV News.
Thank you very much, Ndu, for that. Joining us virtually to analyze the news is publisher and public relations consultant Muyiwa Akintunde. Thank you for joining us, Muyiwa.
Thank you for having me here.
Yeah. Okay, let's move on. The former governor of Anambra State, Peter Obi, has actually blamed Nigeria's persistent economic decline on leadership failure rather than a lack of resources. He made this following a statement that the International Monetary Fund estimates for 2025, which shows India's gross domestic product higher at about $4.187 trillion. Would you actually go in line with Peter Obi's statement that the decline the decline is just not about leadership failure, but not about resources, but about leadership failure?
Well, I've always held the view that the people deserve the kind of leadership that they have. Leadership is everything in a country and in a society, and even within the family unit. Leadership is very important. Unfortunately, in Nigeria, we never had the kind of leadership that inspires, because we need a leadership that inspires. Nigeria was a country that used to, export resources, and both human and capital. And suddenly, Malaysia, for instance, some of the Malaysians came I remember in the 60s, they came to Nigeria and discovered that palm oil, they could turn it into so many other economic resources. And here we are in Nigeria, we import virtually everything, including toothpicks. Virtually everything we have in this country is imported. So why are we not going to have problems with our foreign exchange, for instance, and even our economy generally? So it is leadership that I blame for this. And it's also we also have to look at the kind of followership that we have. That's why I started by saying a society deserves the kind of leadership that it has. Over time, if the leadership has failed us, over time, what have we as users, as followers, what have we done? You'll be surprised that the same kind of leadership that has failed us over the years will be the same leadership that would return in election, just because some little amount of money has been given as inducement to voters. We don't think in the long term. We think about the short term, about today, about what people will say, my belly, I need to feed myself today. We don't think of what kind of country are we building, what kind of tomorrow are we going to have. Those are the things that should matter really when we are choosing leaders.
All right, very well said. Let's take a look at this other story that we've been following, right? You know about the controversies surrounding the gazetted copy of the tax reform laws, which took effect on the 1st of January. Over the weekend, a former CBN governor, who is currently the emir of Kano State, said that President Tinubu was doing right and that he's got guts, that he's doing what other administrations would not do. And now we have the executive chairman of the Nigeria Revenue Service, Dr. Zak Adedeji, saying that the focus is about taxing right, not taxing more. So which end of the aisle do you fall on? Are you for or against the tax law, the current one?
I'm 100% for the tax law. How do we develop a country without its citizens themselves? Maybe one of the reasons why our country is not developed is because over the years, citizens have not really been part of revenue building, revenue generating. Again, I won't blame the citizens, because over the years also, we've had a lot of wastages. Even now, we still have wastages by those who are running our government. So if you don't give, developed countries that we talk about, countries that our people run to, the way they tax their citizens You know, it's like they want to even tax them out of existence. But they see the benefit of the tax. If you tax me and I see the benefit of the tax, I'm not likely to complain. But because Nigerians have over the years been used to not seeing the benefit of the tax, that is why there's a lot of grumbling, you know, now. And I believe that if we sustain this, and if following this, we begin to see some of the benefits that government can deliver. I mean, I'm not, private sector is there, yes, but the government should provide the environment, provide good roads, provide water, provide electricity, provide all of this. In the long run, citizens realize that they're actually paying less in the long run because their tax is working for them. So the point is, yes, we must tax, but our tax must be seen to be working for us, not working for those we elected.
Okay, thank you for what you just said, because many persons would actually say that the reason Nigerians don't want to be taxed is like the more tax that actually paid, or the much tax that paid in the past, that they've not seen any good come out of it, and now they're talking about more tax. But like you said, there's a need for Nigerians to see the benefit of the tax they are being paid, that they're paying, or that are being collected from them. Away from that, let's now move on to judicial matters. Ondo State Magistrates and Customary Court have been shut down indefinitely. Of course, the coalition of magistrates, courts, and legal research officers are pushing for this industrial action because of judicial autonomy and improved welfare. What do you make of this? What does this say about the state of our judiciary?
We shouldn't even be talking about judicial autonomy. It should be a given. Because, I mean, there are three arms of government, as we know. There is the executive, there is the legislature, and there is the judiciary. Each of them should be independent of the other. And a lot of people mock our legislature, for instance, by saying that it's a yes legislature. It's a legislature where when the executive sends in a bill, before you know it, it's already passed. When the executive sends in a list of nominees, before you know it, they are already clear. Each of those arms of government, three arms of government, are supposed to be independent. So the judiciary should be truly independent. And even the whatever resources that goes to the judiciary in terms of salaries, development inside the judiciary should also be managed by the judiciary itself. There is a Judicial Service Commission, you know, that, for instance, manages appointments to the judicial or of judicial officers, and there are also the civil service structure that backs up the judiciary. So the executive should not interfere when it comes to the issue of the judiciary at all. That is the only way that whatever judgment that is coming from that sector, from the judiciary, will be something that the ordinary people will believe that, oh, this is truly independent. So they should be independent, just as the kind of deliveries in terms of their judgment should also be independent.
So, Mira, today we heard what the governor of Rivers State, Siminalayi Fubara, said about the judiciary, that mostly they do the bidding of their paymasters. That bombshell just drops today. Now, I heard you say something that the executive is not supposed to interfere in the dealings of the judiciary. Not too long ago, that was in 2025, we saw the FCT minister, Wike, say that the executive was going to provide houses for the judges to ensure that they are comfortable. Do you see this as one of the ways of trampling over the independence of the judiciary? I'm asking, do you see this as some form of inducement?
There's no other name to call it. It's a form of inducement, in the sense that judiciary is supposed to, provide for themselves. I mean, no governor, no president should come around and do something that is out of it. I mean, whatever the former governor of Rivers State was doing will be something that will have gone through the budgetary process of judiciary. It's not the executive providing it. The impression that the former governor gave was that it was the executive, he as the governor, particularly, that loved the judiciary so much, that is providing so much for them. That should not be the case. It should be something that is due to the judiciary and is provided in the budget, which budget of the judiciary is actually to some extent independent, although it still also goes through some scrutiny. But the point I'm making is that it should not be at the behest of the executive, because it's dangerous. It's dangerous because whatever ruling that the judiciary thereafter gives, whether it is something that is well, delivered or not, people will begin to read meanings into it. Okay, after all, they are beholden to the executive. So we shouldn't encourage that at all.
Okay, thank you. Still talking judiciary, Bauchi State Commissioner of Finance, Yakubu Adamu, and of course, his co-defendants have been denied bail by the Federal High Court in the alleged $9.7 million terrorism financing case. While he was delivering this ruling, Justice Emeka Wike actually said that the defendants are charged with threatening national security and, of course, public safety. That's one of the reasons he said that was one of the reasons he refused to grant them bail. And this particular case has actually been attributed to selective justice, not selective justice actually, but that the EFCC had caught a sort of witch hunting this particular person. And of course, the governor has also said something about this. But would you applaud the justice for this particular ruling?
Okay, you recall that in my previous intervention, I was talking about true independence of judiciary. I mean, there's no way, if we don't have that independence in real sense, there's no way that interpretation of this kind of situation where officers of state or federal government are being put through the judicial process, there's no way to not be interpreted to be politics. Politicians have a way of escalating things beyond the ordinary. I mean, what I always tell people is that, look, don't do what is wrong. If you also do what is wrong and you are caught or you are put to trial, there is likely that you say, okay, it's my enemy that are after. Yes, of course, the tendency is for people to say, and you can see, it's very visible, the fact that virtually all the state governors now belong to one political party at the center. So it could also be easily said that, look, I'm being lured to join the party that is in power at the federal level. But let the governors themselves, let those who have been prosecuted, also tell us exactly what they have done with the public fund, the fund that they have been able to manage, that they have the privilege to manage as governors, as presidents, as ministers, are not their funds. They are the fund of the people that voted them into power. How transparent have they been? So before anybody shouts that the EFCC is haunting me because I didn't join the party in power, let that person also answer that question. How transparent have you been? Things could be skewed against you, but it's also very important for people to realize that when they are voted into power, when they are nominated, when they are appointed into power, it's not about themselves. It's about delivering service. It's about delivering good governance for the people that voted you in power. And if in the course of that, you are witch hunted, it then becomes very clear that this is being done because you have refused to, to follow a particular political trend. I feel very sorry for those who are involved in this, but they also should also ensure that they clean their act, they do the right things.
Yeah, but I want for us to push this a little bit further, right? The major actor in this story is the Commissioner of Finance, Bauchi State. You do remember last week his boss, talking about the governor of Bauchi State, Bala Mohammed, had come out to say categorically that this was purely a witch hunt. He said he was not going to keep short anymore, that he was not a coward. He was actually ranting. He said that the incumbent administration is pressurizing the opposition, those who wouldn't cave, either join the ABC or you be, persecuted, in the words of the Bauchi State governor. And netizens, as well as analysts like yourself, have jumped on it, that if what he's saying is not true, then what has happened to cases like that of the former governor of Delta State, Ifeanyi Okowa, who is now proudly a member of the APC? What is happening to the case of the former governor of Kogi State, Yahaya Bello, who is planning to run for the Senate, or to run to become a senator in 2027? So how would you judge this?
Yeah, you have made very valid points, and you have made very good references to Yahaya Bello and to Okowa in Delta State. See, the thing is, even I know the former governor of Ekiti State, Fayose, also had a similar situation when he was about leaving power. When immediately after leaving power, he went through EFCC prosecution, like most of the former or current or past governors. They all go through all of this situation. But the point I am making is that, yes, we should not encourage witch hunting by those in power to push people into the party in power. But let me be honest with you, when it comes to politicians, I don't have any sympathy for them. Because the same politicians that you find in Party A today are the ones that you find in Party B and 2 and B and C or whatever tomorrow. So when it doesn't favor them, they come in and whip up public sentiment. And because the public also don't get into the root of what is really happening, they begin to give sympathy for them, which is expected. But truth is that all of these so-called these guys, look at some of those who are running different offices today, president, governor. How many parties have they? Some of them have crossed to. So it's convenient for them to make noise when it doesn't favor them. But when it does favor them, I am not saying that the people in power should use their power to withhold anybody because you want them to come and join your party. No, but I don't have that kind of sympathy for politicians. They are all the same thing. It doesn't matter what political party you belong to. As long as they are not in government, they are always looking for a way to whip up, to get the public behind them. Ultimately, what they are looking for is to get back to power. So, and when they get back to power, I don't even mind if they get back to power. But the thing is that when they get back to power, what do they do with the power that they have to the benefit of the people? I'm always very concerned about the people at the receiving end of those in government. If they don't do the right thing, then I really don't have, as a person, I really don't have any sympathy for them. And it's very easy for them to say, I'm being witch-hunted. That's the general statement. But I'm not saying that people should encourage other people being witch-hunted, but they should also do the right thing for the people.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's move on to politics. We're talking politics now. The African Democratic Congress has actually chided the President Bola Tinubu administration for not speaking up against the United States invasion and capture of Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro, saying it exposes administration's crisis of legitimacy and moral authority. Do you align with ADC that the administration, the lack of comment or not commenting on this actually exposed the administration's crisis of legitimacy and, of course, moral authority?
Well, again, it's still about politicians talking about politics, which they have the right to talk about. Yes, of course, the Nigerian government should have made a statement about what is happening in Venezuela. It does not promote democracy. What America has done in Venezuela in any way does not promote democracy. But let's also realize that just a week or two ago, America came more or less to the rescue of Nigeria in the operation that happened in the Northwest. And so there was a collaboration between Nigeria and United States. Perhaps, I'm just saying, perhaps, that's why the government of Nigeria decided to say, okay, look, this one, as they say on the street, this one no concern us. We could know double it, what no concern us. Let's still have this partnership with this, with this big brother for a while. But the ADC is right. Government of Nigeria, as a sovereign, authority, should have made a statement about what is happening in Venezuela. Because what is happening in Venezuela is condemnable, totally condemnable. Donald Trump should not be encouraged in any manner. No one should be the policeman of the world. And every sovereign country should condemn, that kind of attitude.
Very well said, Muyiwa. But I want to ask a question, right? Do you think because the AU, as well as the ECOWAS, do you think because these bodies, right, and Nigeria falls under this, talking about ECOWAS, which is regional, and the AU, continental, do you think because both bodies have actually criticized the invasion of Venezuela, that the president didn't see it, necessary to make a separate comment? Is that a possibility?
Well, it's not unlikely. It's not unlikely. But what I would expect, because if it happened when our president was the chairman of ECOWAS, I would have said maybe he was hiding under that fact that he was chairman of ECOWAS, so he doesn't want to say anything. But I would expect that whatever statement Nigeria is making, Nigeria should make a statement. But Nigeria should make a statement in line with what the regional power, in this case ECOWAS, position is. So that's what I think will have happened. Not that we should be silent about it. But I think, again, I may be wrong. I think that maybe because of the recent solidarity, sort of the recent working relationship between Nigeria and United States regarding the situation in the Northwest, I suspect that perhaps that is what might have informed the Nigerian government not to have made a statement about that. That act that is clearly against democracy.
Okay, well, let's now move on to Rivers State politics. The Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Nyesom Wike, has warned the National Secretary of the ruling All Progressive Congress, Ajibola Bashiru, to steer clear of Rivers State politics and, of course, keep from provocative statements about the state. You know that this Rivers State politics have been in the news. There's been back and forth between Wike and, of course, the sitting governor. And now Rivers State, and now Wike is now telling the APC secretary to steer clear of River State politics. What do you make of this? Does he have any right to actually do this, or do you think that he's actually doing the right thing to tell the APC secretary to steer clear, or is Wike just just going way out of his boundaries as a minister or as a political a minister actually?
But anyone who is doing a study on politics or political economy, anything related, and is not looking at Rivers State, has not really completed his study. Rivers State is a peculiar case, very, very peculiar. And we all know that we have a situation where the Wike man that we're talking about says he's still in PDP. It's causing trouble in PDP, but he's not just supporting, he's a minister in an APC government. Of course, there's nothing wrong in that. But if we truly have a coalition of political parties at the central level, you can say maybe he's representing his party. But truly, he was being compensated for what he did for the then candidate Tinubu in the 2023 election. That's why he was being given this position. But I think that Wike is overreaching himself. Because if he concerns himself with what's happening in PDP in Rivers State, fine, fair enough. But now getting into what is happening in the APC, I mean, I don't understand it. And I think that Wike himself should come and explain it to us more. Is he now a member of APC in any way? Has he joined APC? Because he keeps saying that he will not leave PDP. So what is his business in now coming in to come and say APC should not have done this? And what the National Secretary of APC, Senator Bashiru, said, I don't think it's out of place, because there was an event in Gokana local government area. And the National Vice Chairman South of APC did make a statement that was, not kind to the sitting governor, who has now joined APC, who has now become the #1 citizen of APC in comment, and the National Executive felt this is not right. Now, Wike, for being Wike, you know what Wike is, has come into to that issue that I believe does not really concern him. But having said all of this, I think that it's the president himself that I think should weigh in. Otherwise, he'll be the one that will be blamed ultimately, because you have this man there as your minister. Even when the Fubara issue was happening, so many unresolved issues, so many issues that could have been resolved very quickly, were not resolved because he had the support of the president. Even now, it still appears that he has the support of the president. He was telling, in a statement, he was saying that he was going to report the APC National Secretary to the president. So it's a real messy situation in Rivers State. And I think that the president should call his minister to order.
Very well said, Muyiwa. I think the unkind statement you were referring to earlier on, made by the APC chieftain in Rivers State, is the fact that he called Siminalayi Fubara, the sitting governor of Rivers State, as the so-called governor. It's also important to note that Senator Ajibade has responded to Wike that if he's so obsessed with the governance of politics in Rivers State, he just resigned as FCT minister. You've done so well today. I do hope we get to see you again not too long from now. Thank you so much for coming aboard.
Thank you very much. I'm very glad to be here. Thank you.
Thank you. We have been speaking with Muyiwa Akin today. He is a public affairs analyst. You're still watching News Hour on Voice of the People TV. We'll be right back after this short break. Stay with us.
Glad to have you back. A fire outbreak caused panic this afternoon at Pipeline Road off Ikoro Road in Abulegba. The Lagos State Fire and Rescue Service received the distress call just after 1 o'clock. Firefighters from the Agege and Abeson stations were quickly deployed to the scene. The fire started in an open space used for local recycling and spread to a nearby bungalow and a mini church. One adult female went into shock during the incident but was stabilized by emergency responders. Authorities say no lives were lost in the fire. The fire has now been brought under control as investigations continue to determine the cause. The Lagos State Fire and Rescue Service is urging residents to follow fire safety rules to prevent future incidents.
Well, still in Lagos State, Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu has announced a cash donation of 100 million naira to the Nigerian Legion in the state ahead of the 2026 Armed Forces Remembrance Day. The governor also donated houses, utility vehicles, cows, rice, and other food items to support the ex-servicemen and their families during the launch of the Remembrance Day emblem appeal at the Lagos House in Ikeja. Sanwo-Olu described the gesture as a duty to honor fallen heroes and those living with injuries from service, and promised continued support to improve the welfare of legionnaires in the state. Reacting to the gesture, the Nigerian Legion praised the state government for its consistent support over the years.
The Manufacturers Association of Nigeria, MAN, has called for the financial and policy interventions to revive Nigeria's manufacturing base in 2026, particularly the creation of a manufacturing and refinancing and rediscounting facility. In a report on 2026 manufacturing outlook, the Director General of MAN, Segun Ajayi Kadri, said the proposed facility would enable commercial banks to refinance manufacturing loans at single-digit interest rates with tenors of up to 7 years, thereby relieving manufacturers of the pressure of high borrowing costs. MAN expressed hope of the manufacturing sector rebounding in the new year if key macroeconomic conditions improve and government policies deliberately and effectively implemented. According to Ajayi Kadri, key actionable recommendations for a more robust manufacturing sector in 2026 include further reduction in the benchmark interest rate by at least 200 to 300 basis points over the next 2 quarters to make credit affordable for manufacturers. Among others, it also requested the categorizing of manufacturers as strategic users of gas to ensure the removal of the gap between what manufacturers and electricity generation companies pay per cubic foot of gas.
Well, on the foreign scene, deposed Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro has pleaded not guilty to charges of narco-terrorism in a New York court, 2 days after he was snatched by United States forces in a raid on his home in Caracas. Maduro, 63, who told a federal judge in Manhattan that he was still the president of his country, said he had been kidnapped from Venezuela and that he was not guilty. His wife, Celia Flores, likewise pleaded not guilty. The pair were snatched by U.S. commandos in the early hours of Saturday in an assault backed by warplanes and a heavy naval deployment. In a series of shock announcements over the weekend, President Donald Trump declared that the U.S. was now running Venezuela with an eye to rebuilding and controlling its huge but decrepit oil industry. Meanwhile, amid international alarm, United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres has told an emergency UN Security Council meeting that there should be respect for the principles of sovereignty, political independence, and territorial integrity.
On the economic plane, Bitcoin and cryptocurrency prices traded higher, continuing their weekend climb following the United States capture and detention of Venezuela President Nicolas Maduro on drug and weapons charges. Bitcoin briefly surged above $93,000 after trading below $90,000 prior to the news of Saturday's operation. The world's top cryptocurrencies are already up nearly 6% this year after sliding as much in 2025. Among others, Ethereum also jumped above $3,150 on Monday, climbing from around $3,000 on Friday, gaining 6% so far in 2026. President Donald Trump announced that the U.S. was going to run Venezuela until there's an opportunity arises, what he called a safe, proper, and judicious transition. Trump also said that U.S. oil companies would begin investing in the oil infrastructure of Venezuela, which has some of the world's largest crude oil reserves. Oil prices fell on the news, while cryptocurrency prices rallied.
Well, in business news, the Nigerian Exchange Limited says it recorded a major milestone with market capitalization crossing the 100 trillion naira mark for the first time. According to data obtained from the NGX, total market capitalization closed at 101.80 trillion naira, reflecting sustained investor confidence and strong performance across key sectors of the market. The surge underscores the growing depths of Nigeria's capital market, driven by increased participation from both domestic and foreign investors, as well as price appreciation in several large capitalization stocks.
Meanwhile, Nigeria's reaffirmed commitment to strengthening strategic bilateral trade and economic partnership with China, following the progress recorded in relations between both countries throughout 2025. This followed the elevation of the Nigeria-China relations to comprehensive strategic partnership agreed by President Bola Tinubu and President Xi Jinping during the former state's visit to China in September 2024. Since then, engagement between both countries have intensified across political, economic, and technical levels, further consolidating a relationship built on mutual respect, development cooperation, and shared interest. According to the Director General and Global Liaison of the Nigeria-China Strategic Partnership, Joseph Tegbe, Nigeria's relationship with China remains guided by the country's long-standing foreign policy principles, including respect for sovereignty and territorial integrity, as well as adherence to established international norms. Tegbe expressed the country's readiness to consolidate and deepen the partnership in more practical and results-driven ways in 2026, with emphasis on cooperation that directly supports Nigeria's development priorities. These, as stated, include economic diversification, infrastructure delivery, human capital development, technology transfer, and long-term sustainability. We now move on to sport. Nigeria's Super Eagles made an unchallenged stroll into the Africa Cup of Nations quarterfinals with their 4-0 lead of Mozambique in the round of 16 and first at the time of filing this report. Ademola Lookman gave the Super Eagles an early lead in 20 minutes through an Akko Adams assist, and soon after, in 25 minutes, Victor Osimhen doubled the lead, also from Adams' assist. Osimhen made it an impossible task for the Mozambicans with his third goal off another Adams assist 2 minutes into the second half, while Adams got his name on the score sheet to make it 4-0 of Lookman's assist in the 75th minute, as at the time of filing in this report. Meanwhile, Captain Mohamed Salah scored after 124 minutes to clinch a 3-1 extra time victory for Egypt over Plucky Minos Benin in an Africa Cup of Nations last 16 thriller in Agadir.
Well, congratulations to the Super Eagles. Still in sports news, Enzo Maresca, who parted ways with Chelsea last week after falling out with the club's hierarchy, has emerged a top consideration for Manchester United's coaching job, following the club's sack of Ruben Amorim earlier on Monday. Amorim was sacked as Manchester United manager after 14 months in charge, sparking speculations over his successor at Old Trafford. The club's under-18s coach, Darren Fletcher, has been put in temporary charge, with the club reportedly keen to appoint a caretaker manager for the rest of the season. Looking at potential appointments for their seventh permanent manager since Alex Ferguson's departure in 2013, The 45-year-old Maresca, who won the UEFA Conference League and Club World Cup in his first season at Stamford Bridge, has been linked with Manchester City should Pep Guardiola quit at the end of the season. Among others is Oliver Glasner, who guided Crystal Palace to their first major trophy by lifting the FA Cup last season. The 51-year-old Austrian, whose Palace contract expires at the end of the current campaign, has been linked with several clubs.
We now move on to entertainment. Nollywood actor and filmmaker Funke Akindele has recorded another major commercial triumph with her latest cinema release, Behind the Scenes, grossing 1.77 billion naira at the Nigerian box office. The milestone, announced by the film's distributor Film One Entertainment in a post on X on Monday, further reinforced her dominance in the country's film industry. Celebrating the milestone, Film One expressed gratitude to fans, stating that the achievement would not have happened without their love. According to the distributor, the film has now emerged as the #1 film of the weekend in West Africa, with box office figures still rising as of 4 p.m. on January 5, 2026. The film centers on the theme of black tax, exploring the social, emotional, and financial pressures faced by individuals expected to support extended family members, which is a subject that has struck a chord with audiences across Nigeria and the wider West African markets.
Well, in the meantime, TikToker Pella has disclosed plans to return to school to improve his spoken English, describing his inability to speak the language fluently as a barrier to confident communication. Speaking during a recent live stream session with fellow content creator Enzo, the social media personality admitted that his English is very bad, adding that based on that, he will soon go to the university to study arts. Pella's revelation has sparked widespread discussion online, with many commending his decision to pursue higher education in spite of his success as a social media influencer. The 20-year-old's plan comes on the heels of his reported breakup with his girlfriend, Jarvis, and has been seen as a step toward personal growth and self-improvement.
And that's it on News Hour. Before we go, a quick look at the headlines. We told you that Tinubu seeks Abe's confirmation as NUPRC chairman.
We also told you that Obi blames Nigeria's problem on leadership and not resources.
Adedeji insists new policy taxes only profit, not investment.
Also, Ondo magistrates and customary presidents begging strike over autonomy.
Nigeria ranked world's 29th best English-speaking country.
And fire guards Abulegba community.
On the foreign scene, Maduro pleads not guilty to narco-terrorism charge.
While in business news, NGX market capitalization hits 100 trillion naira.
In sport, Maresca and others top Man United's coaching lists.
While in entertainment news, Akindele's behind the scenes hits 1.77 billion naira at box office.
Do well to subscribe to our YouTube channel. On YouTube, we are Voice of the People TV. And on other social media platforms, we air at VOP TV Live. If you witness news happening near you, we want to hear from you. Send your eyewitness reports, event coverage requests, photos or videos directly via WhatsApp to 0814-606-4057. You can also reach our newsroom by email at news@vop.ng. I am Nenna Ndomdioto.
And I am Vivian Uguche. Thank you for watching.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots